and 34 other famous bigwigs in the medical industry were caught in a group debauchery. Is this a collapse of morality or a distortion of human nature? At first, people didn't think much of it. After all, rich people, right? Playing wild was perfectly normal. Those who know. If they had money, they'd play the same way. However, when they read carefully and saw those mosaic-censored video clips, people couldn't stay calm. One by one, they widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They gasped. Playing wild, they could understand. But this was too wild, wasn't it? So wild it was eye-searing. Group debauchery plus reporter interviews? How desperate were they? Do rich people these days all play like this? It exploded. The entire world completely exploded. From this point on, group debauchery had a new interpretation, and Xiao Bao and the others became completely famous. Famous in both legitimate and underground circles. In legitimate circles, they were frantically reported by major media marketing accounts and even official media, known worldwide. In underground circles, and censored videos circulated on various mysterious adult websites. Truly a rare multinational fusion. From then on, enduring and immortalized. The reporters who covered this also reached the peak of their careers, truly killing multiple birds with one stone. In a large psychiatric ward, unaware that they had already gained worldwide fame, Xiao Bao and the other capitalists weakly opened their eyes one after another. Only then did they discover that they were all currently strapped to hospital beds, and they had been changed into psychiatric patient clothing. It hurts. They instinctively struggled, and immediately the tearing sensation and swelling pain from their lower bodies came, instantly making the corners of their mouths twitch. Then their bodies trembled, and a chaotic spring dream immediately surfaced in their minds. Except this spring dream was somewhat filthy and sordid, too unseemly to look at. Xiao Bao and the others turned their heads to look around and discovered each other. Combined with the kidney deficiency and tearing sensation from their lower bodies, they suddenly realized this didn't seem to be a spring dream. Stop being confused. This really isn't a dream, and congratulations, you've gotten famous as you wished. A harmless voice rang out. Xiao Bao and the others' bodies trembled as they turned their heads to look. Only then did they discover that not far away, Song Bing was already wearing a white coat, smiling as he looked at them. And the mental illnesses of Xiao Bao and the others had also been taken away by Song Bing. Because next, he needed these people to remain normal. Besides, here, whether or not someone was mentally ill was just a matter of Song Bing's word. If he said you were, you were. Unless you could prove otherwise. Song Bing, you despicable and shameless villain. It must have been you, you little beast, who secretly drugged us and harmed us like this. Oh, this old man has no face left to live. This old man will fight you to the death. Song Bing, how vicious you are. Song Bing's appearance made Xiao Bao and the others' memories increasingly clear. At this moment, they finally truly accepted that this really wasn't a dream, but reality. If those international reporters published those videos, wouldn't their reputations in their later years be ruined? And the instigator of all this was the young man before them. You can't say it like that. You were the ones who found the reporters, and specifically found international reporters. You were also the ones who engaged in group debauchery. What does it have to do with me? I even asked for your opinions. Song Bing spread his hands with an innocent expression. What did he do? He didn't do anything, right? He simply sent these people a bit of illness. One could only say, heaven's sins can still be survived, but self-inflicted sins cannot. But for a moment, they had no way to refute it. Because those international reporters were indeed all arranged by them, naturally with the purpose of ruining Song Bing's reputation completely, ensuring he could never rise again. However, the final protagonists became them instead. Those whose reputations were ruined also became them. Thinking of this, their hearts were bleeding. Zhuhua was also bleeding inside. Where is this? Let us go. Why are you tying us up? Someone come quickly, we want to be discharged. Some people snapped out of their bleeding hearts and immediately looked at Song Bing with shame and fury, roaring. Now that the great mistake had been made and could not be undone, what they most needed to do was obviously to get discharged quickly and minimize the impact. Best would be to stop those media outlets from publishing midway. Sorry, you probably can't leave. Song Bing shook his head apologetically. Why? You dare illegally detain us. Chow Bao's face darkened, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. This place didn't seem to be a hospital. I wouldn't do anything illegal. It's just that you all, in broad daylight and in public, perform those indecent acts. After my professional diagnosis, you all have mental illness and are now receiving treatment at my psychiatric hospital. From today on, the number on the patient gown you're wearing is your name. Song Bing announced with a smile. At the mention of the 3 words, mental illness, Chow Bao and the others all trembled. During the time they were suppressing Song Bing, they naturally knew that Song Bing had arrested those keyboard warriors and unscrupulous reporters. And the charge for arrest was also mental illness. They just didn't expect that now. This guy would dare use the same method to arrest them too? This was truly audacious. All right, during your hospitalization and treatment, we should also continue discussing the cooperation we hadn't completed before. Not only did I give you the prescription, I also saved you. I wonder how you all plan to repay me. Song Bing continued speaking, interrupting everyone's thoughts, getting straight to the point. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned iron blue again, and thinking of that so-called prescription made their anger flare up. But the clever Wang Bin and a few others' hearts trembled, instantly understanding. Good. Now I understand. This was all your conspiracy. You deliberately set a trap with the prescription to lure us all out, then used this despicable method to make us fight each other, and finally controlled us here. Then bit by bit you'll exploit us, gradually encroaching and seizing our corporate assets. Song Bing, what a fine calculation you've made. By now, how could they not understand Song Bing's little schemes? So, are you willing or not? Song Bing didn't deny it, asking with a smile. Besides, weren't all these things what these people in front of him wanted to use on him? He was merely using their own methods against them. Haha, willing? Bah. Little beast, go have your pipe dream. You really think that by controlling us, you can gradually seize our corporate assets? You're too naive. Comparing us to those powerless keyboard warriors and reporters, how ridiculous. Release us now, and there's still time. Otherwise, when our lawyers and embassy people arrive, we'll definitely sue you for illegal detention. Chow Bao and the others laughed, laughing at Song Bing's overestimation of himself. Especially Matsumoto and other foreign conglomerates were even less afraid. Song Bing wanting to use such methods to control several domestic and country medical conglomerates like the AI was still possible. But wanting to obtain their foreign conglomerates this way was simply a pipe dream. All right, it seems your illness is quite serious. Don't worry, I will definitely cure you before these people arrive. Song Bing wasn't surprised by these people's attitude, because what they said wasn't wrong. To control the conglomerates behind these people wasn't that easy. It wasn't as simple as signing 2 contracts. Especially these foreign conglomerates were even more difficult. So from the beginning, Song Bing only planned to obtain the AI group first. As for other conglomerates, whether domestic or foreign, why would he need to slowly control and take them over? He only needed to control these power holders, then gradually encroach bit by bit afterward. This required time. As for how to control these power holders, for the current Song Bing it was too easy. Just like in the past when he controlled the entire Howard family in Li country. So now what Song Bing needed to do was to cure these power holders. Cure them into obedience. Cure them into his dogs. Everyone present is a person of status and reputation. I don't believe you really dare do anything to us. Song Bing, I, Matsumoto, came to your country to do business. If you dare harm a single hair on my head, you'll be provoking conflict between Sakura country and in country. This has escalated to an international conflict. I don't believe in country's officials can withstand such great pressure. Same for my kimchi country. Same for my Western strong country. Me too. Wang Bin and the others spoke up one after another. Their attitudes firm, not afraid at all. Their status and position couldn't be compared to those keyboard warriors and unscrupulous reporters. You've really misunderstood. You really are sick, and I really just want to cure you. Song Bing looked innocent, then clapped his hands. Soon, the door opened, and a team of special police in protective suits walked in. Bed and all, they pushed Chow Bao and the others out. You, who are you people? Where are you taking us? Song Bing, I warn you, no matter what torture you use on us, we will never submit. Little beast, give up on that idea. Chow Bao struggled, yet his attitude remained firm. Is that so? Then I wish you good luck. Song Bing smiled slightly and turned to leave. The first step of treatment was naturally to first dampen these people's sharp edges. Oh no. Here it would be more appropriate to say fumigate their sharp edges. Now that Song Bing's psychiatric hospital had in Xi'an, the Minister of Justice, what torture methods would require his personal involvement? Song Bing believed that once they got there, these people would quickly become obedient. Qiao Bao and the others were pushed away like this. And Song Bing also left this area and came to the guest reception room. Xia, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, was currently sitting with her legs together, leaning on the sofa. She was still wearing a black and blue professional pencil skirt. The few traces of cold elegance and tranquility between her brows couldn't hide her charming beauty. Song Bing's eyes moved slightly, because he discovered that she seemed to have fallen asleep. He somewhat admired this woman. Really a workaholic who didn't care about her life. During this time, his assets had been continuously rising, and the source was shares in the Xi family conglomerate. The Xi family conglomerate under Xia's control had not only completely escaped crisis, but also completed various transformations. Its market value had returned to its peak, with an estimated value reaching several trillion. And as the largest shareholder, Song Bing's dividends were naturally imaginable. Plus, the current share value of the Xi family conglomerate had already surpassed its past investment value. In the future, under Xia's leadership, it would be even more immeasurable. One could only say that with that wave of investment, Song Bing had made a fortune. The first thing she saw was Song Bing standing before her, calmly watching her. "I'm so sorry, I accidentally fell asleep." Xia's drowsiness instantly cleared. She hurriedly apologized and stood up, taking out a package of documents she had prepared overnight and handing them to Song Bing. "These are the documents and contracts you requested regarding the company group transfer, along with some declaration information. It's all here." "Thank you." Song Bing accepted them gratefully. These were all preparations for taking control of the Great Love Group. Let professionals handle professional matters. That's why he had sought out Xia. With this business queen here, she could help him solve far too many problems. "Why be so polite with me? Leave all the follow-up procedures to me." Xia smiled sweetly. She was more than happy to help Song Bing. The current explosive news had already led her to guess many things. "You don't look well. It must be from working too much. Let me give you a massage to help you recover." Accepting the bag, Song Bing looked at Xia with a smile, immediately seeing through her condition. Of course, besides the physical fatigue from staying up late, there was also hormonal imbalance. In traditional Chinese medicine, this was called yin-yang imbalance. Naturally, Song Bing felt too embarrassed to say this out loud. Thank you, but no need. I'll be fine after going back to rest." Xia was slightly stunned and quickly waved her hands in refusal. At the same time, her pretty face suddenly flushed red, because she had long known about her hormonal imbalance. Moreover, the doctor had told her that medication alone only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. To truly cure it, she needed to find a boyfriend, to harmonize yin and yang. So, had Song Bing also noticed? Certainly, Song Bing was a divine physician. What illness could escape his notice? Thinking this, Xia's face grew even redder. "How embarrassing. Why be so polite with me? Come on, I'll just give you a massage, and you'll be fine." Song Bing naturally noticed Xia's awkwardness and simply stood up. Unable to refuse his earnest invitation, Xia could only lower her head shyly and follow Song Bing. Only when facing Song Bing would she feel this mortified. Soon, Song Bing brought Xia to a bedroom. "Take off your shoes and lie down, just like last time." Okay. Xia wanted to find a hole to crawl into. On the bed, her entire body was inexplicably tense. Even her toes were clenched tight. When Song Bing first touched her skin, she trembled sensitively. But soon, accompanied by Song Bing's gentle massage, that familiar and wonderful feeling returned. Xia's originally tense mood and body instantly relaxed. An unprecedented sense of comfort. Her memory returned to the pleasure when Song Bing first treated her. This was definitely not something those gold medal massage therapists could achieve. Song Bing's hands seemed to possess some kind of magic. Intoxicating and mesmerizing. She gradually became immersed. Gradually fell asleep. So good. At the same time, on the first floor of the stench disease building. "Ugh, so stinky. Help. It stinks to death. Let us out quickly, so stinky, ugh." Song Bing. Divine Physician Song. I'm sorry, our attitude was bad just now. We can negotiate again. Ugh. Ugh. No need to negotiate. I'm willing to give you all my assets. Please let me out. I can't take it anymore. Ugh. Divine Physician Song. I'll even give you my wife and daughter. Just let us go. Woo woo. Chow Bao and the others were thrown in. After barely half a second, each one was instantly overwhelmed by the stench, vomiting and begging for mercy, unable to open their eyes. Gone was their earlier arrogance. At this moment, many sallow little heads poked out from the circular wards. Seeing Chow Bao and the others, their eyes immediately lit up. Woo woo. They're here. They're here. Newcomers have finally arrived. Your Majesty, newcomers have arrived. Quickly favor them. Quickly fart at them. The patients in each ward immediately danced with joy. They would finally no longer have to suffer. Ugh Song Bing. He really locked us up with lunatics? Beast. What a damn beast. Chow Bao and the others, overwhelmed by the stench, looked at these lunatics and felt a chill down their backs. But soon, amid the cheers of countless lunatics, from the ward where the smoke was most concentrated, and Xian, supported by 2 ministers, walked out with an arrogant gait. Hail His Majesty, long live His Majesty, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Instantly, from each cell on site, those stupefied by the stench and those not, all obediently knelt down, already subdued by the fumes. And Xian? Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Xian, the 3 including Chow Bao stared in disbelief. Clearly they hadn't expected that after many days, the formerly paralyzed Xian had actually stood up. But something seemed off. Why were all these lunatics calling him emperor? How dare you address His Majesty by name directly? You shall be punished. A minister's face darkened, and he aggressively stepped forward. Under the horrified gazes of Chow Bao and the others, he stuck out his rear and farted at them. Uffed. The fart sound was thunderous and continuous, lasting 2.5 seconds, instantly stunning Chow Bao and the others. In an instant, they understood the source of this stench. All of you stand back. You can't handle this. Let me do it. I shall personally favor them. And Xian grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, then walked toward Chow Bao and the others with an arrogant gait. He no longer recognized them at all. Boom. Chow Bao and the others' eyes widened again as they thought of a terrifying possibility. They immediately resisted violently. No, no. And Xian, it's me. I'm Chow Bao. No, you can't do this to us. We're friends. No, no, no. Don't fart. Oh, Bacallero, Bacallero. Oh my god, shit, oh my god. In the first floor hall, and Xian chased Chow Bao and the others, farting at them. He no longer recognized any damn Chow Bao. One by one, the black-hearted capitalists fell under this biochemical attack. One after another they collapsed. And those who collapsed were carried by the ministers to Xian's ward to continue fumigating. Night fell. In the quiet bedroom, after an unknown amount of time, Sia groggily opened her eyes. Her long-accumulated fatigue seemed to have been swept away. Only a sense of lightness and comfort remained. It really felt so good. She had never felt this good before. After savoring the feeling for a long while, she put on her shoes and came to the living room, discovering that the table was already filled with dinner. And Song Bing was sitting on the sofa, looking at the materials she had organized, waiting. Sister Sia, if you ever feel unwell in the future, you can come find me anytime. We're friends, no need to be polite. I can treat any illness. Song Bing looked up at Sia with a smile, afraid she might feel embarrassed. They were friends. Why be polite? Thank you. Sia felt inexplicably warm inside and nodded with a smile. The two took advantage of dinner to have another in-depth exchange. In learning, there is a sequence. In skills, there is specialization. In business matters, Song Bing was the student and Sia was the teacher. Let me take you home. After their exchange, Song Bing offered proactively. No need. You've already troubled yourself so much today. I'll just call my driver to pick me up. Sia quickly refused. She had originally thought that finally having a chance to help Song Bing, she must perform well. But in the end, she was the one who had freeloaded and taken advantage. How could she have the nerve to let Song Bing take her home now? Don't be polite. I'm going that way anyway. That way. Sia was stunned. As soon as the words fell, She saw 4 or 5 psychiatric vehicles with flashing lights driving toward them from not far away. I'm going that way to catch lunatics. Song Bing smiled slightly. A luxurious and brightly lit twin tower stood out, dazzling and eye-catching. This was the headquarters of Gaoyao Entertainment Group. As the leading giant of Anghua's entertainment industry, it had countless subsidiary groups under its umbrella covering online entertainment and culture. The contracted and controlled celebrities and internet influencers were too numerous to count. Almost all of Anghua's currently popular internet celebrities and stars were connected to it. Even the top-ranked entertainment groups in Anghua were nearly all controlled by it. It could be said that in Anghua's online entertainment industry, Gaoyao Entertainment Group's monopolistic power was several times more terrifying than DAI Group's monopoly in the medical industry. Because the entire Gaoyao Group controlled not only this industry chain, it also controlled the direction of public opinion in this industry chain. To make a star famous, to blacklist a star, even to smear someone's reputation, for them, these were all effortless matters. At this moment, inside the Gaoyao Entertainment Group tower, in a high-end, spacious conference hall, it was packed with people. Besides Gaoyao Group's core internal personnel, there were also many entertainment company CEOs controlled by Gaoyao Group. Among them, Luo Yin and her daughter from Lolly Group were conspicuously present. This meeting had gathered nearly half of the industry's heavyweights from the entire online entertainment sector. The reason these people had gathered here was naturally because of the incident involving the rumors and smear campaign against Song Bing. At this moment, the entire conference hall was deathly silent, and everyone's face was filled with gravity. At the head seat sat a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He was also the behind-the-scenes chairman of the entire Gaoyao Entertainment Group, Luo Gaosheng. I've called everyone here today, and I'm sure you've already guessed why. Starting today, Gaoyao Entertainment Group and all subsidiary media companies, anyone involved in spreading negative remarks smearing divine Dr. Song must delete and rectify everything within 1 week, leaving not a single trace. You are also forbidden from creating any topics related to divine Dr. Song. Furthermore, I hereby declare that all previous rumors spread about divine Dr. Song were misunderstandings. As for other friends who joined this smear campaign under my Gaoyao Group's call, I hope you'll quickly clean things up and clarify your position. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame it on my Gaoyao Entertainment Group. Luo Gaosheng leaned back in his chair, hands clasped together. As soon as these words were spoken, many entertainment CEOs' expressions changed. They lost their composure. They hadn't expected that even Gaoyao Group would be afraid of this matter. Looking across the entire online entertainment industry, who didn't know that for Gaoyao Group to have grown this large, it was impossible without backing. Even many high-ranking officials had been brought down by Gaoyao Group before. This was also why they dared to follow Gaoyao Group in spreading rumors about Song Bing. Those keyboard warriors and paid trolls. Those trending topics. Digging up dirt on Song Bing. Those marketing accounts. All of it was orchestrated behind the scenes by them together with Gaoyao Group. Otherwise, how could it have had such influence? This operation had also earned them a hefty profit. But no one had expected that facing this level of smearing, even a provincial governor would probably be suspended to appease public anger. However, when it came to Song Bing, the situation reversed. Not only did it reverse, but the authorities were sparing no effort to help him. They even issued internet regulations, directly threatening them. How could they not be afraid? Just who was this Song Bing? To make the authorities help him like this? And even make Gaoyao Group afraid? President Luo, but my company has already been targeted by government officials. That's right, President Luo, my group is being investigated by government personnel. You have to help us. In an instant, many CEOs panicked and hurriedly pleaded. Everyone, don't worry. Since this matter was initiated by my Gaoyao Group, we will naturally settle it for you all. Just go ahead and do what needs to be done. Gaoyao Group will handle things behind the scenes. Luo Gaosheng raised his hand to calm them, speaking with confidence. As he spoke, his gaze didn't forget to glance at Luo Yin sitting below. He revealed a meaningful smile. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The meeting ended, and the CEOs hurriedly left in a fluster. Naturally, they rushed to destroy evidence. Otherwise, they would truly become the typical case examples for this internet regulation. Luo Yin took a deep look at Luo Gaoxing's departing figure and was about to leave with Luo Xinyu. A female assistant in professional attire approached, smiling. President Luo, please wait. Our President Luo would like to invite you for a private discussion. Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Lead the way. Under the female assistant's guidance, Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu took another elevator. They went directly to a high-end lounge. At this moment, Luo Gaoxing had already removed his suit and was sitting on the sofa making tea. Seeing the Luo family mother and daughter arrive, his eyes brightened, and he unconsciously sat up straighter. His gaze involuntarily assessed this mother-daughter pair. Luo Yan's mature charm, Luo Xinyu's captivating beauty. Both were peerless beauties. It was truly hard to tell they were mother and daughter. They looked more like sisters. Luo Gaoxing's gaze finally settled on Luo Xinyu's enviably beautiful feet, even more alluring than in photos. This excited him even more. In fact, he had had his eye on Luo Yin for a long time. From the first time Luo Yin came to him for cooperation, he had been attracted to this mature woman. Subsequently, he had given Luo Yin many cooperation opportunities, wanting to take advantage and win her over. But unfortunately, this woman was too clever and always managed to refuse him. She even used these opportunities to rapidly build up her own company. This only further ignited his competitive desire. As the controller of Gaoyao Group, what kind of woman couldn't he get? How many A-list celebrities wanted to climb into his bed? But after playing with so many women, he had become increasingly obsessed with Luo Yin. And now, meeting Luo Xinyu for the first time, he discovered he wasn't just obsessed with Luo Yin. He had instantly become obsessed with her daughter too. No wonder Luo Xinyu could outshine countless A-list female celebrities under his group. This appearance, this figure, these feet, simply rare. Her current fame was completely deserved. In an instant, Luo Gaoxing was somewhat dazed. His heart stirred restlessly. This time, he must win over Luo Yin, and even her daughter. Hello, President Luo. It's an honor to receive your invitation. I wonder if there's another collaboration opportunity for us. Seeing the burning desire in Luo Gaoxing's eyes, Luo Yin immediately smiled and stepped forward. At the same time, she gave Luo Xinyu a look. The latter understood and went out with the female assistant. Ahem, President Luo, come, please sit. Reluctantly watching Luo Xinyu leave, Luo Gaoxing finally withdrew his gaze and suppressed the desire in his heart. He smiled. I invited President Luo here because there is indeed a major collaboration. I believe President Luo will definitely be interested. Please go ahead, President Luo. Luo Yin sat on the sofa, still maintaining a polite smile. I sincerely invite you and your lolly group to join under our Gaoyao group. Luo Gaoxing's eyes narrowed slightly. Hearing this, Luo Yan's brows furrowed slightly, but she still smiled politely. President Luo, you're joking. My small company, how could it catch your eye? No, I'm not joking. This time I'm serious. Let me be frank with you. This time, the authorities are serious. That Song Binghui offended is not simple. The newly implemented internet regulations are a major purge of online entertainment. And as the instigators of this incident, we absolutely cannot escape. As Luo Gaoxing spoke, he didn't forget to pour Luo Yin tea, taking the opportunity to sit a bit closer. Smelling the fragrance emanating from Luo Yin, the desire in his heart intensified. Before this, he had invited Luo Yin many times, but was always refused. However, this time, he believed Luo Yin was destined to have no escape. Sure enough, hearing this, Luo Yan's expression changed, somewhat losing composure. How can this be? President Luo, didn't you just say you would help us resolve this? Luo Gaoxing was very satisfied with Luo Yan's reaction. The smile in his eyes became more cunning as he laughed. Resolve it. Naturally, we must resolve it. But there are so many people. Plus the authorities' full-force crackdown. Even if my Gaoyao group has heaven-reaching abilities. The autumn night wind carried a hint of coolness. Surrounded by a crowd of Gaoyao executives, Luo Gaoxing finally boarded the private elevator and fled in panic to the rooftop of the Gaoyao group building. Every one of them looked flustered, scrambling and crawling like stray dogs. Gone was any trace of upper-class composure. Only when he spotted the helicopter parked in the distance did a hint of color return to Luo Gaoxing's pale, sweating face. We're here. Chairman, we've made it. The others grew excited too, competing to carry Luo Gaosheng as they ran toward the helicopter, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. That bastard dares to act so recklessly. This isn't over. I'll make him pay a terrible price. Being carried by the crowd, Luo Gaosheng felt even safer. Thinking back to how terrified he'd been just moments ago, he felt only humiliation, his gaze darkening. He truly couldn't understand. With so many corporations involved, how had Song Bing targeted him so precisely? He immediately pulled out his phone to call for help. At the same time, he made up his mind. Now that he was exposed, after this was over, whether by hiring assassins or other means, he would make Song Bing pay the price. He couldn't swallow this insult. In all his years, Luo Gaosheng had never been frightened like this. However, before Luo Gaosheng could angrily dial the number, the executives carrying him suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Due to inertia, Luo Gaosheng was flung forward on the spot, falling flat on his face. Ow! My teeth! You idiots, what are you doing? Do you still want your jobs? Luo Gaosheng lay sprawled on the ground, furiously cursing at the executives. Chairman, you behind you. Yet faced with Luo Gaosheng's tantrum, this time, not a single flattering executive stepped forward to fawn or help him up, an unprecedented occurrence. Instead, they all pointed ahead, their faces filled with terror and disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. Behind what? A bunch of useless. I'm paying you to. The furious Luo Gaosheng wanted to continue cursing, but quickly sensed something was wrong. His cursing stopped abruptly, and instantly he felt a chill down his spine. He slowly turned his head to look. There, in the night, in front of his private helicopter, a figure in a white lab coat had appeared at some point. He stood alone, hands in pockets, handsome features, a harmless smile at the corners of his mouth. He'd been waiting for quite some time. Boom! In an instant, Luo Gaosheng felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening. His mind went blank. Song Bing, when did you get up here? The others' faces were also filled with terror and confusion. At this moment, Song Bing's attire made him look like a doctor who saved lives. But in their eyes, he was like the king of hell come to claim souls. The entire building was 100 meters tall, dozens of floors. They'd taken the fastest private elevator to reach the top floor. The other passenger elevators didn't even have access to this route. So how had Song Bing gotten to the top floor ahead of them? And by the looks of it, he'd been waiting for them for quite a while. In that instant, everyone lost their composure, seriously doubting whether this guy before them was human or ghost. Hello, President Luo. Song Bing's gaze fell on Luo Gaosheng as he smiled and raised his hand in greeting. However, this smile nearly sent the hypertensive Luo Gaosheng to his grave. He snapped out of his terror and squeezed toward the crowd of executives. While squeezing through, he shouted loudly, "Help! Help! Don't come any closer. Don't be afraid, Chairman. I'm an 8th Dan in Taekwondo. I'll protect you." At this critical moment, a bold, slightly chubby man stepped forward, bravely positioning himself in front of Luo Gaosheng, clearly wanting to make a good impression. Xiao Wang. Good, truly worthy of being a key talent the company is cultivating. I knew I was right about you. At the critical moment, you're the most loyal. If you save me, promotion, raise, generous rewards. Seeing someone finally step forward, Luo Gaosheng grasped at this lifeline. Rest assured, Chairman. Protecting you is my duty. I definitely won't let you down. Wang Gang was instantly filled with fighting spirit. After handing Luo Gaosheng to those behind him, he alone blocked the way forward. Facing Song Bing directly, Song Bing, I'm warning you. I'm 8th Dan in Taekwondo. I've won the national championship once, been runner-up in the league 8 times, provincial champion 9 times. I've even crippled people. If you don't want to die, get lost. Huh. As he spoke, he shouted loudly, crossing his arms in a professional Taekwondo stance. Song Bing, is that so? Then I'd like to see what you've got. Song Bing was instantly amused by this sycophant, smiling as he walked toward him. Before coming, Luo Xinyu had specially sent him a message warning him to be careful, saying she'd heard there was an 8th Dan Taekwondo expert. This must be the one. Wang Gang, who'd been full of bravado a second ago, panicked the moment he saw Song Bing approaching calmly. You don't come closer. I'm serious. When I get fierce, I even kick myself. When I beat you till you're crawling on the ground looking for your teeth, don't you dare cry. Ha 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 ha. He shouted threats while maintaining his professional taekwondo stance and stepping backward. Wang Gang, go for it. Don't hold back. Kick him to death. Kick him to death. The executives retreating behind him also cheered him on, fantasizing about Wang Gang landing a spinning kick and killing Song Bing. Annoying. Smack. Song Bing's brow furrowed slightly as he backhanded a slap. Ow. Wang Gang flew through the air on the spot and went straight to sleep. Teeth scattered everywhere. The scene instantly fell silent. Luo Gaosheng. The cheering executives. The 8th Dan Taekwondo expert was sent flying by a single slap? In that moment, everyone was terrified, retreating continuously. Kill him, kill him. Whoever kills him, I'll give them a promotion and raise, make them vice president. I'll give them 10 billion. Luo Gaosheng, keep my word. Seeing these people about to abandon him, the terrified Luo Gaosheng screamed out, directly throwing out temptation. The executives who'd been retreating in fear heard these words, and their eyes immediately filled with greed. The vice president position at Gaoyao Group. Only they knew the value of that. It was a position they'd pursue their entire lives. Plus 10 billion. Enough to spend for 3 lifetimes. Chairman, I'll protect you. Kill Song Bing, protect the chairman. Song Bing, I'll fight you to the death. In an instant, the originally fearful executives, tempted by money and power, all saw red, rushing at Song Bing without regard for their lives. Sigh. Shaking his head with a sigh, Song Bing stopped wasting time. He extended just one hand and walked toward Luo Gaosheng. Whoever got close got slapped away. 1 slap per person, like swatting children. These ordinary people before him were truly all small fry now. In just over 10 seconds, the building's rooftop was covered with bodies. Each one sprawled out, unconscious on the ground. Song Bing arrived right in front of Luo Gaosheng. And Luo Gaosheng, having witnessed this scene with his own eyes, had long since been scared speechless, mouth agape. President Luo, would you also like a slap? Dusting off his hands, Song Bing asked with a smile. Thud. The next second, Luo Gaosheng's legs gave out, and he dropped straight to his knees. No, don't kill me. Divine Dr. Song, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spread rumors about you. Your Excellency, don't hold a grudge against this lowly person. Spare my dog's life. I can give you anything. Luo Gaosheng frantically kowtowed and begged for mercy, no longer possessing even a shred of will to resist. If you'd said this earlier, wouldn't that have been the end of it? Song Bing smiled faintly and immediately grabbed the other's neck. Taking advantage of the moment his mouth opened, he forced in a leg-stretching, eye-bulging pill he'd casually rolled together, and gave him a disease as well. What did you make me eat? Luo Gaosheng immediately began vomiting, feeling as if he'd swallowed a lump of shit. Stinking. This is a type of poison called 2.5-day intestine-severing powder. If you don't get the antidote within 2.5 days, your intestines will rupture and your belly will rot, and you'll die. As for whether I'll give you the antidote, that depends on your performance. Song Bing said with a slight smile. Luo Gaosheng's face turned white on the spot, because he could already genuinely feel abdominal pain. This was real. Divine Dr. Song, spare my life. I'll listen to you. From now on, I'll be your dog. Whatever you say, I'll obey. Whatever you want, I'll give you. Luo Gaosheng kowtowed even more sincerely. At the same time, inside Gaoyao Tower, in the former lounge, the Luo family mother and daughter were still waiting there. Sinew, has Divine Dr. Song replied to you? It's been so long with no movement. Nothing's gone wrong, has it? Luo Yin asked somewhat anxiously. No, he said to just wait here. Luo Sinew looked at the message again, equally nervous. This trap was one they'd set up in cooperation with Song Bing. It had begun from the moment both parties signed their cooperation agreement. They'd actively joined Gaoyao Group's rumor-spreading ranks as undercover agents, providing Song Bing with Gaoyao Group's every move. Even tonight's meeting, the mother and daughter had notified Song Bing about it. And after waiting so long, Song Bing had answered them tonight. They could close the net. This made them both expectant and inevitably nervous. Their expectation was that if Song Bing could truly pull it off, they'd have latched on to Song Bing's powerful backing. In the future, they'd be able to rise smoothly in this industry. But as people in this industry, only they knew how terrifying Gaoyao Group was. Yet Song Bing had only brought a few psychiatric hospital vehicles. Could he really succeed? What would happen if he failed? Would the mother and daughter truly become Luo Gaoxing's playthings? Ding, welcome. Just as the mother and daughter worried, the elevator that Luo Gaoxing had just left and suddenly lit up. As the elevator doors opened, two figures came into view. The mother and daughter immediately stood up. The arrivals were none other than Song Bing and the cured Luo Gaoxing. Sorry for the wait. After my friendly persuasion, Chairman Luo has agreed to transfer Gaoyao Group to us for free. Song Bing looked at the Luo mother and daughter with a smile. Hearing this, the Luo mother and daughter looked incredulously at Luo Gaoxing, who stood humbly with his head lowered. Luo Gaoxing at this moment also looked at them incredulously, then looked at Song Bing. In an instant, his old body trembled, and even a fool would understand. He understood why Song Bing had been able to come straight for him so quickly. He also understood why Luo Yin dared to refuse him in such desperate circumstances. Because they were in cahoots. All of this was this woman's conspiracy. What she wanted wasn't just more resources, but his Gaoyao Group. Luo Yin, you have such a vicious heart. Understanding everything, Luo Gaoxing was instantly too angry to speak. At this moment, all his possessive desire for Luo Yin disappeared, and he wanted nothing more than to rush forward and kill this woman. He, the dignified chairman of Gaoyao Group, had actually fallen into a woman's hands? What? Do you have an objection? Just as Luo Gaoxing was furious, Song Bing's voice came. Thought I wouldn't dare. I have no objection, no objection. The furious Luo Gaoxing's spell casting was immediately interrupted, and he fell to the ground on his knees, frantically shaking his head. Thinking of the poison he'd already taken, he was even more frightened and quickly said, Right, transfer it quickly. I want to give you all of Gaoyao Group. I don't want it anymore. This scene made Luo Yin and Luo Sinyu's hearts tremble involuntarily. They couldn't imagine what Luo Gaoxing had experienced in those few short minutes. Why was he suddenly so agreeable? Eager to give them Gaoyao Group? And for free? Since Chairman Luo is so courteous, we'll accept without further ado. Song Bing said with a reluctant smile. Luo Yin, Luo Sinyu. The mother and daughter's eyes towards Song Bing changed. Luo Sinyu was full of curiosity. Luo Yin now held him in awe. Just like that, under Luo Gaoxing's willing consent, Luo Yin immediately called the team that had been prepared downstairs. That very night, they conducted the transfer signing at Gaoyao Tower. As for official approval, with just one phone call from Song Bing, that was all too easy. In the end, Luo Gaoxing even willingly gifted his hundreds of billions in assets to Song Bing for free. To this, Song Bing naturally politely declined. But helplessly, Luo Gaoxing said he was old and really couldn't spend that much money. He insisted on kneeling down and begging Song Bing to help him spend it. Unable to refuse, in the spirit of relieving suffering and saving the distressed, Song Bing reluctantly accepted. This made his already wealthy assets even wealthier. In just a few days, several pieces of news once again topped the headlines. Divine Dr. Song leads team late at night to the Internet Entertainment Culture City to catch mental patients, protecting the people, earning countless praise. Effective immediately, Gaoyao Group Chairman Luo Gaoxing announces that Gaoyao Group will merge with Luoli Group, henceforth renamed Luoyao Group. Luoyao Group's chairman position will be held by Luo Yin, passed unanimously by all shareholders of both major groups. One shocking piece of news after another shook the entire internet entertainment industry. Countless internet entertainment group CEOs were terrified. Laymen watched the excitement. Experts see the underlying truth. How could they not know? Song Bing's coming to catch mental patients absolutely had a causal relationship with Luo Gaoxing's subsequent announcement of stepping down. In other words, what appeared on the surface to be a merger was actually Gaoyao Group's end. It had been swallowed up. They had originally been waiting for Gaoyao Group to help them settle things. But Gaoyao Group itself was settled first? This was something no one had expected. It was over. All over. In an instant, countless CEOs and entertainment groups who'd participated in this matter were in a state of panic. Some were so frightened they abandoned everything and fled abroad overnight, deeply afraid Song Bing would come for them next. Of course, some clever ones saw through the inside story. They knew Luo Yin must be Song Bing's person. So they actively came to find the current Luoyao Group chairman Luo Yin, willing to offer shares or even merge their subsidiaries, just to prove to Song Bing they weren't sick. and this further consolidated Luo Yan's position. These internet celebrity culture group companies that had been scheming behind the scenes were cleverly resolved just like that. Song Bing had only killed Luo Gaosheng, this big chicken, and made the other monkeys obediently come to the door, voluntarily bearing thorns to plead guilty. And this cleanup also allowed Song Bing to naturally become the true boss behind Luo Yao Group, controlling absolute share interests, thus harvesting his first industry in Anghua. Online entertainment and culture city. The turmoil in the Gao Yao Group these days has finally calmed down, declaring that everything is settled. The most obvious one is that the former Gao Yao building was renamed Luo Yao Entertainment Building. At this moment, on the 36th floor of the building, a large banquet for Luo Yan's ascendants was being held. Almost half of the big names and stars in the entertainment industry came to congratulate him. On this day, Luo Yan, the new president, was wearing a black hip-hugging skirt and light makeup. At the age of 36, he is still charming, gentle, and generous, showing the temperament of an entertainment CEO. Raising a glass among many big shots, he did not lose any of his temperament. As Luo Yan's daughter, Luo Xinyu became the focus of the banquet. She was wearing a bright red evening dress and a pair of red high heels. Show off those beautiful feet that are now popular all over the country. A feast for the eyes, coupled with that beautiful and cold face. It overshadowed countless big-name actresses who came. Many men's eyes can't help but fall on these white and pink feet at first glance. I couldn't resist the urge to lower my head and touch it, but no one dared. They all know it. After tonight, Luo Xinyu, who has Luo Yan as a backer and is no longer bound by various hidden rules, can rely on various advantages. It will soar into the sky and become popular all over the world. As a result, more people worked hard to please him. In the past, all the CEOs and celebrities whose status was much higher than Luo Yan and Luo Xinyu lowered their status. Take the initiative to propose a toast. There are even handsome male stars. I know that the Luo family today is just the mother and daughter of the Luo family. So he longed to get Luo Xinyu's favor. Use this to get to the top and eat soft rice. They had made various preparations in advance to approach Luo Xinyu, but when they arrived at the scene, they suddenly discovered it. It seems like either mother and daughter can do it. So there was no one to pick, and he tried his best to show off his talent and handsomeness. But it's a pity that neither Luo Yan nor Luo Xinyu seems to be interested in them. This night was completely the highlight moment for Luo Yan and Luo Xinyu. Miss Xinyu, you are so beautiful today. Would you be honored to invite you to dance? During the dance session, a young man with makeup and a very delicate appearance quickly stepped forward and extended a gentleman's hand to Luo Xinyu. His skin is fairer than the girls. He wears more makeup than the girls, and he is tall and thin. Definitely the ideal type for most girls today. I'm a little tired, sorry. Luo Xinyu smiled with red lips and politely refused. She knew the young man in front of her. His name was Zhang Bufan, the most popular contemporary actor in Anghua, the male god in the eyes of many girls. The two have even collaborated on a TV series. After that TV series became a hit, many netizens even created random CPs for them. I think she matches Zhang Bufan very well. One of the hottest actresses of our time. One of the hottest male stars of our time. A perfect match. But in fact, there was an unknown inside story when filming this TV series. That was when it involved a part where the princess wanted to be hugged. As a result, Zhang Bufan, who was over 1.8 meters tall, couldn't hold her. Later, he actually blamed her for being too heavy. You know, although she is 170 centimeters tall, she only weighs 50 kilograms. She was left speechless at that time. Therefore, even if Zhang Bufan is the perfect male god to countless girls, Luo Xinyu had no feelings for him. She doesn't like being too girly. What's the use of being handsome? How can I protect her if I can't even hold her? It's okay. I happen to be a little tired too. Why don't we find a place to rest? You can even talk about some cooperation. Seeing this, Zhang Bufan quickly continued in depth. Always keep that charming smile and that charming charm that is nowhere to be found. If he can win the woman in front of him, then from now on, he will not have the final say in the entire entertainment industry. Luo Xinyu frowned slightly, not expecting that the other party would not know how to advance or retreat. Just as he was about to continue refusing, Luo Yan came over holding a wine glass. Luo, Mr. Luo, Zhang Bufan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly lowered his head. Facing Luo Yin, he instantly lost his confidence. Today's Luo Yin, one sentence is enough to ban him. Everyone, excuse me, Xinyu and I are going to drink with the distinguished guests. Luo Yin didn't look at Zhang Bufan. He just raised his glass and apologized with a smile. After saying that, he took Luo Xinyu's little hand and walked towards the back of the banquet. Suddenly, everyone's eyes flickered. Countless bosses trembled in their hearts, having already guessed the VIP Luo Yin was talking about. Listen carefully. What Luo Yin just said was accompanying the wine, not toasting. But now Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu can go there in person to accompany the distinguished guests. Who else could it be but that guy? Sure enough, the one who really controls everything behind the scenes is Song Bing. This mother and daughter are just Song Bing's tools. As expected of Luo Yin, with his beauty and his charming daughter, he is enough to hug this thigh to death. Who can shake his position in the future? It turns out that it is easier for women to succeed than men. Haha, I'm so envious. Shoo. Keep your voice down. You don't want your life. Be careful, Dr. Song is driving to catch you. Scared to the point of peeing? I was just joking. Watching the beautiful mother and daughter leave, the crowd whispered. It also completely confirmed the suspicion in my heart. In the crowd, Zhang Bufan felt a little unwilling to see Luo Xinyu being taken away by Luo Yin. His look and makeup were carefully selected by the designers and took 8 hours to create. Before I came here, I posted a selfie with a scarf, and now it has millions of likes and comments. It has fascinated countless female fans. Don't want it. Luo Xinyu could actually refuse? He couldn't understand. I really can't figure it out. Bufan, stay away from Luo Xinyu from now on. Just when Zhang Bufan was full of unwillingness, a middle-aged man beside him said in a low voice and seriously, "Boss, why?" Zhang Bufan asked in confusion. The reason why he seduced Luo Xinyu was not only because of himself, but also because of the request of the boss in front of him. Didn't you hear what Mr. Luo said just now? Luo Xinyu already has a wife, and this person is the real boss behind the Luo Yao group now. Do you think you are qualified to snatch a woman from him? The middle-aged man asked rhetorically. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Bufan froze on the spot and suddenly realized. After a long time to react, the still charming Luo Yin appeared in his mind. He swallowed and asked softly, "Boss, what about Mr. Luo?" Middle-aged man. He turned to look at Zhang Bufan and said more seriously, "She is the same." Zhang Bufan. The same scene was played out in every corner of the banquet. Many people who had this in mind have given up the idea. Don't dare to think anymore. At the same time, I felt even more awe and fear towards Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu. What Luo Yin just said in public finally led Luo Xinyu to go with him. Everything has been stated. On the one hand, it was to show the existence of Song Bing behind her and to deter everyone. On the other hand, why not announce in public that Luo Xinyu will be Song Bing's person from now on? No one can get involved. You can diet and see. Maybe, in the middle of the night, Dr. Song will drive towards you in a psychiatric car. One sentence. You have a mental illness and need treatment. May I ask how you respond? Just ask you if you are afraid. Luo Yin has already brought Luo Xinyu to an independent room in the back. Along the way, Luo Yin was whispering something to Luo Xinyu. Dong, boss. Please come in. Luo Yin opened the door and saw Song Bing in the side room enjoying a table of delicious food that was even better than a banquet. It was a great pleasure to eat alone. As the boss behind Luo Yao Group, Song Bing would naturally come to such a large banquet. It's just behind the scenes. Eating naturally has to be done behind the scenes. Of course, the main reason was that Song Bing was afraid. When he appeared on the scene, he scared those bosses away. After all, he now has the nickname of catching the insane director, who is not afraid of whom. He looked at Song Bing, who took off his coat at the table and ate wearing only a white shirt. Luo Xinyu's beautiful eyes sparkled. No makeup, no exaggerated white skin, but that handsome face. Paired with the tight-fitting shirt, the muscular figure is perfectly outlined, full of the charm that a man should have. Compared with that Zhang Bufan, he is simply superior. This is the type she likes. You have to have good looks, and you have to have strength. And I can definitely hold her and move her. Luo Xinyu unconsciously made a comparison in her heart and came to a conclusion subconsciously. Suddenly, her pretty face turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly lowered her head. Oh my God, why did she choose it? Hello, boss. Luo Yin came in and greeted Song Bing in a polite manner, showing special respect to Song Bing. She knows very well that the reason why she is where she is today is because of the young people in front of her. After spending so many days together, she realized how terrifying the young man in front of her was. Moreover, her intuition told her that this might not be all about Song Bing. Song's disease may be more severe than she currently realizes. Don't be so polite. From now on, everyone is on your own, so please sit down. Song Bing appeared to be casual and kind. Thank you, boss. Luo Yin then closed the door and winked at Luo Xinyu, who was beside him. The latter understood, and although he was a little cautious, he bit his red lips, mustered up the courage, and sat next to Song Bing. Luo Yin sat opposite Song Bing. Boss, now we have full control of the entire Luoyao group, and the core personnel have been replaced by trustworthy ones. Coupled with your intimidation, no one dares to make small moves behind my back. The three of them communicated in depth. Of course, Luo Yin almost always reported it on his own initiative. Explain everything. The big star Luo Xinyu inexplicably became the communication tool between the two of them, sometimes pouring wine. Boss, I'd like to toast you and thank you for giving us mother and daughter this opportunity. You can rest assured that we, mother and daughter, will work hard in the future and will never let you down. At the end, Luo Yin stood up on his own initiative, toasted Song Bing, and promised, I wish Luoyao Group will get better and better, and Luoyao stars will become famous internationally as soon as possible. Song Bing also stood up with a smile and toasted to the mother and daughter. After these days of work, Luo Yan's ability to do things was also recognized by him. He was very satisfied that he had made the right choice. Strong ability to do things. This is a woman who is not inferior to Sia. It's just that their fields are different. There are many customers outside, so go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. After explaining and drinking, Song Bing said with a smile. Okay, then I'll get to work first. Luo Yin nodded with a smile. As the current president of Luoyao Group, she indeed has a lot to do next. But before leaving, Luo Yin did not forget to look at Luo Xinyu and said with a smile, Xinyu, aren't you a little tired? Just stay here to take care of the boss. There is no need to go. Luo Xinyu. However, Luo Yin had already taken the first step and even closed the door for the two of them thoughtfully. Luo Xinyu and Song Bing were the only two people left in the wing. Luo Xinyu suddenly became more cautious and did not dare to face Song Bing directly. She suddenly realized that Luo Yin was not there. She couldn't stand it alone. Don't really know what to do next. Looking at this shy celebrity, Song Bing wanted to laugh. Of course he knew Luo Yan's little thoughts. I want to hug his thigh through Luo Xinyu. Human nature. But think about it. If he really gets married to Luo Xinyu, is it appropriate for Luo Yin to call him boss? Is it time to call him Luo Yan's mother instead? Or is it each one's own? No, it's too messy. Still have to figure it out. If you're tired, go to bed. Seeing that Luo Xinyu couldn't let go, Song Bing stood up and said with a smile, I'll sleep now. But these words, coupled with Song Bing's action of standing up, caused Luo Xinyu to misunderstand. She thought Song Bing wanted to sleep with her. No, I'm not tired. I'm not tired. Faced with Song Bing's sudden frankness, Luo Xinyu, who was originally prepared, waved her hands subconsciously. Her beautifully dressed face turned red on the spot. Although she is a big star. But this was her first time in theory. She really has never slept with other men. So I backed down for a while. Song Bing, you can tell at a glance that this girl is wrong. I asked you to go to bed, and you actually thought I wanted to sleep with you? The key is that you still hesitated. I mean, when you're tired, go to bed by yourself. But since you are not tired, then come with me. Song Bing said helplessly. Luo Xinyu's delicate body trembled, and when she looked at Song Bing's leaving figure, she realized that she had thought wrongly. I wanted to find a hole to get in on the spot. They just cared about letting her sleep and rest. As a result, all she could think about was that people wanted to sleep with her. So shameful. So shameful. Looking at Song Bing's leaving figure, Luo Xinyu hurriedly followed him. I have no choice but to say I'm not tired anymore. At the same time, on the first floor of the building, there was a gym. Luo Gaosheng, who had lost everything, was wearing shorts and doing squats. No need to guess, Song Bing was all fooled. It is said that this can slow down the spread of toxins. We have to do 5,000 a day. This is simply a disaster for the pampered Luo Gaosheng. Mr. Luo, come on, there are only 1,000 left. The assistant on the side continued to encourage. When he heard that there were still 1,000, Luo Gaosheng wanted to die. He whispered hoarsely, Song Bing, Geneva, just wait. When the young master comes back, I will make you pay the price. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he already hated Song Bing to the core. Click. As if it was a call from God. Just as Luo Gaosheng finished speaking, the door opened. The young master didn't come, but Song Bing came. Luo Xinyu was also followed behind. Luo Gaosheng, who had a guilty conscience, was so frightened that he sat on the ground, and his originally resentful and angry expression turned pale. The assistant on the side quietly retreated. Luo Gaosheng came to his senses and immediately knelt and crawled towards Song Bing, crying in pain. Wah! Shen Yi, Dr. Song, I've given you everything you asked for. Please give me the antidote. I have nothing now and am no longer of any use to you. So just let me go. Please. Okay, please, please. Song Bing, are you acting so coquettishly? He immediately slapped his hand on the bastard and slapped him away. Then he took out an antidote that was pitch black and numb from somewhere. He smiled and said, I, Song Bing, naturally do what I say. This is the antidote. I will be cured by taking your poison. Luo Gaosheng immediately felt like he had found a treasure, and he felt like he had taken it and swallowed it. The moment of contact. Ding successfully absorbed intermittent stomachache, merit +1. Ding successfully sent out fantasy-specific psychopathy, merit -1. Song Bing kept his promise and took the patient away, but he got another psychopath. Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Haha, it really doesn't hurt anymore. As soon as he swallowed the antidote, Luo Gaosheng immediately felt no abdominal pain and jumped up happily. He danced more and more excitedly, and the more he danced, the more excited he became. Finally, he hugged each pole and started pole dancing happily, twisting and turning in an enchanting manner. While dancing, she took off her clothes, licked her lips, and sang charmingly. Come on, happy. There's plenty of time anyway. Come on, love. There is a lot of folly anyway. Come on, wonder. There are plenty of directions anyway. Come on, it's cool. There's a lot to see anyway. I'll itchy. Luo Xinyu, who was following, saw this sudden change in painting style. Her mouth opened slightly, with a look of disbelief on her face. I didn't react for a while. This. Wait. Why did it start burning all of a sudden? I'll itchy. The more I panic, the more I think about it. The more I panic, the more it itches, the more I scratch it. Yeah. Luo Gaosheng got more and more excited as he danced and sang, and finally, he pinched his orchid fingers and raised his buttocks. Like a shy girl, she just ran away. Luo Xinyu. The little mouth opened wider. Her cerebellum shrank. This is eye-catching. It's true that men are burning up. What will happen if there are no women? So this is crazy? The scene was quiet. She looked at Song Bing in horror and asked in confusion. What's wrong with him? Didn't he say that he was itchy? He was tickled. Luo Xinyu. I lied to you, he is actually crazy. Song Bing looked at Luo Xinyu's surprised face and replied with a smile. Luo Xinyu's delicate body trembled. Although she had guessed a possibility, she still asked, how did he go crazy? Song Bing raised his hand, lifted the other person's delicate chin, and said with a smile, I made him crazy. After saying that, Song Bing left Luo Yao building. Luo Xinyu was left alone, stunned. After a while, she realized what had happened and hurriedly ran to tell Luo Yin about it. After listening, Luo Yin also fell silent. His awe for Song Bing deepened. How could she not know that Song Bing was warning them? He can give them everything, and he can also take everything away from them at any time. Daughter, this person is terrible, but also perfect. He is the foundation of our mother and daughter. You have to come on. Luo Xinyu. A manor that looks like an ancient royal palace stands on a protruding bay. Looking around, the entire bay looks like a dragon's head, roaring towards the vast sea. The entire manor is firmly rooted on this dragon head. Inside the manor, in the attic of a retro building, the senile Gao Tianqi was lying on a special medical chair that looked like a massage chair, receiving a blood transfusion to prolong his life. His body, which looked like a dead tree, was connected to countless blood vessels. The other end was connected to a sleeping girl. Several private doctors wearing masks were busy injecting many unknown drugs into the blood vessels. Mixed with the girl's fresh blood, Gao Tianqi's old body was like a dead tree. Master, the young master and the young lady are back. At this time, an old man in tang suit came in to report. Gao Tianqi's sunken eye sockets trembled slightly, but he never opened them. He just uttered one word hoarsely. Come in. After a while, a group of people wearing blue polar suits walked in. When they took off their masks, the leaders were Gao Shengjie and Gao Ling, who had disappeared for a while. Congratulations, Grandpa. Congratulations, Grandpa. The experiment has been successful. The organization has informed us that the Apocalypse Project can be launched. As soon as they saw Gao Tianqi, Gao Shengjie and Gao Ling immediately knelt down and excitedly told about their gains from the trip. Hearing this, Gao Tianqi, who was extremely weak, suddenly opened his eyes. In his old eyes full of lifeless energy, there was a sparkle that was difficult to conceal. 100 years, exactly 100 years. He relied on the flesh and blood of his closest relatives to survive until he was over 180 years old. For this, all his children and grandchildren died for him. He is currently consuming his great-grandson, and the person transfusing his blood in front of him is one of his great-grandsons. As he grows older, the number of life extensions increases, and this is the last one he reserves. Of course, in fact, there are Gao Shengjie and Gao Ling in front of them, and a great-grandson with a unique physique. He selected the best two from countless great-grandchildren and trained them as his successors. He would not sacrifice unless absolutely necessary. As for his great-grandson with a special physique, he has been raising him as an experimental subject, and he is even more reluctant to use it. Only he knew these secrets. Gao Ling and Gao Shengjie had never known them. He even pretended to be his eldest son to avoid suspicion. Let Gao Shengjie and Gao Ling in front of them call him Grandpa. And all he did was just for this opportunity that he had been waiting for 100 years. He sacrificed everything for this plan. I risked everything, and now I finally succeeded. How unhappy he was. In addition, Grandpa, we also received 3 experimental sample potions from the organization. Gao Ling said, turning around to glance at his men who were carrying a metal box. The latter quickly stepped forward, entered the password, and opened the box. At the same time, he lowered his posture and presented the 3 experimental medicines in the box in front of Gao Tianqi. These are 3 blood-red medicines contained in metal syringes. With the naked eye, the red potion can be seen squirming like magma. Extremely appalling. The virus was taken from Antarctica? Gao Tianqi just looked at it and asked. That's right. Gao Ling nodded. Give it to your brother. With the current Blue Star environment, your brother is probably the only one in the entire Gao family who can bear it. As for you, continue to take care of yourself and wait for the day of the apocalypse. Gao Tianqi said hoarsely. Understood, Grandpa. Gao Shengjie and Gao Ling had no objection to this. In the current environment, only their perverted brother could withstand these 3 potions. As for them, they are not in a hurry, because they have to wait for the apocalypse to come. That is their time. By the way, Grandpa, I heard that number 9 is dead. Thinking of something, Gao Shengjie's voice turned cold. Well, the person who was killed by Song Bing was not an ordinary person. Gao Tianqi didn't seem to care about this and just stated a fact plainly. After saying that, he closed his eyes again to rest and continued to complete the final life renewal process. I was deeply afraid that I might accidentally burp my fart. It seems that he really is that kind of person, and he is most likely even one of the experimental subjects who escaped. Gao Ling's pretty face turned cold. When she mentioned Song Bing, her mind unconsciously thought of the embarrassment of being played by the other party that night. Grandpa, I also received news that while we were away, he not only destroyed the Dai Group, but also annexed the Gaoyao Entertainment Group. Gao Shengjie continued to speak, his face darkening. Because whether it is the Dai Group or the Gaoyao Group, the real behind-the-scenes controllers are the Gao family. Give it to him if he wants it. These are extraordinary times, so we should survive with our arms cut off. Otherwise, that old guy Ander will really fight with us to the end. Gao Tianqi still closed his eyes and said calmly, It was as if these two major industries were just things that were thrown away casually in his eyes. Grandpa, initially we just planned to abandon the Dai group. As a result, this guy was not satisfied and even took away the Gao Yao group, which was obviously against us. Gao Xingjie said dissatisfied. In fact, they had already predicted the current outcome of the AI group. It was even planned in advance. Marshall and mobilized almost all the efforts of the country to crack down on corruption and even misappropriated a large number of talents to frantically monitor and investigate the Gao family. It's obviously a nonstop rhythm. Therefore, they planned to abandon the Dai group from the beginning and survive. There was even an intention to provoke the AI group to fight against Songbing. On the one hand, it is to attract the attention of Marshall and divert official attention. On the other hand, I also tried Songbing. In fact, they did it. Dai group gathered various medical groups to smear the internet and suppress Songbing. There was a lot of commotion and everyone knew about it. It successfully attracted the officials' attention and diverted Marshall and's full investigation of the Gao family. However, what they didn't expect was that the AI group was not satisfied even after Songbing got it. He also seized the Gao Yao group overnight. It can be said that they took the initiative to break off an arm and give it to Songbing. As a result, Songbing also chopped off their other arm. They might even have to chop off their legs next. Simply greedy. How could this not make him angry? If he likes it, give it to him first. Let him keep it for us first. When the time comes, what should be returned will still be returned. And the more he seizes and the faster he develops, the more he becomes like the second Gao family, which is enough to make old guy Ender suspicious. Gao Tianxi said as the last trace of blood was successfully injected into the body. The girl opposite also completely lost her life. After the doctor removed the tubes all over his body, he stood up, finally looked at Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie, and said, "Before I wake up, the Gao family will be left to you to take care of for the time being. Remember, all actions need to be cautious before the apocalypse. On the day of the apocalypse, the owner of this land should also change." After saying that, Gao Tianxi left like this, supported by the old housekeeper. He left the Gao family and headed to the land of apocalypse with his last hope. Big sister, what do we do? If we really have to listen to Grandpa and endure silently until the apocalypse comes, then we'll act. Have we been letting that guy plunder our Gao family's assets all this time? Honestly, after hearing that Songbing had acquired the AI group and then immediately seized the Gao Yao group, he was furious. He couldn't swallow that resentment. His family, Gao, had a nearly 1,000-year legacy with deep roots. How could they tolerate such desecration? Wait, it seems you haven't understood Grandpa's meaning yet. Gao Ling shook his head helplessly, looking at his proud younger brother. What do you mean? Gao Xingjie's brows furrowed, confused. Gao Ling's red lips curled into a cold smile. With these 3 potions, once we use them on our obedient little brother, even if that guy is strong, he'll die for sure. Hearing this, Gao Xingjie's previously annoyed expression brightened slightly. When he thought of his obedient little brother, he felt even more confident. Even if Songbing defied heaven, and even if he killed the 9th, he was certain that in front of his little brother, there was no way he could survive. Besides, Grandpa just said we were to manage the Gao family, so we've already taken control of the power. Gao Ling reminded him. They had to remember, Gao Tianxi had never stopped them from attacking Songbing. In fact, he had even told them exactly how to eliminate Songbing. I'll personally inject the antidote for my brother. Realizing this, Gao Xingjie flashed a faint, sickly smile and quickly grabbed the metal medicine box before rushing off. Gao Ling removed his hat, lifted his gaze toward the sky, his red lips gently licked. The elegant, arrogant face of his little brother was now twisted into a sickly smile. Songbing, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll turn you into my dog and step on you. Play with you however I want. Sent to the mental asylum. After several days of smoking, the Chow Bao group finally came out. When they entered, they were still pale and delicate. When they came out, they were all yellowed and oily, turning into little yellow people. Under Xian's cruel play, none of them could survive. They all fell into deep sleep. No matter how Xian fiddled with them, they didn't respond. Finally, Xian said, "Not fun at all. Not even close to fun." Then he gave these play-worn Chow Bao people to the officials. This could be understood. These guys had lived in luxury all their lives. Sudden exposure to this environment would definitely break them. Looking at these yellow, stinky little people, Song Bing couldn't help but cover his nose. How could it be so strong in just a few days? Even worse than smoked meat. Sighing, Song Bing began to collect merit points. Over 30 people, 250 merit points total. Wang Bin was the worst, infected to level 2. Little Cherry Blossom Song Bin was the most severe. His nose, mouth, lips, and even his feet were all infected with athlete's foot. This was another surprise for Song Bing. Cough, cough. No, don't. I don't want to smell feet. Bakagaya. I'm the Blossom Empire. You dare desecrate. Stink, stink. Ah, take your armpit away. Soon, after Song Bing's collection, one by one, the Chow Bao group regained consciousness. Their first reaction was frantic struggle. In their dreams, they saw Xian farting and blowing on them. The resistance was so familiar it hurt to watch. Song Bing didn't rush. He sat down at the diagnosis seat and waited quietly. Gradually, the Chow Bao group truly woke up. We're out. Woo-woo, we really are out. Looking at Song Bing, smelling fresh air, and seeing the white ceiling above them, they realized they had escaped the hell they'd been in. Far from that demon. That human hell. Hello everyone. I'm here to check your condition. After 2 days of treatment, how do you feel? Do you need further treatment? Song Bing smiled, trying to look like a friendly veterinarian. But this friendly smile fell on the Chow Bao group like a demon's grin. They saw Xian's yellowed teeth smile and wave at them. In an instant, all the capitalists shivered. Their pupils contracted, bodies trembling. They scrambled off the beds and knelt down. No, we're fine. We don't need more treatment. Woo-woo. Song Doctor, we were wrong. Please don't send us back. Anything you want, we'll give you. All right. Before you said everything could be negotiated. Please stop torturing us. Once arrogant capitalists were no longer proud. Their pride had been completely erased by Xian's influence. Good. Since you're healed, we'll record a video to test your mental state. Be honest and answer truthfully. If you fail, you'll go back into the smelly cell. Song Bing smiled faintly. These were all important people. During the days they were held, many lawyers had come to see them. Especially Song Bin, the foreigner, had even attracted the embassy to pressure the government. Song Bing had told the government that these people were sick and receiving treatment. They'd get better soon. The government, under pressure, had secured these few days. Now that they were healed, they needed to make a video for official records. It was necessary. Come on, get ready to film. Line up, one by one. Song Bing gestured toward Yi Tian, who was waiting at the door. Behind him, makeup artists and professional photographers were ready. Once Song Bing gave the signal, they entered to apply makeup to the Chow Bao group. Thick foundation covered their yellowed faces. Song Bing adjusted his white coat to look more professional. The Chow Bao group looked confused but sat up straight, cooperating fully. They didn't want to be sent back. Not this life. Soon, everything was ready. Cough, cough. Song Bing cleared his throat twice, then walked with his hands behind his back toward the first person in line, Chow Bao. The photographer adjusted the camera angle. Cough. Hello, Mr. Chow. How do you feel after my professional, humanized treatment? Cough. It's amazing. Thank you, Song Doctor. You're the savior. I'll never forget your kindness. I'll report your miracle. Chow Bao immediately broke into tears, bowing deeply in gratitude. Song Bing quickly replied, It's nothing. As a doctor, helping people is my duty. No need to thank me. Good. Passed. Next. Mr. Zhao Ming, after my friendly. Mom. It's all fixed. Thank you, Song Doctor. You're like Hua Tuo reborn. Under your treatment, I'm now energetic, strong, eating 3 bowls of rice in 1 meal. I'll give you a tiger fist. With Chow Bao's lead, Zhao Ming's acting was even better. He didn't wait for Song Bing to finish the question before he got excited, bowing and even punching the air. It was clear he was truly healed. Song Bing smiled satisfiedly and turned to the next person. Ah cough. Ah cough. Oba. Thank you, Song Doctor. You not only cured my neurosis, but also all my other illnesses. From now on, you're my adoptive parents. Respectful Father in heaven, please accept my child's bow. Zhao Yinqing had climbed one more step above Zhao Ming's level. This caused everyone behind to become increasingly competitive, each one surpassing the last. From recognizing a father, to a grandfather, to ancestors. Everyone was terrified of failing the test. One by one, they wept with gratitude, their voices breaking, speech disorganized. Thank you, Song Bing, for your boundless love. Thank you, Song Bing, for locking us in the stinky disease building. Thank you, Song Bing, for letting in Xian smell us, for letting us get patted on the head with flatulence. Meanwhile, Song Bing continued to pose as a humble, compassionate doctor in front of the camera. With the professional photographer's angle, a series of scenes unfolded, patients cured and bowing in gratitude to the great doctor of boundless love. Once publicized, it would surely move people to tears, chaos, and utter confusion, wishing for Song Doctor's boundless love. Soon, gratitude reached the last person, Sakura Country's Matsubara. Matsubara was now sweating profusely. He realized the gratitude phrases had already been exhausted by those ahead. All ancestors had been recognized. The gratitude scene had reached the stratosphere. He had no idea how to perform to make it bigger, stronger, and even more glorious. For a moment, he panicked. At that moment, Song Bing and the camera approached him. Cough. Respected Mr. Matsubara, how do you feel after my recent warm treatment? I'm very happy, very fortunate, honored to receive Song Doctor's personal care, the warm treatment environment. I'm too can't bear to let go. Matsubara stammered, speaking with a conscience he didn't have. Song Bing's eyebrows slightly furrowed. This little Sakura couldn't even do it right. This tone and manner. It felt like he was forcing him to speak. Haha, Mr. Matsubara, don't worry. Let's be honest. What you want to say, just say it. Don't force yourself. Not forcing at all. Absolutely no pressure. Everything is my own choice. No one forced me. Matsubara's hair stood on end. He frantically waved his hands in fear. The rest of the people who had passed the test, Chow Bao and others, could barely suppress a smirk. Watching Song Bing's friendly expression, they truly believed he was kind if they hadn't personally experienced his treatment. Just as everyone waited for Matsubara's next brilliant performance, two Special Forces soldiers burst in, breathless and urgent. Commander, Ye Deputy Commander, bad news. The Sakura Embassy has sent a group of Sakura journalists to our place. They claim they'll rescue Matsubara immediately. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's face darkened. He questioned, who authorized them to come? We agreed on a 3-day handover period. Unknown. The leader seems to be a famous general from Sakura Country, Matsunaga. These dogs just showed up, bringing a whole group of Sakura journalists to expose us. They say they won't release Matsubara without exposing In Kingdom's crimes. The Special Forces soldier reported. Damn it. These bastards are trying to damage our country's image again. Yi Tian's face turned grim. He instantly understood the Sakura people's true purpose. If they reported Matsubara's current state, it would ignite international tensions, smear In Kingdom's reputation for abusing Sakura people, and escalate conflicts. It was well known that Sakura and In Kingdom were bitter enemies. The once warm scene fell silent. Matsubara, sweating profusely, froze. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Woo woo woo. They came. Finally, the rescue he had waited for arrived. Ha ha. Ha ha. My homeland has come to save me. I'm saved. The next second, Matsubara laughed loudly, stood up, and strode toward the door. But two Special Forces soldiers grabbed him. This time, Matsubara, now confident of rescue, didn't flinch. He glared fiercely at Song Bing and roared, Bakagaya? You Chinese pigs, dare to grab me? Didn't you hear that the people of Great Sakura Empire have come? And you, Song Bing, you damn traitor. You locked us with neurotics and tortured us. Now you force us to thank you? You're a demon. Wait, I'll sue you. I'll expose everything. I'll make you pay for your crimes. Matsubara stared at Song Bing, his face full of hatred, his words no longer hidden. Evelyn and others watched, their eyes flashing with envy. They had also been waiting for their country's people to rescue them. Unbelievable, Sakura came first. How could they not envy it? If it were their country's people here, they would have done the same. Shut up. If you dare be arrogant again, I'll kill you right now. Facing Matsubara's sudden arrogance and insults, Yi Tian drew his gun and struck his head. Ha ha. Kill me? Can you even do it now? Shoot me, Chinese pig. But Matsubara showed no fear. He grinned cruelly at Yi Tian, even shouting one more time. He believed Yi Tian wouldn't dare shoot. Now that his Sakura general had personally come to save him, if he died in Kingdom, it would be in the hands of Kingdom's officers. The consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Tian gritted his teeth, almost pulling the trigger. His hatred for Sakura ran deep in his bones, but he couldn't shoot now. Yi Deputy Commander, friends come from afar. Why refuse guests? Since they want patience, let them come in. At that moment, Song Bing spoke. Everyone grew serious, but Song Bing remained calm as ever. Yi Tian froze, reminding him, Commander, this is serious. If handled poorly, Sakura might exploit it and cause major damage to Kingdom. Clear people don't do dark deeds. When you're upright, you don't fear your shadow. They're neurotics, we're curing them. If their families don't want treatment, we return them. What harm? Song Bing remained indifferent. What was wrong? These people were neurotics all along. He had been treating them all along, free of charge. Why worry? Yi Tian was still confused, but nodded firmly. Yes, Commander. He led the 2 Special Forces soldiers to greet the newcomers. The scene now had only the capitalists and controlled Matsubara. Song Bing, if you release me now, I can still apologize and bow. Otherwise, Great Sakura Empire won't forgive you. Matsubara stared at Song Bing, venom in his voice. Release? Your Sakura people have come, so I'll release you. Song Bing nodded, then grinned at the 2 Special Forces soldiers. Put him in a separate VIP room. Serve him plenty of food and drinks. The 2 soldiers were stunned, but still nodded. Yes, Dean. With that said, he easily picked up the short Matsumoto and left. Bei Jialu, Song Bing, do you think this can cover up your crime? I'm going to make you pay the price. You're done. Huh? Before leaving, Matsumoto still did not forget to turn around and laugh provocatively. When he heard that Song Bing was going to arrange a VIP ward for him and entertain him with food and drinks, he thought it was because Song Bing was afraid. This is a means of compromise. Only Chao Bao and others were left at the scene. But it seems that because of the people from Sakura country, their awe and fear of Song Bing are much less. There were even people who were already expecting them to come. Because of your excellent performance just now, I would like to invite you to watch the live broadcast. Song Bing smiled. Naturally, I can see through these guys' little thoughts at a glance. But that's okay. He originally felt that just using Anshuan smoke to intimidate was a bit monotonous. By chance, little Sakura came to the door. Coupled with the live broadcast effect, it should not be monotonous. With that said, Song Bing directly opened the screen of this ward. The camera of the independent VIP ward next door was called up. At this moment, the arrogant Matsumoto happened to appear on the screen. Chao Bao and others were confused and didn't understand what Song Bing was trying to do. Is this what is called a live broadcast? Are you going to torture Matsumoto? Kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Watch them. While they were making up their minds, Song Bing just left a message to the soldiers on site and left. At the same time, Yi Tian followed Song Bing's order and brought in the little cherry blossoms who came to ask for help. And he was greeted to a hall according to the courtesy. The one sitting proudly at the head was General Sakura. Matsuino, who was also less than 1.6 meters tall, had a small beard on his chin and stood straight in a tuxedo. He was accompanied by bodyguards from the Sakura embassy and several executives from the Kawada group. In the back, there were countless Sakura official media reporters taking photos, and even many international reporters. I followed and filmed like crazy along the way, not missing a single detail. It's obvious that he wants to make things worse. Your Excellency Matsuino, Miracle Doctor Song is recognized by the international medical community as a miracle doctor with unparalleled medical skills. I believe you have also seen the videos released internationally. Mr. Matsumoto is able to do those unethical things. He is indeed suffering from mental problems and is receiving free treatment from my country's Dr. Song Shun. Isn't it a bit shameful for you to suddenly hide the truth from our country's officials and bring reporters to cause trouble? Facing the crazy shooting of reporters, Yi Tian asked coldly. Shameful? Mr. Matsumoto is a famous entrepreneur and philanthropist in our Sakura Empire, but something like this happened to you in Anghua. Therefore, we have the right to suspect that Mr. Matsumoto has been persecuted and threatened. On behalf of the Sakura Empire, I am telling you clearly that we are about to meet Mr. Matsumoto himself. Otherwise, It will be regarded as your Ongwa's provocation and insult to the people of our great Sakura Empire. You cannot afford such consequences. Matsukino jumped down from his seat. Although he was only over 1.5 meters tall, he raised his head and looked directly at Yi Tian threateningly. But our two countries have made an agreement in advance to hand over the contract in 3 days. Are you breaking the contract? Yi Tian said coldly. Hearing this, Song Jingye frowned slightly, walked towards Yi Tian with his head held high, and said contemptuously, "You are not qualified to talk to this general. Let Song Bing get out and talk." Ka. The reporters started filming frantically, capturing all of Matsuno's domineering attitude. Yi Tian's fist hidden in his sleeve was slightly clenched, and many soldiers behind him also held their guns a little tighter. But in front of the camera, they tried their best to maintain their image. Now he represents Ongwa's face. How can he lose his composure so easily? Where did the dog bark here? At this moment, a contemptuous voice also came. Everyone looked around after hearing this. Outside the hall, Song Bing happened to be walking in a white coat. When all the little cherry blossoms saw Song Bing for the first time, their expressions changed. Song Bing looks like he is only 20 years old, but he can become the first person in the medical field today. Such talents make them envious. A group of reporters also frantically took pictures of Song Bing. There was a hint of gloom in Matsuno's arrogant eyes, and he also looked sideways at Song Bing. Was the other party scolding him just now? He is the general of Sakura Kingdom. The other party dares to scold him? Stop looking, it's you I'm talking about. What were you barking at just now? Song Bing pointed directly at Matsuno and asked. Matsukino's face suddenly became embarrassed and he sneered. Haha, are you Ongwa people so uneducated? You are the one who is uneducated. Please stand up on tiptoes to talk. I am tired with my head down. Song Bing said with a smile, and even raised his head as he spoke. Matsuno suddenly disappeared from his sight. Baguio Road. Matsukino broke the defense on the spot and clenched his fists. All the Sakura reporters immediately stopped taking pictures. When Yi Tian saw this, his eyes flickered, and he quickly ordered the photographers to come. At this time, Matsuno also realized that he had lost his temper, calmed down, and said straight to the point. Song Bing, I seriously suspect that you took the opportunity to control Mr. Matsumoto in our country for personal gain. Therefore, please hand over Mr. Matsumoto of our country now. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a legal imprisonment of our personnel and will be sanctioned by our country. Really? Hearing this, Song Bing smiled brightly. Then he faced the camera and said, I must give a friendly reminder here that keeping those people here is all for treatment. That Matsumoto's illness has not been cured yet. Are you sure you want someone now? I'm not responsible if something goes wrong. The people of our Sakura country have their own traditional Chinese medicine treatment from our Sakura country, and they don't need your treatment. Now, immediately, we are going to see Mr. Matsumoto outside. Matsuno emphasized domineeringly. The tone was urgent. There is no doubt about it. Okay, no problem at all. Come with me. Song Bing nodded without hesitation. This was what he was waiting for. With that said, Song Bing calmly led the way. Take good pictures. Once you find out that Mr. Matsumoto has been abused, he will be promoted internationally. Matsuno said coldly, and followed with a group of little Sakuras aggressively. Yi Tian was a little worried, but still led everyone to follow the shooting. Soon, Song Bing brought Matsuno and others to the VIP ward where Matsumoto was detained. Bagayalu, let me out. You bastards, I'm going to expose you. As soon as he arrived, he heard Matsumoto's angry and arrogant roar. The eyes of Matsuno and others suddenly brightened. Here, I have to remind you that Matsumoto's condition has been alleviated under my full treatment. It takes about 3 days to recover. Otherwise, once stimulated, the condition may relapse immediately, and it will be inconvenient for anyone. Mr. Wild Dog is sure to be taken away now. The door is open, but you can't regret it. Adhering to the name of a good veterinarian, Song Bing finally made it clear. All I hear now is Mr. Matsumoto's tortured anger. Open the door. Matsuno said coldly. How could anyone believe Song Bing's lies? As you wish. Song Bing smiled slightly and opened the door to help these little cherry blossoms. As soon as the door opened, immediately, he saw a luxurious ward with everything he wanted to eat. However, Matsumoto was chained to the bedside. The other end of the chain was locked around Matsumoto's neck, like tethering a dog. The little Sakuras, including Matsuno, suddenly lost their composure. Everyone's eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. They thought Matsumoto might have been abused, but I didn't expect it to be so obvious. Without any cover-up? Upon seeing this, a group of Sakura reporters who followed rushed into the VIP ward and started filming frantically. The scene of Matsumoto being abused was photographed. Matsumoto, who was still yelling angrily, was also stunned when he saw the arrival of the Chinese. Especially seeing his eldest brother Matsuno, he couldn't hide his excitement. "Brother!" Matsumoto shouted, rushed out of the bed, and wanted to throw himself into Matsuno's arms. But no matter what, the ruthless iron chain tied him down. Matsuno's eyes trembled, and he wanted to go forward and hug his younger brother. But at this moment, there was something he should do more. He looked at Song Bing with a livid face and asked gloomily, "Song Bing, don't you need to give me an explanation?" Yi Tian's expression also changed. Facing the Sakura reporters who were filming frantically, he knew that Matsui was trying to make use of the topic. If there is no good solution today, Song Bing will be charged with abusing Sakura people. It will also cause great damage to Longwa's reputation. Is there any explanation for this? Isn't this obvious? He has a mental illness, so he needs to be tied up and treated, otherwise he will bite people randomly. Faced with countless crazy shots, Song Bing remained calm and serious. "Don't you tie up a biting dog. Bagayalu. You bastard. I'm going to tear you apart." Upon hearing this, Matsumoto, who was originally excited, became even more excited. He stared at Song Bing and rushed towards him angrily. If it weren't for the chain, he would have pounced and hit Song Bing on the knee. "Let out all the smoke and abuse I've received these days. Look, 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 you may have gotten sick due to stimulation. Move away quickly, otherwise the bite will infect you. I am not responsible." Seeing this, Song Bing also cooperated and backed away with a look of horror on his face. When the reporters who were filming heard this, they were also frightened and stepped back a bit. The key is that Matsumoto's ferocious appearance at this moment does look a bit crazy. When Yi Tian saw this, his eyes brightened slightly, and he quickly asked his photographer to take pictures. If Matsumoto really becomes a psychopath, then this matter will be easily solved. Matsui naturally saw through Yi Tian's little thoughts and immediately scolded. "Bagayalu. Matsumoto, wake up. You are a citizen of the great Sakura Empire. We will protect you here. Please put away your irrationality, face us, and tell the truth. Don't be taken advantage of by people with bad intentions." The ferocious and angry Matsumoto was awakened to some sense by Matsuno, and he understood instantly. Did Song Bing want to anger him, make him lose his mind, and be treated as a lunatic in front of the camera? After all, this is a mental hospital. If you are really misunderstood, Song Bing became a good person instead. Thinking of this, Matsumoto couldn't help but shudder, and he suddenly woke up completely. He almost fell into Song Bing's trap. He looked at Song Bing again, forcing himself to calm down, and even sneered disdainfully. Want to use such despicable means to frame him? Haha, dream. In this regard, Song Bing watched quietly and had no intention of stopping it. Let the clown choose for a while longer. Sure enough, this time, Matsumoto was no longer angry. He pointed at Song Bing and began to state in detail. "General," he lied. "I am not crazy at all. I am very sober, and he is not treating me at all. He was abusing me, not just me, but everyone else. He locked us up with a bunch of lunatics in a disgusting place. Let a lunatic king fart at us, smoke us with bad breath, sit on my butt, and make us bow down and call him emperor. That lunatic king even smoked people to death. It also made us all faint. If we were not lucky, we might have become corpses. We suffered inhuman treatment for 3 days. He also called the photographer and forced us to kneel down to thank him. By the way, look, I've been stained by that crazy king." Matsumoto spoke impassionedly and realistically, telling all the details of what he suffered in the mental hospital. It's like not falling behind. The Sakura reporters were also filming frantically, but they sounded a little weird. It sounds quite pitiful, but it's just a million points of perversion. For example, what kind of psychotic king? What a fart rush. Bad breath. Still sitting on your butt? Is the taste a bit strong? They have all caught up with the hardcore films of their island country. Also, Why is the fart so powerful that it turns yellow after just a few days? Can it still kill people? Can that person keep letting go? This doesn't seem to stand up to scrutiny. Song Bing listened with a smile. Faced with Matsumoto's revelation of the real inside story of sending him to a mental hospital, he not only did not stop him, but was not afraid. He didn't even bring illness to the other party. Also ate melon. Let the other person talk. Song Bing, just say it boldly. Today, if you can prove that you are not a psychopath, I will take your last name. I'll let you be the dean. Yi Tian and others who were originally in a panic gradually lost their panic as they listened. Matsumoto, please be careful with your words. Just seek truth from the facts. As a general, Matsuno could no longer listen and reminded him again. What nonsense are these two arms talking about? You can't be so exaggerated by adding more fuel and vinegar. Can farts kill people? Do you want to see what you have to say? If he continued talking like this, he would start to wonder if this two-armed brother was really crazy. Matsumoto, looking at a person looking weird at him. Even Matsuno said so. He stopped. He immediately became anxious and quickly defended. No, General, I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. Please believe me. There really is a psychotic king here who can smoke people to death with his farts. His whole body smells so bad that everyone is afraid of him. You would probably be scared if you met him. I can swear that if I, Matsumoto, lie, I will face the emperor and commit suicide. Hearing this, Matsuno frowned slightly, feeling a little suspicious. Yi Tian and others immediately became nervous. As the ace criminal minister who was sent to a mental hospital, they were naturally aware of Xian's existence. However, Song Bing stood up and said with a smile, "Everyone, I must remind you here. I believe you have also heard the news about the escape of a psychopath recently announced by our country. Yes, Mr. Matsumoto suffers from this type of neurosis. This type of psychopath will pretend to be a normal person, and will also lie and make up stories in various ways to win the trust of normal people. Once you blend in with normal people, your true nature will be revealed. Matsumoto is now deceiving you." As soon as these words came out, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Matsumoto with a little more fear. Yi Tian and others were stunned for a moment, looking at Song Bing with a little more surprise. Can this be round? Wonderful. Wonderful. Bagayalu, you bastard. You are lying. You are lying. I am not crazy at all. Hearing Song Bing make up these messy things again, Matsumoto broke his guard again and roared at Song Bing angrily. I wish I could beat Song Bing to death on the spot. It's over. It's over. I'm sick. Hurry up. Hurry up. Call Dr. Zhang to give Mr. Matsumoto 2 injections. Song Bing was not angry at all, but worried and concerned. Yes, Dean. Yi Tian's eyes flickered. He glanced at Song Bing with admiration and quickly cooperated to signal one of his men to call Zhang Taizhu. Matsuno's face became more and more gloomy, knowing that Matsumoto was angered by Song Bing again. He immediately walked up to Matsumoto and gave the latter a big hand. Bagaya, Matsumoto, please wake up. He is deliberately irritating you. Hey. Being woken up by Kabuto, Matsumoto quickly continued. General, please believe me. This bastard is a devil. I am innocent. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Matsuno said coldly, knowing that in this situation it would be difficult for Matsumoto to prove his innocence. Faced with Song Bing's sharp tongue, Matsumoto couldn't grasp it at all. Gotta let him come. Taking a deep breath, he turned around majestically again, looked at Song Bing, and asked, Song Bing, you said that Matsumoto is mentally ill and will attack people. So why didn't he attack me now that I'm right next to him? Didn't I say it? He can pretend. He is looking for an opportunity. When the time comes, he will burst out suddenly, catching people off guard. It is recommended that you stay away from him. Song Bing reminded meaningfully. Ridiculous lie. Do you really think we are fools? Matsuno smiled. The look in his eyes at Matsumoto was full of wisdom that a normal person should have. How could he be a psychopath? Moreover, since he is here, he naturally has a backup plan. Come out. Check it out for Mr. Matsumoto. Matsuno looked at the crowd following. As soon as he finished speaking, several foreign-looking people came out. They took off their coats, revealing their white coats underneath. At the same time, he was holding various instruments in his hands. He stepped forward and examined Matsumoto professionally. These are internationally recognized experts in detecting mental illness. Now, they will conduct an on-site inspection of Mr. Matsumoto. It would be better if Matsumoto is mentally ill. If not, Matsukino said this to the camera. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he walked towards Song Bing with his head held high and threatened coldly. If not, you are deliberately abusing the people of our country. Our great Sakura Empire will launch an international prosecution against you and Ongwa and make you pay 10 times the price. Ka. The Sakura reporter on the scene immediately started filming even more fiercely. It was as if he felt the anger of the great Sakura Empire. Ha, General Ingming. Okay, I'm willing to accept on-site diagnosis. Matsumoto's eyes brightened, and he spoke quickly. At the same time, he also looked at Song Bing with resentment. That look, as if to say, what should I do if I look at you like this? Yi Tian's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the other party was so thorough and even invited international testing experts. It's not going to be easy now. He subconsciously looked at Song Bing. However, it was discovered that even when faced with testing by international psychiatric experts, Song Bing still had an attitude of watching a show. No panic at all. Yi Tian couldn't see clearly for a while. Could it be that Song Bing had a backup plan? After waiting for about an hour, several international psychiatric experts finally completed the test. Congratulations, Mr. Matsumoto. You are very healthy and not insane. Under the expectation of everyone, several experts announced. As soon as these words came out, the scene was shocked. The faces of all the little cherry blossoms were full of joy, even as if they had won a battle. On the contrary, the expressions of Yi Tian and others changed. The last fantasy is gone. Ha, Song Bing. The evidence is solid. What else do you have to quibble with? Matsumoto, who proved his innocence, immediately looked at Song Bing with hatred. Song Jingye and the camera also confronted Song Bing. No, I said he is a psychopath. He is a psychopath. You checked wrongly. However, Song Bing still looked indifferent to this and shook his head seriously. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed again. Obviously, he didn't expect that Song Bing would still say this in the face of overwhelming evidence. Are you trying to be a rogue? No, Divine Dr. Song. We admit that your Chinese medicine is indeed very powerful, and you are known as the #1 miracle doctor in the world. But we are an authoritative testing institution in the spiritual field. Our instruments and patents are world-leading and internationally recognized. After our professional instruments and tests, Mr. Matsumoto is indeed healthy, and there is no mistaking this. Faced with Song Bing's loss of jobs, several experts naturally stepped forward. Since you know that I am the world's #1 miracle doctor, how dare you come here? Is it possible that your testing can still have the authority of the world's #1 miracle doctor? Song Bing looked at the experts with a smile and asked. Several experts were stunned for a moment. This seems to make sense. They tested and found that Matsumoto was not insane. But Song's disease test said Matsumoto was mentally ill. They are world-renowned authorities. Song Bing is recognized as the #1 miracle doctor in the world. Why do they say it's not the case? For a moment, they were speechless. I'll say it again, this kind of neurosis is very cunning. When it's not happening, their nerves are just like normal people and cannot be detected. It can only be seen once the disease develops. Song Bing looked at several international experts and said, several international experts were fooled. His identity as the #1 miracle doctor in the world is there. Can you not listen? What are you doing? It's been professionally tested. How could you still be deceived by this bastard? Matsumoto, who was originally happy, was no longer calm. How come even the experts who came to prove him were involved? Humph, Song Bing. Until now, you still don't know your guilt. I now order you to let Matsumoto go. Later, I, the great Sakura Empire, will file an international prosecution against you. Matsukino stood up and interrupted the unnecessary argument with one sentence. I must remind you that Mr. Matsumoto is indeed insane. He has been pretending now. Maybe once we untie him, he will reveal his true nature. And once the disease develops and hurts you, it will be infected, and I won't be able to do anything about it then. Song Bing pretended to be oppressed and helpless and persuaded. That's nonsense. Pick the lock. If I can't save Matsumoto today, Even if I, Matsuno, die in Angwa, I will definitely make you pay the price. Matsukino said impatiently. Do you really think he is a 3-year-old? Hey, okay. Since you are stubborn, let it be as you wish. Seeing this, Songbing pretended to be heartbroken and handed over the key. In front of the camera, everyone was persuaded. There is enough foreshadowing. He has done his best to be a good person. Next, it's time to close the door and let the dogs out. Mr. Matsumoto, you are suffering. I am here to save you on behalf of the Sakura Empire. Matsuno took the key without ceremony. Be domineering in front of the camera. Then he walked towards Matsumoto to unlock it step by step. Everyone, please exit. Be careful of this lunatic attack. Songbing pretended to be frightened and frightened. Matsumoto has been regarded as a mad dog about to be liberated. Although Yi Tian and others were confused, they still followed Songbing's words and exited the VIP ward. Seeing Songbing's fearful expression, several psychiatrists also followed him out doubtfully. Soon, only Matsuno was left in the VIP ward, as well as a group of Sakura taking photos. Songbing stood at the door with one hand on the door handle, ready to close the door as quickly as possible at any time. But naturally, I have to pretend to be a good person and say a few sad words. Hey, please believe me. Stop. Otherwise, he may really hurt you. However, such begging was met with contempt from the little Sakuras. They glared at Songbing mockingly, even mockingly photographed Songbing's pleading expression, and then continued to surround Matsumoto. Matsumoto glared at Songbing. Did he really think he was crazy? Matsuno held his head high and came to Matsumoto like a savior from heaven. Immediately facing the camera, he used the key he took from Songbing to unlock the dog chain around Matsumoto's neck. Wow. Thank you, General, for personally coming to save me. Long live the great Sakura Empire. Matsumoto was so moved that he knelt at Matsuno's feet, acting like a victim just to prove that you are normal. Songbing had been slandering him as a psychopath, and he wanted to prove it to him. Slap the other person in the face. We, the great Sakura Empire, will never forget this day of humiliation. Matsuno helped Matsumoto sadly, and looked at Songbing coldly. That look seemed to say, didn't you say he was mentally ill and could bite people? Why don't you bite me? Pa bang bang. All the little Sakuras at the scene also applauded fiercely. He also looked at Songbing teasingly, waiting for an explanation. Is this what you call psychosis? Is this what you mean by going crazy and biting people? Do you really think we are stupid? Seeing this scene, the expressions of Yi Tian and others outside the door changed slightly. If these scenes were released by Sakura, it would be a huge blow to both Songbing's reputation and Angwa's reputation. However, Songbing still looked at Matsumoto with a horrified and alert expression. Songbing, what else do you have to say now? You slandered Mr. Matsumoto as a psychopath, but all we saw was the gratitude of a victim who was abused by you after being rescued. You said he was in disguise and would be exposed and bite once he was let go. But I'm next to him now. Why doesn't he bite me? Why doesn't he bite me? Matsui, who took the initiative, began to attack Songbing without letting go. He hugged Matsumoto, put himself in danger in front of the camera, and used practical actions to ruthlessly expose Songbing's lies. That's right, Songbing. What crime do you deserve for abusing my great Sakura citizens? We stand with Mr. Matsumoto in protesting your abuse. We are also with Mr. Matsumoto. Why doesn't he bite us? A group of little cherry blossoms also took the initiative to approach Matsumoto and wrapped him in love. At the same time, he looked at Songbing aggressively. The flashbulbs kept flashing, and Songbing instantly became the target of public criticism. The expressions of Yi Tian and others changed. Songbing smiled, but it was hidden deep in his eyes. He looked at Matsumoto, who was surrounded by the crowd. At this moment, Matsumoto also looked at Songbing with a ferocious smile, a victor's attitude. But the next second he looked at Songbing, he shuddered. Ding successfully sent out directional neuropathy, merit -1. Ding successfully sent estrus, elephant, merit -1. Matsumoto's body began to heat up, and his breathing began to become rapid. Looking at the crowd surrounding him with love, he suddenly felt inexplicably excited and happy. Adrenaline, male hormones, insulin, are all soaring. Instantly the chicken started to move. Jow! The next second, he couldn't help but let out a scream. and such a weird and sharp scream instantly covered up all the sounds of Crusade. Success instantly attracted everyone's attention. All the little Sakuras looked at Matsumoto, who had a red face and a wicked smile. A confused look on his face. What's going on? Matsumoto, what's wrong with you? Matsuno, who was hugging Matsumoto, also turned his head and looked at his younger brother in confusion. I don't understand why the other party suddenly made such a strange cry. Now is the time to put pressure on Angwa. What are you barking at? Unexpectedly, the next second, Matsumoto told him with practical actions. I saw Matsumoto pouting with a lewd smile and asking for a kiss from Matsuno. Hey, kiss. The scene fell silent for a moment. All the little cherry blossoms were immediately stunned. Matsuno's pupils narrowed. It also gave a thumbs up. Not only did he look closely at Matsumoto's lips pouting at him, he also felt his lower body, Matsumoto taking off his pants. Bagaya rode. Pa. Seeing that Matsumoto's hand had already reached in, Matsuno suddenly reacted and hurriedly made a big gesture to spread the nervous arms. And this loud slap also woke up the little cherry blossoms that were trapped in the stick. And this slap is more like hitting them. Snap. They all subconsciously looked at Song Bing at the door. No, he's sick. Song Bing pretended to be frightened and hurriedly exited the room. He closed the door and locked it with his backhand. Bang. The crisp sound of the door closing made Matsuno and the others tremble, and they were brought back to reality. At this time, Matsumoto, who was slapped to the ground, also got up. He touched the slapped face, and not only did he not feel any pain, but the look in Matsuno's eyes made him even more excited. Yo, West Sodis. All the little cherry blossoms trembled. Could it be that everything Song Bing said was true? Matsumoto is really crazy. He deceived their trust, and now after being let go, his true nature was completely exposed? But is this too sudden? Matsuno's face darkened, and he glanced at Matsumoto outside the window. He also couldn't understand why Matsumoto suddenly acted like this. He shouted immediately, trying to wake him up. Matsumoto, what are you doing? Giojiao. However, what was summoned was Matsumoto's lustful voice. Several bodyguards around Matsuno stepped forward on the spot, intending to control the nervous Matsumoto first. However, when they stepped forward flexibly, as soon as he took action, he discovered that Matsumoto was surprisingly powerful. At the same time, they actually felt muscle weakness. Without giving them a chance to react, Matsumoto pounced. He knocked them all down at once and started to chew and fuck them. In just a few minutes, several bodyguards were knocked to the ground. From protector to wailer. Just don't be too cruel. The minds of all the little cherry blossoms went blank. Looking at the shocking scene in front of me, what kept echoing in his mind was Song Bing's pleading voice before. It is said that Matsumoto is a psychopath who is good at pretending. However, they did not believe it. Now they believe it. Crazy, he is really crazy. Quick, let us out. Butterfly, help. After reacting, the little Sakuras, who had justly accused Song Bing a second ago and vowed to be with Matsumoto, panicked. He hurriedly squeezed towards the door and window, just wanting to escape. Only Matsuno's brain was left frozen in place. GGG, Yaxi. At this time, Matsumoto, who defeated several powerful bodyguards, got up again. His greedy eyes fell precisely on the guy who had just beaten him to give him pleasure. Matsuno's crotch tightened, looking at several tall bodyguards who were beaten and spitting blood. His small body of 1.5 meters is unstoppable. Matsukino was instantly frightened and followed the crowd to the window, roaring at Song Bing and others. Bagayalu. Hurry up, open the door quickly. I am the general of the great Sakura Empire, and I order you to open the door quickly. Let us out. He is pretending. Once you let go, your true nature will be exposed, and you will mess with people everywhere. I just have to kneel down and beg you. Don't you believe it? I had to let go, now it's okay. Exposed. In front of the window, Song Bing sighed helplessly. Matsuzino and others' expressions froze. I thought of Song Bing's sincere words before. But it is obviously useless to say this now. It's true that you should leave this hellish place immediately. At that moment, Matsukino took a deep breath and rarely lowered his attitude towards Song Bing and said, Okay, we have misunderstood you. So now please open the door quickly and let us out. It's too late. Song Bing smiled and shook his head. Matsuno's face suddenly darkened and he said gloomily, What do you mean? You want to take the opportunity to murder us? I'm warning you. I am the great general of the great Sakura Empire. If I make any mistake, your milk doesn't matter to anyone. This is within the territory of Anhua. Look, this guy can kill a cow when he gets sick. Now what if I open the door and let this guy escape? I can't make fun of the safety of the people of Anhua. Song Bing said righteously. Bagaya roared. Matsukino broke the defense instantly. Help! However, before he could finish his roar, the screams of the little cherry blossoms could be heard behind him. Matsumoto has launched a general attack on them. Wow, Gyojio. Matsukino's expression changed drastically, because Matsumoto raised his gun and came at him. Baga. Matsukino was too late to run away and was knocked down instantly. General. Several high-ranking Sakura officials who had followed saw this and rushed forward to rescue him. But the mad Matsumoto was like a mad dog, getting more and more excited, increasingly fierce. It seemed that only Matsui was recognized in his eyes. Just chase Matsui Nogan. As soon as he was pulled away, he continued to rush forward. Have fun doing it. No matter how hard I pull, I can't hold it back. Wow, Gyojio. You buy the disc, you buy the disc. In just a few minutes, the proud Matsuno was screamed at. All the clothes and pants on his body were torn in pieces. There were scratches and bite marks from Matsumoto all over his body, face, and mouth. The small VIP ward quickly became chaotic. It has turned into a situation where the door is closed and the dogs are allowed to bite. And it's still dog-eat-dog. Outside the window, Song Bing put his hands in his pockets and did nothing. But he did everything. He just cranked up the dosage like crazy. Send all kinds of irritating diseases to Matsumoto. It is necessary to create an anti-Japanese war god. As for Yi Tian and others beside him, they all had their mouths wide open and their eyes widened. He looked at the sudden change of scenery in the ward with a look of disbelief. This. They didn't know what to say for a moment. Therefore, Song Bing did not lie to them. Is this guy really crazy? Omeka. Several foreign experts who were lucky enough to come out also gasped. They actually tested wrong. As Song Bing said, this guy is really crazy. Has neurosis evolved to this extent these days? For a time, they had doubts about their half-life research. After calming down for a long time, they looked at Song Bing again, feeling not only admiration but also gratitude. Fortunately, they came out dubiously. Otherwise, they would be the ones locked inside now. Yamai Disc Song, the divine doctor. I was wrong. We wrongly blamed you, and I apologize to you. Please open the door and let us out. At this time, with the help of everyone, Matsuno briefly escaped Matsumoto's bite again. He struggled to hold on to the railing of the window and begged with scars on his face. This time, the great general of the great Sakura Empire was subdued and showed no trace of rebelliousness. Some of them just had a look of horror on their faces. He just wants to escape from this hellish place. Hey, I'm sorry. I also want to open the door and help you. But you have also personally experienced the horror of this psychosis. This guy is no longer bound by chains, and I'm also very scared. Unless you can tie him up again. Just as you let go before, tie it up again. A person always has to pay for his own mistakes, right? Mr. Matsuno. Looking at Matsuno begging in front of the window, Song Bing smiled meaningfully. But these words made the desperate Matsuno instantly full of hope. Okay, I'll tie. Gyojio. However, before he was happy, Matsumoto broke away from everyone and came behind him again, showing a weird smile. Matsuno's delicate body trembled, and her scalp felt numb. He gripped the railing tightly and turned his head little by little. He was met with Matsumoto's rough breathing, and his feet were already caught. This time, Matsuno held on to the railing and refused to let go. But Matsumoto was too strong and took off his hand. Thrown to the ground, Matsumoto stepped forward, pounced on him like a vicious dog, and bit him. Yabai CD. In the ward, Matsuno's shrill screams resounded. Countless little Sakuras rushed to help again. Quick, get the chain and tie him up, tie him up. Matsuno said using his last bit of strength. Hi. Only then did all the little Sakuras react and hurriedly picked up the chain they had just untied to tie Matsumoto up. But Matsumoto was too strong and energetic. It's not easy to catch it all. On the other hand, Matsumoto bit Matsuno until he was unconscious. Jumped to the next target again. The scene was chaotic again. It evolved into a group of little cherry blossoms, holding chains, to catch a little cherry blossom. It has become a large-scale anti-Japanese battlefield. However, Matsumoto was right and would kill anyone who knocked him down. The more you fight, the braver you become. Giagio, Yamadi, help. Let us out. He was too strong, and I couldn't catch him. Seeing this scene, no Sakura dared to step forward. Frightened, they fled in all directions. It also gave Matsumoto an opportunity to take advantage of. In the crowded VIP ward, little Sakura fell down one after another, being chased and bitten by Matsumoto. The screams are endless. The scene was horrific. Yi Tian and others outside the window couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths when they saw this scene. Several foreign experts were even more frightened and ran away quickly. Too brutal. Until a certain moment, a shrewd little Sakura actually seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and successfully tied the dog leash around Matsumoto's neck again. Giagio. Matsumoto was instantly restrained by the dog chain. Hara! It worked, I tied him up. Open the door quickly, open the door quickly. The few surviving little Sakuras immediately cried with joy. There is a feeling of surviving a disaster. Seeing this, Song Bing raised his lips slightly and naturally kept his promise and said, "Open the door and save people. It's time to show the grace of a great nation." Of course, in fact, the main reason is that I am afraid that I will kill them all and have a bad impact. Even if you want to die, you can't die here. When I reopened the door, there were wailing cherry blossoms everywhere. This time, it was the turn of a group of Manhua reporters to take pictures. Song Bing took the lead and squatted down next to Matsuno. The latter had already been tortured beyond human form. But fortunately, I am still breathing a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yi, it's great that you're okay, but I'm worried to death." Song Bing hurriedly helped him up with concern and said helplessly, "You see, this is a big deal. I told you not to let go, but you don't listen. Now you finally believe that he is crazy, right?" Matsukino's eyes widened, and he couldn't speak for a long time. "I stubbornly believe that the illness of Mr. Matsumoto, a domestic entrepreneur who was recently sent to a mental hospital for treatment, was false. In the name of inciting Dr. Song to abuse Matsumoto, he threatened and forced Dr. Song to release Matsumoto with a tough and bad attitude. In this regard, my country's traditional medical Dr. Song Shini repeatedly emphasized the seriousness of Matsumoto's illness, but what he got in return was Sakura Fong's stubborn intimidation. Under pressure, Dr. Song handed the key to Sakura Fong and made his position clear. In the end, Sakura Gata stubbornly untied the chains that bound Matsumoto. The result can be imagined. After Matsumoto was freed from his restraints, his true nature was completely exposed. His temperament changed drastically, and he became irritable. He once again started to attack Sakura Fong's people indiscriminately like he did in the past in the Dai group. According to the investigation, this incident caused all 74 Sakura people who went there to be injured to varying degrees, of which 38 were seriously injured and 6 died. The leader of the incident, Matsuno, suffered multiple fractures and lacerations and is expected to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Fortunately, in the end, Dr. Song and many staff from mental hospitals came to the rescue in time at the critical moment. Only then did he control the frantic Matsumoto, save Sakura's personnel, and avoid greater harm. Through the perfect recording of the video, it is unanimously believed that this incident was all caused by Sakura Fong's obsession. All consequences will be borne by Sakura. It has nothing to do with our country. In order to protect the people of Manhua, the Chinese national medical Dr. Song Shini chose to close the door to prevent the sick Matsumoto from escaping and hurting others. It is a wise, correct, and responsible decision, which is worthy of praise. Let us praise the brave and selfless Dr. Song. The complete video of the incident quickly spread throughout the internet. Hot search again. In the video, what was clearly recorded was Matsuno leading a group of Sakuras, arrogantly breaking into a mental hospital. Those who kept slandering Song Bing for abusing them demanded that Song Bing be released. After Song Bing's earnest remonstrances yielded no results, he gave the key to Matsuno. Then Matsumoto was untied and biting completely broke out. Song Bing was so frightened that he quickly closed the door. In the ward, There was a scene of a group of arrogant little Sakuras being chased and bitten by Matsumoto, wailing and begging for mercy. Of course, the bloody scenes are all mosaic. Then, when countless little Sakuras were desperate, Song Bing was like a god coming down to earth. Regardless of past grudges, he broke into the ward and controlled the crazy Matsumoto. Heroically rescued the Sakuras who were on the verge of death. The video also gives a close-up. Song Bing rescued the seriously injured Matsuno and took a photo with him. In the photo, Song Bing looked friendly and helped Matsui regardless of past grudges. Matsui, on the other hand, opened his mouth and pointed at Song Bing, looking grateful. Of course, the real situation is that Song Bing lifted up the dying Matsuno, smiled at the camera, took a photo, and then just threw it away and left. At the end of the video, numerous nurses from mental hospitals arrived and carried Matsuno and others down for treatment. It can be said that the Sakura country was unreasonable and slandered her, and in the end, she was bitten by one of her own people. Ngwa also generously treated her. Everything makes sense, showing the style of a great country. After watching these videos, the entire internet went crazy. Countless netizens talked about it and expressed their enthusiasm. Haha, I'm laughing so hard. I'm so aggressive and slanderous, and I'm talking about rescue. But the result is dog bites dog. A bunch of little Sakuras dare to question divine Dr. Song's medical skills. How dare you? Bah, they deserve it. If you ask me, divine Dr. Song shouldn't have taken action against them and let them die. What do you know? This is the demeanor of a great nation. I swear, this is the most relieving and realistic anti-Japanese film I have ever seen. Looking forward to the follow-up. As soon as the incident happened, other countries that had originally wanted to come to ask for someone like Sakura froze. Don't dare to question it anymore. Afraid of repeating the same fate as Sakura country getting bitten. Sent to a mental hospital. When the incident broke out, Sakura Valley immediately sent someone to pick them up and receive the seriously injured Matsuno and others. At this moment, outside the mental hospital, it became the place for handover. The surroundings were already crowded with onlookers and many media reporters. They all wanted to see what happened to the little cherry blossoms in the video, especially the little Sakura general who is only 1.5 meters tall. What happened? Come out, come out. Among the onlookers, someone shouted something. Then they saw Song Bing, wearing a white coat, taking the lead and walking out. Behind him were Yi Tian and a group of special forces, carrying the seriously injured Sakuras on stretchers. As for those who could walk, they were naturally just wrapped in bandages and limped out. Matsukino was suddenly carried first, his body covered with bandages. Finally, there were 6 soldiers, holding 6 boxes of urns. Ka. The crowd of onlookers and reporters immediately took photos frantically. Applause. See this ending. They were relieved. From the Sakura country, another general, Taro Ishino, came. He was wearing a military uniform, was much taller than Matsuno, and had a mustache. Looking at Song Bing who came out, as well as the miserable Matsuno and others, Ishino Jiro's face darkened. The majestic general of the Sakura Empire was bitten like this. Or by one's own people. Insult, this is simply a naked humiliation to their great Sakura Empire. But he still endured the humiliation, waved his hand, and led the team forward to prepare for the handover. I was sent by Sakura country to hand over this time. Please give it to us. Ishino Jiro said coldly. You can take the person away, but you have to pay the medical expenses, right? Song Bing smiled. As soon as these words came out, the lively scene became quiet. Ishino Jiro's face turned gloomy for a moment, and he looked at the young man in front of him in embarrassment. What did you say? Something happened to our people on your territory, and you still want to ask for medical expenses from us? Song Bing had not yet answered this question, but the crowd who came to watch the anti-Japanese war took the lead in answering it for Song Bing. You silly little Sakura, do you still have the nerve to say such things? You were the ones who came to ask for help unreasonably, but you were bitten by one of your own. What happened to the miracle Dr. Guansong? You were bitten by your dog, and you blame someone else? Not only did divine Dr. Song not blame you for your stupidity, he also generously saved you. Shouldn't you pay for the medical expenses? That's right, little Sakura. If you don't pay the medical expenses today, will you be able to leave this land? The more the crowd talked about it, the more excited they became. They had joined in the hatred of history, as if the anti-Japanese war might break out at any time. Seeing this, Ishinojiro's heart trembled slightly, and he was afraid. He could only grit his teeth and said, "Okay, how much do you plan to ask for? I believe you all know my medical fee. There are as many billions as there are people here. Of course, forget about those boxes of ashes and count them as free for me." Song Bing smiled generously. Ishinojiro gritted his teeth, but he didn't expect Song Bing to open his mouth. 74 minus 6 is 6.8 billion. Wah! He wanted to expose Song Bing's conspiracy, but was unable to speak. Because only he knows. Song Bing did not treat them at all, but simply wrapped them up. He even vaguely felt that all this was a conspiracy designed by Song Bing. Song Bing could obviously open the door earlier and control Matsumoto to avoid this disaster. But he closed the door and let them be tortured like this by Matsumoto before finally breaking in. Pretended generosity saved them. Now he wants to take the opportunity to extort huge sums of money from Sakura. This so-called miracle doctor of the world is simply a devil. A veterinarian who is worse than a beast. You see, even Mr. Matsuno gratefully agreed. Song Bing smiled. The crowd nodded in approval. This little Sakura was grateful for her kindness. Not bad, not bad. When did he agree? You call this consent? Okay, I'll give it. Seeing this, Ishinojiro finally relented and paid the 6.8 billion consultation fee obediently under the witness of the crowd and media. Otherwise, they might not be able to get out. After paying the money, the handover ceremony could be carried out. The Sakura doctor soldiers who followed came forward one by one and took over the stretcher, carrying Matsuno and others. And the 6 urns. As for those little cherry blossoms that could walk, they limped and followed behind. There was a sense of déjà vu as if the prisoners of war had been released. Ka. The crowd reporters quickly started filming frantically. This is all traffic. In this way, Matsuno and other 72 Sakuras came in an arrogant manner. In the end, he was put into the car with a bandage on his back. The picture is inexplicably funny. We, the great Sakura Empire, will never forget this day of humiliation. After the handover was completed, Ishinojiro glanced at Song Bing and others coldly. Wait a minute, the person you want to rescue forgot. Seeing that Ishinojiro was about to leave proudly, Song Bing shouted to stop him. Immediately afterwards, 2 soldiers were seen carefully escorting Matsumoto out of the mental hospital. One person pulled the chain that tied Matsumoto. Another used a fork and an electric baton to drive them away. It's like chasing a dog. Bagayalu, let me go, you bastards. Matsumoto had an angry look on his face. He lost his previous wildness and seemed to have returned to normal. In fact, Matsumoto has indeed returned to normal at this moment. There is no doubt that Song Bing did it. Song's disease not only returned him to normal, but also made him forget everything he had done before. However, does anyone still believe it now? Sure enough, Matsumoto was escorted out, and the expressions of everyone present changed. Each one of them tightened their bows and retreated unconsciously. Unconsciously, Matsumoto's brutal appearance in the video appeared in his mind. However, Matsumoto, who was unaware, was still angry. Until he saw Ishinojiro and the Sakura soldiers who came to hand over. General Ishino. Matsumoto's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked excitedly towards Sakura, extremely happy. Ha! Great. You finally came to save me. Song Bing. You are such a bastard. You are miserable. You are dead. However, neither Ishinojiro nor the other Sakuras were happy to see Matsumoto. Their expressions changed greatly, their bows tightened, and they all retreated. According to the video that has been circulated, they are crazy about Matsumoto. I have long been convinced of it. Now that I see it, I am even more convinced. It certainly lives up to its reputation. General Ishino, what are you doing? It's me. I'm Matsumoto. Facing the retreat of Ishino and others, Matsumoto looked puzzled. He wanted to move forward, but the soldiers held him back by the chain. Thinking of something, he quickly pointed at Song Bing excitedly and said bitterly, General Ishino, come on, it's Song Bing. He abused me. I'm not a psycho. He arrested us under the guise of being a psycho. He locked me up with a group of lunatics and let a lunatic king abuse me. Quickly, take revenge for me, beat him to death, arrest him. Matsumoto was very emotional and kept accusing Song Bing. Seeking truth from facts exposed the true situation of people sent to mental hospitals in front of people from both countries and countless media. However, he was the only one talking excitedly. Like a clown. The scene was quiet. Everyone looked at him silently, with surprised expressions on their faces. Oh my God, this kind of lunatic is so pretentious, and he can pretend to be so innocent. This expression and tone are so lifelike. No wonder those little Sakuras were fooled. Tisk, TSK, TSK, Divine Doctor Song is not deceiving me. It's so similar, so similar. Stop being like this, stay away. Be careful of Juhua. People lamented. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Matsumoto gradually realized that something was wrong. He immediately became even more excited and said, "No, I'm not crazy. Just let me go. Song Bing is the devil." However, in exchange, Ishinojiro and others still had livid faces. Because of such a lunatic, their great Sakura empire suffered heavy losses. Song Bing stepped forward at this time and took over the chain that tied Matsumoto, as well as the dog-beating sticks. Then he walked towards Ishinojiro with a smile. "Mr. Ishino, this lunatic is the one you spent so much time on. Take Zhou away too. The small courtyard and temple are too small to accommodate this great god. Originally, I will be able to cure him in a few days, but you guys want to make trouble. Now he is finished and cannot be saved." With that said, Song Bing handed the chain in his hand to Ishinojiro and did not forget to remind him kindly. "Remind me again, this guy is very good at disguising. You must learn a lesson. Don't believe his words and make the same mistake as Mr. Matsuno." The corner of Ishinojiro's mouth twitched slightly. He would naturally never believe Matsumoto's lies again. Unless he's stupid. But at this moment, he didn't dare to pick up the chain. He was deeply afraid that Matsumoto would pounce on him. So he motioned to the two Sakura soldiers. The expressions of the two soldiers changed slightly, but they still gritted their teeth and stepped forward to take it. At the same time, the gun was drawn. As long as Matsumoto dares to pounce on them, they will shoot without hesitation. This scene made Matsumoto even less calm and said excitedly, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why don't you let me go? I'm not crazy, I'm innocent. Don't be fooled by Song Bing. He is the devil. Catch him, catch him. Bagayalu, take him down and put him in an iron cage." Ishinojiro was startled and ordered furiously. More than a dozen Sakura soldiers went into battle. Matsumoto was beaten and dragged into the car like a pig being killed during the New Year. Just like that, after the handover was completed, Ishinojiro and others took Matsumoto and waited to get into the car one by one. Amidst a burst of boos and cheers, they left one after another. On the ship heading to the island country, Matsumoto was locked in an iron cage and under strict supervision. "Let me go? I'm really not crazy. You have been fooled by Song Bing." Matsumoto was unwilling to roar to explain. At this time, Ishinojiro came with a group of Sakura soldiers, as well as Matsuno, who was sitting in a wheelchair and wrapped in white cloth. "Mr. Ishino, I really didn't lie to you. It was all the fault of that beast Song Bing. Let me go? I have important secrets to tell you." Seeing the visitor, Matsumoto immediately became excited and wanted to tell many things he had guessed. However, Ishinojiro and others still stared at him calmly. "Pretend, keep pretending. Do you really think we are making a fool of ourselves?" Seeing the indifferent eyes of these people, Matsumoto's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "By the way, where is my brother Matsuno? Let my brother come to see me. I want to see my brother. He will definitely believe me." He did believe Matsumoto. The result was like this. Matsumoto was stunned and suddenly noticed that the person in front of him in a wheelchair and wearing bandages was actually his brother. But why did his brother suddenly become like this? "Brother, what's wrong with you, brother? Who is so vicious? Beat you like this? Whoa." Matsumoto immediately became excited. "Matsuno, who is so vicious? What do you think?" Bagaya wrote. Matsuiyi was so angry that his whole body was shaking. After the identification, he has gone crazy for the sake of the safety of Sakura country. "Shoot him." Ishinojiro ordered coldly, and then pushed Matsuiyi away. Matsumoto felt like he was struck by lightning. But what greeted him was the cold machine guns raised by several soldiers. "No, no, no. Don't. Listen to me. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy." 2222. Matsumoto's voice of despair was covered up by the bullet. He died in a daze like this, or died in the hands of his own people. Maybe he will never understand until his death. What method did Song Bing use to make the people of Sakura country kill him as a lunatic? In a public psychiatric ward, Chow Bao and others were wearing hospital gowns, sitting on the hospital bed, each holding a pillow. Everyone looked at the live broadcast on the big screen. All of them had already opened their mouths, widened their eyes, and their bodies were trembling. It was as if he had seen a ghost, and he couldn't speak for a long time. There was dead silence. You can hear the needle drop. Yes, they witnessed Matsumoto's misery through the big screen. A domineering rescue from Sakura country. Matsumoto suddenly went crazy and resisted Japan. Then he was treated as a neurotic. This reversal of scenes is extremely visual impact. Seeing them clenching their heads together, they gasped. I finally understood the meaning of Song Bing inviting them to watch the live broadcast. It turns out that this is the live broadcast that Song Bing was talking about. Is this all caused by Song Bingshin without knowing it? Including the sudden estrus we had in the building before, was it his fault? But how did he do it? Is he the devil? Chow Bao and others murmured, and each of them became more and more frightened as they thought about it. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Song's illness was weird and terrifying. At the beginning, facing Sakuraga's arrival, they were looking forward to Matsumoto's revelation. Song Bing's crimes will be exposed, will be punished by various countries. By then, they too will be rescued. He even joined in and continued to expose Song Bing's crimes. Let Song's disease die badly. They were even expecting it. However, the opposite happened. The arrival of Sakura country not only had no effect at all. On the contrary, it makes the world more convinced that they are really crazy. At this moment, their fear of Song's disease surged again on top of the original level. Straight to the sky. There is no longer any fantasy or thought of revenge. Crunch. Just when Chow Bao and others were in despair, the door opened. When I saw the figure walking in with a smile wearing a white coat, the pupils of Chow Bao and others all shrank, and their expressions changed dramatically. It was as if I had seen the arrival of death. Everyone, is this live broadcast exciting? Song Bing put his hands in his pockets and walked in with a friendly smile. At the same time, he motioned to the several special police officers guarding him to go out and closed the ward door with his backhand. Plop. In an instant, Zhao Yinxing's legs went weak and he knelt down directly. Puff, thump, thump, thump. Seeing this, the others followed suit and hurriedly knelt down. Song Bing, why are you so polite all of a sudden? As soon as we meet, we give this big courtesy. Is he so scary? Don't be afraid. I'm still easy to talk to. You see, the Matsumoto people came to pick him up, and I sent him away right away. Now your people have come to pick you up. Do you want to leave? Song Bing tried with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Chow Bao and others almost died of fright on the spot. His face became paler. Express your sincerity quickly. No, Divine Dr. Song. We are not leaving. We want to stay here. Yes, let them get away as far as they want. We won't leave even if they kill us. Yes, Divine Dr. Song, you are right. We are indeed mentally ill and we need treatment. Please don't drive us away. We must stay for treatment. We are willing to give you all our property. Well, that's good. It seems that you are recovering well. Come on, take another pill. After taking this pill, you will recover. Song Bing nodded with satisfaction, stepped forward at the same time, and gave each of these people a mysterious pill. Song, Miracle Dr. Song, what kind of medicine is this? Chow Bao and others held the small pills in their hands, their whole bodies trembling. Of course it's a medicine to treat nerves. If you take this medicine, your mental illness will attack on time from now on, and once it happens, you will mess with people like Matsumoto. If you can't do it, you will bleed to death. Song Bing explained. After hearing this explanation, Chow Bao's eyes widened and his hands trembled even more. He looked at Song Bing with a look of disbelief on his face. I once suspected that I had heard wrongly. Is this an antidote or a poison? Song. Miracle Dr. Song. Actually, I feel like I'm almost recovered. Can I not take it? Several people asked cautiously. Okay. Song Bing nodded politely, and then said, then let's switch to smoking. Ouch. With almost no hesitation, everyone swallowed the pills in one gulp. Suddenly, I felt abdominal pain. This convinced them of the authenticity of the medicine. Immediately, he asked nervously, Miracle Dr. Song, Where is the antidote? They naturally knew that Song Bing gave them this medicine just to control them. But do they dare to refuse? This drug is a sure cure. Just like a drug, it attacks periodically and there is no antidote. But as long as you are obedient and cooperate with my work when you return, I will give you suppressive drugs regularly. Song Bing smiled. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled and they quickly kowtowed to show their loyalty. Don't worry, Dr. Song. From now on, we will be your dogs. Everything about us belongs to you. We will never have second thoughts. Yes, we will definitely work hard to create more value for you after we return to China. At this time, only by trying your best to show your worth can you have a chance to survive. Only then can we get the antidote to the insanity. At this moment, a group of capitalists knelt in front of Song Bing, extremely loyal. After seeing Song Bing's terrifying methods and taking the poison, they could no longer resist Song Bing. Just want to survive. Well, congratulations, you have recovered from your serious illness and can be discharged from the hospital. I will personally issue the certificate to you later. Seeing this, Song Bing was satisfied and applauded the announcement. Thank you, the miracle Dr. Song, for your great kindness. Thank you, Dr. Song, for curing us. Chow Bao and others hurriedly kowtowed and thanked him, with tears streaming down their faces. In this way, Chow Bao and others were truly cured of Song's disease, and were discharged from the hospital one after another with the certificate of Song's disease. Soon, news spread that Chow Bao and others were cured and discharged from the hospital. Everyone was very scared at first. After all, there was Matsumoto's precedent. They were all afraid that Chow Bao and others had not been cured and would suddenly become ill and bite people indiscriminately. After foreigners such as Zhao Yinqing and Evelyn returned to China, they were isolated as lunatics. No matter how you explain it, it's useless. But fortunately, in the end, they had a flash of inspiration and took out the certificate issued by Song Bing. This proved that he was indeed good. Finally, they had to post a message in front of the whole world and visit Song Bing with various expensive gifts and medical fees to express their gratitude. Thanks to Dr. Song for curing them. Song Bing also received a wave of praise again. Divine Dr. Song is really amazing. He can even cure this kind of mental illness. You think the world's #1 miracle doctor is joking. From this point of view, Sakura is a joke. She insisted on destroying her. In the end, not only did she suffer heavy losses, she also aggravated Matsumoto's illness. Haha, that made me laugh. I'm curious how they dealt with that Matsumoto. Keep him locked up or shoot him? Sakura country once again became the object of ridicule. Everything that happened once again made Chow Bao and others tremble, and they were even more afraid of Song Bing. Because only they know the inside story. All of this was Song Bing's handiwork. Not only did he convince the world that they were insane, it also made them all have to admit that they were crazy. They also need to show the world that they have recovered and been discharged from the hospital with the certificate issued by him. The key is that this proof works really well. It really became the only proof that they could be accepted by the world. Thinking about it now, they all shuddered. Who gave them the courage in the first place? How dare they provoke such a terrifying existence? If God gave them another chance to come back, they wouldn't even dare to kill them. The first target is naturally Dai Group. With the experience of Gaoyao Group, everything went extremely smoothly. It can be said that the Chow Bao trio cooperated fully, even more obedient than Luo Gaosheng. Not only did he obediently give up all his rights, he even took the initiative to announce everything. Coupled with Sia's help, Song Bing easily took control of the Dai Group in less than a few days, became the real boss of Dai Group. As for other groups involved in this incident, whether foreign or domestic, after hearing this in secret, Song Bing didn't need to take the initiative to issue orders, but all came to congratulate him and show their sincerity. Song Bing can handle it as he pleases. Song Bing also continued to launch the pharmaceutical factory that Dai Group had previously cooperated and financed. This time, there was no group opposition. Instead, each one fully cooperated and invested in the medicinal materials. He also unconditionally handed over all rights to Song Bing. The pharmaceutical group involved in this incident was easily controlled by Song Bing. Song Bing's career has reached another level. This turmoil caused by the Dai Group also followed the change of dynasties of the Dai Group, as well as the submission and cooperation of various groups. This is the perfect ending. It is estimated that Qiao Bao and others will not think about it until they die. Their defeat would be so simple and crude. The cost of failure is even greater. Sent to a mental hospital backyard. In an open military training square. All special police units sent to mental hospitals are gathered here. There are more than 1,100 soldiers in total. At this moment, every soldier is wearing a military uniform and standing with his head held high. The scene was solemn, just like a military training scene. On the award podium set up in front of the soldiers, Song Bing, Yi Tian, and many officers stood on it. The long table was filled with various medals and certificates. Obviously, this is to award awards to the soldiers. After all, in this turmoil, arrest the psychopath, fight the keyboard warriors, protect the safety of Song Bing, protect the safety of the psychopath, and finally confront Sakura. All this seems easy, but it's not difficult at all. All the soldiers worked hard, worked tirelessly, and cooperated fully. In this storm, it played a great deterrent effect. Now that this battle has been won, it is naturally time for rewards. All of you, stand at attention and take a break. Yi Tian picked up the horn and said loudly. The soldiers below stood in order according to the order. The award ceremony will be held below. Yi Tian announced loudly. The eyes of all the soldiers flickered. Looking at the medals and prizes placed on the podium, they are quite high. There were even first-class merit medals. This is what many soldiers dream of. Just when the soldiers were still excited, Song Bing stepped forward at this moment, picked up the speaker, and said with a spring breeze, before awarding the award, I have to fulfill a small promise I made before. I will personally reward each soldier with 1 million. Thank you for your help and protection during this period. You have worked hard. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell silent. No, sensation is more appropriate. All the soldiers stared wide-eyed and looked at the handsome young man on the podium in disbelief. 1 million? Or 1 million each? Or give it to them personally? How does this not shock them? There were more than 1,000 people present, a total of more than 1 billion. How much does it cost? Does the young man in front of me have so much money? Just when everyone was in shock and doubt, they saw large cash transport trucks approaching outside the square. Each vehicle has the World Bank logo on it. Immediately afterwards, several cash transport personnel were seen moving down boxes of sorted bills. There is quite a pile of old people. One by one, the soldiers raised their heads as the boxes were piled high. Is this really for them? This is all a little thought on my part. I hope you don't dislike it. Next, everyone will come forward to receive it one by one in order. Song Bing said very modestly. Then comes the payment process. Each soldier came forward one by one in order, and finally everyone received a large box. Plenty of weight. When they opened it, they saw that it was full of red and shiny bills. At this moment, they were finally sure that it was all true. But the young man on the stage gave them all the money. So what should he do? Adjutant Yi, you are here too. You are all stuck. Don't worry. I've already told Marshal and got his consent. On the podium, Song Bing smiled and issued bank cards to Yi Tian and others. Yi Tian and others were stunned, then smiled bitterly. I also didn't expect Song Bing to reward them like this. This reward is too special and direct. However, they like it. Let us thank Dr. Song for the reward. Putting away the bank card, Yi Tian said loudly. Thank you, Dr. Song. All the soldiers saluted and watched Song Bing leave. Hidden merit and fame. Now, let's continue with the award ceremony. Zhang Jun, a member of the 1st Squadron of the Special Forces. In this operation, he participated in 3 counterinsurgency operations and captured 5 lunatics. During the battle, acid was poured on his face. He was awarded 3rd-class merit. Li Tao, during this operation, I participated in quelling 5 rebellions. One person discovered 15 keyboard warriors who came to sabotage at night. He fought alone and captured 15 people, even though he was seriously injured. He was awarded 2nd-class merit. Wang Ming, captain of the 3rd SWAT team. In this operation, he participated in 10 counterinsurgency operations and captured a total of 108 psychopaths. He fulfilled his duties and protected the safety of the hospital. His eyes were injured, and he was awarded 1st-class merit. Yi Tian loudly read out the merits of each soldier. The soldiers who were called also came to the stage to receive their awards and received thunderous applause. Every soldier has a smile on his face. because the experience during this period was like a dream to them, even more dreamy than dreamy. It was Marshall who sent them here in the first place and emphasized that this would be a glorious and arduous task. This made them all very energetic, even ready to sacrifice. However, what happens after arrival? They appear to be involved in many exciting battles. But to sum it up, it seems to be just one thing, catching the insane. That's right, it's about catching a psychopath. After patrolling and arresting people in the mental hospital, they followed Song Bing and drove outside to arrest him. After arresting him, he was sent to the smelly ward and fumigated. It's that simple and crude. Although it is difficult and dangerous, the crazy people encountered are all kinds. Even get hurt. But it was still far different from the real battlefield they faced. Moreover, here, they are not afraid if they are injured, whether it is a broken arm or leg, or being blinded. Why? Because they have divine Dr. Song. As soon as he was injured, Song Bing gave them a few strokes, and he recovered quickly. It doesn't hurt at all. It's simply not too amazing. This made them even imagine that Song Bing would go to the battlefield with them. Can the enemy use up all their bullets? Of course, this is not the point. The point is, it's such a simple way to catch a psychopath. They were awarded these merits. He even received a reward of 1 million from Song Bing. For them, this is simply not a dream. Before that, they couldn't even think about it. After the awards were presented, it seemed that the soldiers were confused. Yi Tian picked up the speaker, stepped forward, and asked, "Do you think it's too easy to get these rewards for just doing such a simple thing?" The soldiers looked at each other and said nothing. But the expression answered everything. What I want to tell you is that this is not simple at all. Because what you don't know is that the battle we won with Dr. Song not only defeated the chaos of the internet, broke the suppression of capital, and defeated the greed of foreign countries. It also protected a country's talents and safeguarded the justice of our country. This battle was fought beautifully and brilliantly. It is more exciting and meaningful than every death battle we fight outside. Yi Tian said loudly. Soldiers, although they didn't understand it very well. But in the end the conclusion was drawn. This battle was awesome. So, all the soldiers finally held their heads high and shouted, "Understood." After awarding the soldiers with awards, Song Bing drove all the way over. He has been staying here almost all these days. Now that I have everything under control, then the next step is to naturally start to use all these rights, continue to expand, and prepare to search for merit. This is Song Bing's real purpose. For him now, all rights and money are meaningless. Only merit is the most useful. Also getting out of the car with Song Bing were AI Xiaoxiu and Zhang Taizhu. Now that Song Bing's medical empire has expanded to this point, that's when people are needed. So it was natural to bring the two of them along to see the world together. Assist yourself. Where is this? It's so atmospheric. However, looking at this luxurious and tall building, both AI Xiaoxiu and Zhang Taizhu were stunned. Do you like it? Song Bing asked with a smile. Yeah. Both of them nodded honestly. There may not be 10 such tall buildings in the whole city of Andu. If you say you don't like it, you'd be lying. As long as you like it, this will be our home from now on. Song Bing stretched out his hand and patted the two of them. Of course, Zhang Taizhu was tall, so he was photographed on the shoulder. AI Xiaoxiu was short, and Song Bing touched her little head. Both of them looked at Song Bing in surprise. I suspect I heard it wrong. When did Song Bing build such a building without telling them? At this moment, several figures hurriedly arrived in the building. The leader was surprisingly Sia, who was wearing high heels and a professional butt-covering skirt. Chairman. Several people came forward, with Sia taking the lead, and they all respectfully shouted to Song Bing. Thank you for your hard work. Song Bing smiled gratefully at Sia. In the past few days of seizing power, Sia acted as his personal secretary. But in fact, almost everything is handled by Sia. Song Bing didn't need to move at all. He could just lie down and feel comfortable. It's not hard. Everything is arranged and you can start. Sia smiled and led the way. Okay. Song Bing nodded and followed. Take a look. Having a capable assistant makes all the difference. Don't worry about anything. Zhang Taizhu and AI Xiaoxiu looked at each other, unable to hide their shock. The chairman has been called? Does this building really belong to them? With full curiosity, the two of them hurriedly followed. Under the leadership of Sia, several people took a special elevator all the way to the 24th floor of the building. in a high-end waiting room. When the elevator door opened, they saw two old people sitting on the sofa drinking tea. It was two Chinese doctors, Hua Xigua and Lin Jiaxing. Seeing Song Bing, the two elders' eyes trembled, and they both stood up, unable to conceal their feelings. They especially remember when they went to the mental hospital to donate books. Just then, Xiao Bao came to win over Song Bing. At that time, they were still worried that Song Bing would not be able to resist Xiao Bao's temptation. Bought and controlled by Dai Group. However, everything is unpredictable. Never expected it. Song Bing really couldn't resist the temptation. However, the Dai AI Group was taken over. Now they are invited as guests. And all of this happened in just a few months. How does this not shock them? Teacher, Mr. Lin, you're welcome. Please take a seat. I invite you here this time because I have something to discuss with you. Seeing that the two elders were so restrained, Song Bing stepped forward with a smile and explained his intention. You kid, you're awesome. After holding it in for a long time, Lin Jiaxing couldn't help but give Song Bing a thumbs up. Song Bing, if you have any need for our old bones, just say it. We will definitely not refuse. Hua Xigua also said with a smile. No rush. Let me take a look at this first. Song Bing said and glanced at Zhang Taizhu. The latter quickly stepped forward, picked up a box, opened it, and spread it on the table. There was no gold or silver jewelry inside, just some organized books. However, when the second elder picked it up and took a look, his doubtful face gradually became solemn. Then came shock and trembling. They flipped through each book one by one. But the more he looked, the more he shivered. The more I looked, the more shocked I became. That's right. These handwritten books are clearly the various prescriptions and treatments that Xiao Bao and others have longed for. But these prescriptions are not ancestral. But Song Bing had been researching and experimenting on his own in the Mental Hospital Research Institute. The experimental subject was Song Bing himself. Absolutely authentic and reliable. Among them are many drugs to cure certain terminal diseases and suppressive drugs, and treatment methods of traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Although the effect is not as miraculous as Song Bing's personal absorption, but it definitely surpasses the current medical technology and any corresponding medicine. Any kind of prescription that is announced will definitely lead the way. It can be said that although this box of books is not a treasure of gold and silver, it is hundreds of times more expensive than 100 boxes of gold and silver treasures. Song Bing, did you research these? After checking it out, the two elders looked at Song Bing in shock, their hands still shaking. Yes, this is also thanks to the ancient family books given to me by my elders. Therefore, I would like to invite the two elders to join the Dai Group, so that these traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions and treatment methods can be introduced to Manhua and even the world. Song Bing sincerely invited. Hearing this, the two elders' hearts trembled even more. No wonder some of the prescriptions looked familiar to them. It turned out to be related to the ancient family heirloom books they gave to each other. They had read those ancient books no less than 100 times, but they were incomplete and obscure, and they could only learn a superficial knowledge, let alone comprehend it. However, all of this was researched by Song Bing, still in such a short period of time. How to do the experiment? Who did the experiment? What kind of brain can do this? Song Bing's talent once again refreshed the two elders' outlook. They were even more grateful that they had given all these ancient books to Song Bing. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will just turn into a handful of less in the end. Okay, I do. This is what I wish for. After recovering from the shock, without any hesitation, the two elders quickly nodded in agreement. Especially Hua Xigua. His lifelong dream is to promote traditional Chinese medicine and bring it to the world. Now this great opportunity is in line with his philosophy. How could he disagree? Welcome to you, little beast, and Juzi. From now on, you will learn more from me. Do you understand? Seeing this, Song Bing smiled. The reason why he sincerely invited two people. The first is to repay the kindness of the two people for gifting them ancient books. Secondly, the professional knowledge of two people is naturally needed to help manage the subsequent pharmaceutical factory. What he urgently needs most now is professional talents. In this way, Song Bing successfully signed two Chinese doctors. Offer a sky-high annual salary of 100 million. The two Chinese doctors are definitely worth the price. The two elders immediately went to work and took Zhang Taizhu and AI Xiaoshou to the pharmaceutical factory. Medicinal materials, pharmaceutical factories, equipment, cooperation, layout. The Dai Group has prepared them for us before. We have also successfully taken over, with the full support and help of other foreign groups. Now, coupled with these new prescriptions you provide, it is enough for Dai Group to quickly occupy the market. It is only a matter of time before we become the world's #1 pharmaceutical group and open to the world. In the office, after a busy day, Sia took out the information and gave Song Bing a detailed summary. Looking at the detailed asset information of Dai Group, Song Bing also smiled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bao and his trio had prepared all this for him. They originally wanted to quickly seize the market after defeating Song Bing and make Dai Group #1 in the world. But he didn't expect that he would just make a wedding dress for Song Bing. But in return, Song Bing will make Dai Group #1 in the world. As for Xiao Bao's trio, after losing their value, Song Bing also gave them the same ending as Luo Gaoxing. Make them real psychos. Since there is no problem, then increase investment and open it to the world. However, I have 2 conditions. Song Bing looked at Sia Dao. First, expand the scope of medical care. In the future, Dai Group will not only build human medical hospitals, but also invest in opening veterinary hospitals. There is no need to consider funds. Song Bing said directly. Sia looked surprised. She didn't expect Song Bing to be so loving. Not only do we need to take care of people and doctors, but we also need to take care of veterinarians. Okay, this is no problem. I will arrange it later. Sia nodded, admiring Song Bing even more. This is a veterinarian with a big heart. Second, I need you to ask all hospitals under the group, whether domestic or foreign, to set up a department specializing in the research and treatment of difficult and complicated diseases. Any incurable disease that cannot be cured, no matter whether it is human or animal, no matter how many or how intractable, is as long as one breath is left. All are transferred to this department and then gathered together at the headquarters hospital. I will research and treat it myself. Song Bing continued to speak. This is his ultimate goal. Make Dai Group bigger and stronger. Be the first in the world. Become #1 in the minds of countless people around the world. This will not make it easy to identify patients with various difficult and complicated diseases, or patients all over the world, or humans and animals together. It was still brought to him on his own initiative for him to suck. This is simply not fun, but it is much more comfortable than the live broadcast of seeking medical treatment. Is this your real purpose? Sia looked at Song Bing's handsome profile and asked a little absent-mindedly. Forget it. Let's do it. Song Bing's heart trembled slightly, and he looked at Sia in surprise. Could it be that the other party saw this secret? You are such a good person, Onghua. No, I am the greatest luck to have you in the world. Under Song Bing's confused gaze, Sia smiled sincerely. The look in Song Bing's eyes became even more admiring. This is a man full of charisma. Let Dai Group face the world. To expand the veterinary industry. Then focus on difficult and complicated diseases and conquer difficult and complicated diseases. Respect life. Respect life. Don't give up any life easily. Only now did she really see through Song Bing's ambition. Not to make money. It is to rectify the medical industry. Save more lives. It's so great and selfless. It's amazing. At this moment, Sia looked at Song Bing with even more admiration. Even admiration. Song Bing. He didn't know what Sia was thinking at the moment, but he didn't like the words, "You are such a good person." This sentence sounds a little strange, especially in today's society. So, he doesn't want to be a good guy. He just wants to collect merit. It can only be said that kindness is a coincidence. If sending someone sick can increase merit, he will definitely go down another path of no return. Don't worry, leave it all to me. I will do my best to help you and complete your great mission. Sia continued to promise, her beautiful eyes firm. Song Bing. Okay, thank you. Although it felt a little strange, Song Bing still wanted to smile and nod. A few days later, news about the Dai Group once again hit the hot searches. Dai Group has changed its dynasty, and the boss behind the scenes is most likely Dr. Song. Dai Group expands the veterinary industry. Dai Group launches new cancer treatment drugs with excellent results and affordable prices. Dai Group has opened a research institute for difficult and complicated diseases, committed to research and saving more patients with difficult and complicated diseases, and specially recruits patients with difficult and complicated diseases from all over the world. Anyone diagnosed with a difficult or complicated disease may be lucky enough to receive free research and treatment from Dr. Song. In this way, Dai Group developed rapidly and continuously launched various cheap and effective new drugs. It's like a huge wave, ruthlessly impacting those capital groups that have been monopolizing all year round. Manhua was shocked. Developed countries were shocked. The whole world was shocked. The medical industry building, which has been under construction for hundreds of years, is under the bombardment of countless new drugs launched by Dai Group. Layers collapsed. There is no way to fight back. In just a few months, the status of Dai Group has risen sharply, easily become the world's #1 pharmaceutical group. Countless terminally ill patients have been successfully cured with the drugs of Dai Group. Countless terminally ill patients who were difficult to save also died painlessly and happily under the treatment plan of Dai Group. All over the world, countless patients suffering from difficult and complicated diseases come to our hospital willingly and willing to receive treatment. After all, who wouldn't want to receive treatment from divine Dr. Song? Manhua jumped into the medical industry and crushed the world. Countries have become holy places for medical treatment that countless people yearn for. Song Bing's reputation once again spread throughout the world. This time, no one dared to suppress him again. No one can shake it anymore. Manhua, Andu, inside a world-renowned Great Love Hospital. Song Bing and Zhang Taizhu wore white coats and walked towards the research institute at the end of the corridor. Brother, these patients with difficult and complicated diseases have all been sent here. There are 984 patients. There are 643 species of animals. They are all separated and isolated. Among them, there are 19 large animals that cannot be sent by the Institute of Intractable Diseases. You need to go to them for treatment in person. This is the address. As he walked, Zhang Taizhu handed the information to Song Bing and explained in detail. Yes, there is progress. Song Bing patted Zhang Taizhu's shoulder approvingly. It was he who personally handed over this job to Zhang Taizhu. The first is to train Zhang Taizhu. And the only person he believed in this kind of thing the most was Zhang Taizhu. Hey, I'm stupid. I still don't understand a lot. Being praised by Song Bing, Zhang Taizhu smiled and scratched his head. Take your time and learn more from Xiaoshou and the 2 old Chinese doctors. I believe in you. Song Bing gave the other party an encouraging smile, put on a mask, and opened the door of the institute. Open the door. A wide, white space comes into view. There are countless hospital beds in the room. The hospital bed was filled with people covered by white cloths. It's like a large morgue. But in fact, these people are not corpses. Instead, they were concentrated patients with difficult and complicated diseases. It was just that all of them were stripped naked, covered with clothes, given anesthesia, and fell unconscious. As for why these people are given anesthesia, naturally, he wanted to hide his identity. The favor of rice rises, and the hatred of rice rises. Song Bing had taken too many lessons like this, so he would rather let these people not see him. And in this way, Song Bing no longer needs to pretend. You can touch it calmly and generously. Collect merit easily. Close the door with your backhand. Song Bing then opened his taboo eyes, glanced at them, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. There is no doubt that after layers of selection, the diseases suffered by these patients gathered from all over the world are almost all rare diseases that have not been fully absorbed. Even this time, a second level one appeared. After the confirmation was completed, Song Bing immediately started to touch it. He stretched out his hands and directly touched the rows of patients. Ding successfully absorbed the bird disease, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed the laughing death disease, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed progeria, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed water allergy, merit +1. A series of beautiful notes that only Song Bing could hear sounded in Song Bing's mind. It was like 2 rows of beauties on the cheerleading team, standing in line with their buttocks raised, letting Song Bing be photographed all the way. No need to pretend, just touch generously. Breathe calmly. Merit increases rapidly. Only Song Bing himself can experience the refreshing feeling. That's why he takes off these people's clothes. It's convenient to touch. Even with Song Bing's current physique, when faced with a first-level disease, he could easily absorb it and take it away just by touching the other person's skin. But if you encounter a disease with a high level or a difficult one, you need to specifically touch the affected area. Song Bing also had to take off his clothes slowly in person. What a hassle. In this way, because it is almost a first-level disease, Song Bing is like playing the piano. With both hands together, he passed between the rows of patients, absorbing their diseases easily. Don't be too chic at all. The diseases on the patients lying on the hospital beds were also visibly dissipated. It's simply not too amazing. Song Bing's eyes then fell on the last patient. This is the only patient with secondary disease in this batch of patients. It is also Song disease that has absorbed so many batches of patients, the only second-level disease patient. This is a woman. He looks younger than 20. Asian faces. He has fair skin, whiter than his brother who was soaked to death for 7 days. Delicate and three-dimensional facial features, and a mole under his left eye. The curvy figure is clearly visible under the cover of white cloth. You can tell which is which at a glance. Her long, straight black hair spread smoothly, like a sleeping beauty. The name tag hanging by the bed recorded her information. Name, Park Hai. Age, 24 years old. Nationality, Obama. Comprehensive diagnostic disorder, rare split personality. Common manifestations of the disorder, mania, and autism. Looking at this beautiful and peaceful European woman, Song Bing's eyes flashed with surprise. Instantly attracted. Of course, it's not because of the other person's beautiful appearance, but the other person's body. Song Bing frowned slightly when he saw the information on the nameplate. He decisively put his hand under the white cloth and explored it carefully. Song Bing's heart trembled as he initially felt the woman's tender, cold skin. Hurry and go deep, increase the area of contact. However, the more he touched, the more uncertain Song Bing became. Be more sure of your suspicions. This woman's illness seems to be much more than that. Now, although he can see the disease with the forbidden pupil, but it can only be seen roughly, and it can only be easily seen through low-level and simple ones. Many high-level rare diseases can only be seen roughly. You might even make a mistake. Just like this time. It's far less accurate than touching it by hand. It's like his eyes are scanners and his skin is a precision detector. The same goes for sending a sick person. Although it is easy and convenient to use the forbidden pupil to send diseases, but it is far less easy and precise than skin contact to bring disease. Sometimes even giving too much or giving too high a grade can cause eye pain. This is why, many times, whether it is sending diseases or detecting diseases, being able to get started means that Song Bing doesn't need the forbidden eye. As for the woman in front of her, under the taboo eyes, although she was roughly judged to have a second-level disease, she seemed to have an extra layer of film. Blocks some manifestations of symptoms. After looking at it for a long time, I couldn't see through it or see through it. It takes contact with your hands to break this film. Find out what this disease really is. This is why Song Bing took action decisively. A few minutes later, Song Bing had closed his eyes in concentration and touched his head from his feet. The 2 fingers finally fell on the woman's snow-white forehead. Ding, a rare grade 3 disease has been detected. Diseased body, human. Disease, rare genius disease. Symptoms, genetic defects, autism and loneliness, weird personality, unstable personality, superior intelligence. Level 3, how is that possible? The moment the message rang in his mind, Song Bing could no longer remain calm. At first, he just felt that his vision was a little blurry, and he suspected that the disease was not simple, and that there might be other diseases. Only then did we start the in-depth inspection. Unexpectedly, I was really mistaken. And it's a big mistake. The result gave him such a big surprise. Tertiary disease. Only he knows what this means. Secondary diseases are the limits of human endurance. Not to mention class 3 disease. This should never have happened in this world. The last level 3 disease was from candy. That was a miracle. Song Bing thought this would be the last level 3 disease he encountered. Impossible to meet again in this life. After all, who else in this world can have conditions like candy? Now, 1 year later, he unexpectedly encountered a second patient with level 3 disease again. What kind of unlucky luck is this? So who is this woman? Looking down at the woman in front of him, Song Bing's eyes were not only surprised and suspicious, but also a little hot. This is his disease-causing constitution, his natural desire for advanced diseases. It was like a hungry wolf seeing delicious meat. This is even happier than him making tens of billions. No matter, suck it first and then talk. At that moment, Song Bing stopped thinking about it, put his hands together, and started sucking without any blind spots. No matter who it is, suck it first, and then talk about it. This is a third-level genius disease, rare in the world. Even if this woman is the king of heaven, he will still suck. Second time absorbing rare grade 3 disease. One can imagine Song Bing's mood. The only difference is that with Song Bing's current physique, there is obviously no need to absorb it in stages. There is no need to fully absorb it. I can finish it in one go today. However, third-level diseases are not comparable to first and second-level diseases. It cannot be absorbed by just touching it, but it takes a long time to touch. A long time. About 1 hour passed. Beads of sweat appeared on Song Bing's forehead, and he gradually felt weak and numb. Song Bing's mind also heard the sound of successful absorption as promised. Ding successfully absorbed the third-level genius disease. Merit plus 1,000. Who? Feeling the merit of successfully receiving the account, Song Bing shuddered and then took his hands away from the woman. His eyes were hot. This is the 9th time he has used the AI group to concentrate on absorbing diseases. Today's enhanced merits have accumulated to more than 10,000 points. Make money directly today. And next, there is the animal area. After one last look at the European woman who gave him a big surprise, Song Bing pressed the button. Soon, the door opened. A group of nurses wearing masks walked in. The leader was none other than AI Xiaoxiao. Everyone has been cured. Let's take them down and give them a resuscitation shot. Song Bing looked at the group of nurses and said, "Yes, Dean." The nurses nodded quickly and then pushed the patients cured by Song Bing to retreat one after another. AI Xiaoxiao took the initiative and pushed the Ubo woman next to Song Bing. "Little beast, let someone check this woman's identity. The more details, the better," Song Bing said. AI Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, glanced at the woman's beautiful face, and nodded. "Oh." After a short rest, Song Bing continued to open another door. This time, it was a wider ward. But there are no longer beds and patients in the ward. Instead, there are neatly arranged cages of different sizes. The cages are filled with various small animals suffering from rare diseases. In addition to common pet cats and dogs, there are also hedgehogs, tigers, lions, hunting dogs, flat-headed brothers, golden arowanas. There are all kinds of animals collected and rescued from all over the world by the Great Love Research Veterinary Clinic. As long as they are suffering from rare diseases and cannot be saved, they will be sent here, regardless of the cost. Song Bing said, "Really carry out the great love to the end." Looking at these sluggish little cuties, Song Bing smiled and transformed into a real veterinarian. Treatment began. At the same time, the patients who had been treated by Song Bing were pushed to separate isolation wards one by the nurses. Prepare to inject Song Bing's special resuscitation medicine to revive them and dress these people. AI Xiaoxiao pushed Park Jiji into an isolated room, closed the door, and retreated. Almost at the same time, Park Jihai suddenly opened her beautiful eyes on the hospital bed. These are a pair of beautiful eyes that are like a blue spring, calm and clear. She then sat up, and the white cloth on her body fell from her delicate white skin like ice silk, exposing a large expanse of snow-white spring light. However, she is like a robot, without any feeling or shame. I even stepped off the hospital bed barefoot, and the white cloth completely slipped off. Spring is endless. She lowered her head to admire it by herself. A coquettish smile appeared on her lips. At this moment, the door handle suddenly twisted. Pu Jiji turned around to look, quickly bent down to pick up the white cloth, and wrapped it around his body. The next second, AI Xiaoxiao had already pushed his clothes and awakening medicine and opened the door. However, what I saw was an empty hospital bed. AI Xiaoxiao's pretty face suddenly changed slightly. He quickly approached the ward to check. Under the bed, bathroom, cabinets, drawers. Where are people? Where have people gone? Inside the Veterinary Research Institute. Half an hour later, Song Bing finally cured all the animals. The sluggish animals all returned to their cute and lively state. One of the tigers and 2 lions drooled when they looked at the small animals around them. Appetite restored. Song Bing himself was already sweating profusely and very weak. Absorbing so many diseases in one day, there is also a rare third-level disease. Even if his body is made of iron, he can't withstand it. After a few minutes of buffering, Song Bing pressed the button. After a while, A group of nurses opened the door again and came in. But it's no longer female nurses, but a group of burly and tall King Kong nurses. Zhang Taiju was among them. Brother, it's amazing how you can cure these animals so quickly every time. Glancing at the lively little animals everywhere, Zhang Taiju couldn't hide his surprise. I admire Song Bing even more. He felt that Song Bing was really omnipotent. Do it well, and I will teach you later. Song Bing smiled and patted Zhang Tieju's shoulder, then planned to ask AI Xiaoxiu about his situation. However, as soon as he walked out of the research institute, he saw AI Xiaoxiu running towards him in a nurse uniform. AI Xiaoxiu's chest rose and fell, and the surprise on his pretty face had not dissipated. Who was missing? Song Bing frowned slightly. That woman disappeared all of a sudden, and I didn't even give her the resuscitating medicine. AI Xiaoxiu added. Take me to see it. A few minutes later, AI Xiaoxiu took Song Bing to the ward where Pu Zhizhi was isolated. But the ward was already empty. I'll go back and get her clothes and resuscitation medicine. Within a few minutes, when the results came back, no one was there. AI Xiaoxiu said weakly. Song Bing frowned, opened his forbidden eyes, and looked around. Finally, it landed at the window. The other party left through the window. But that's not the point. The point is that the other person has no clothes on. All right, this may not be the point. The real point is that the other party woke up without injecting resuscitation drugs. In order to avoid accidents, these patients were injected with sleeping pills. This was not an ordinary anesthetic, but a harmless sleeping agent developed by Song Bing himself. After the injection, you will fall into a deep sleep, like a deep sleep. You will not wake up unless you inject a resuscitation drug to neutralize the effect of the drug. However, the woman woke up early on her own without injecting a resuscitation agent. He even ran away naked right under his nose. Is he that kind of person again? Song Bing's mind immediately flashed back to the maid Jiuer who had just been killed not long ago. So, the other party didn't inject sleeping pills from the beginning? Or, it could be said that the other party's physique is already different from that of ordinary people, and is powerful enough to ignore the effects of the sleeping drug. You can even disguise yourself as sleeping. Directly fooled his eyes? Through the close contact just now, Song Bing was sure that the latter was the most likely. But what is the purpose of the other party doing this? Picture what? Want to be touched by him? Or do you want to use him to cure diseases? Secondly, there is another small detail. This woman could have left step by step, but it must be exposed at this juncture. It was obviously done deliberately to show him. Do you have any information about her? After thinking for a moment, Song Bing looked at AI Xiaoxiu. Yes, here. AI Xiaoxiu quickly took out a piece of information about Pu Zhizhi. Park Jihai recorded in the information comes from an ordinary family in the country of Appa. Song Bing immediately stopped reading. A fake look. With such a disease, he didn't believe that this woman could be just an ordinary person. It's as simple as him not believing that Candy is just the princess of Li country. It's getting more and more interesting. It seems that the patients in this world are far more interesting than what I see. Glancing out the dark window, Song Bing raised the corners of his mouth slightly and simply didn't bother to think anymore. He turned to look at AI Xiaoxiu and said with a smile, "Let the plane get ready, and we'll set off for the free clinic." "Yes, master." AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes were slightly bright, and he was very happy. Her favorite thing is to go out to free clinics with Song Bing. Because the free clinic Song Bing mentioned was not an ordinary free clinic. It was a flight around the world on a private jet, traveling around the world to treat large animals that the Research Institute has found but cannot relocate. For example, a certain marine zoo, a dolphin, penguin, and polar bear suffering from a strange disease. In a certain sea area, a blue whale is about to die. Magic City, Longwan Gao family. In an underground laboratory that leads directly to the seabed. Submerged was a cubic iron cage, bound and fixed in the sea water by countless thick iron chains. Inside the iron cage is another large, smooth, all-metal iron ball. Oh! Bang bang bang. Ho 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 ho. At this moment, heart-rending roars of beasts came from inside the huge metal iron ball, and there were loud and harsh metal collision sounds. Then, one could see fist marks protruding from the surface of the originally solid metal ball. It was as if there was a monster imprisoned inside, roaring and punching metal balls from within. Looking at the shocking protruding fist marks, It seemed like it could be blasted through from the inside at any time. At the same time, above the laboratory, Gao Lingdai, who was wearing protective clothing, frowned slightly and looked at Gao Xingjie. Why is there such a big reaction? Did you inject him all at once? What are you afraid of? This lunatic is so cruel that he won't die no matter what. Gao Xingjie smiled indifferently. After all, he is our biological brother. Gao Ling was a little unhappy. Let him strengthen it as soon as possible so that we can take action against that bastard earlier. I can't bear it anymore. That bastard actually used only a few months to develop the dye group all over the world. If we let him develop further, he will probably come to us without us having to take action against him. Gao Xingjie's eyes suddenly turned vicious. This is why he is anxious. Based on dye group, use pharmaceutical groups from various countries as channels. Then suddenly come up with so many advanced prescriptions. In just a few months, Dye Hospital has spread all over the world, beloved by countless small and medium-sized countries. It all went so smoothly and naturally. It seemed that Song Bing had arranged the situation in advance, caught people off guard, but it was only touched for a moment, and Gao Ling's eyes regained their coldness. The red lips raised slightly and said, "Don't worry. As long as we don't take the initiative to attack him, he won't have time to target us even on the day of the apocalypse." What do you mean? Gao Xingjie frowned slightly, looking puzzled. Because, soon, there will be a second Song Bing in this world. Gao Ling chuckled. Gao Xingjie was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed with light. Are you talking about the genius surgeon we saw in the organization? Yes, he was born. And according to my investigation, Song Bing had a grudge against him when he was in Ligua. His hatred for Song Bing was even deeper than ours. Therefore, I am sure that the first thing he did when he was born was to seek revenge on Song Bing. Gao Ling crossed his arms over his chest and said with a meaningful smile, "Of course, what I'm looking forward to even more is what Song Bing's expression will be like when he sees the second person with the same talent as his. Shocked, fear, or angry. God is really helping me." Hearing this, Gao Xingjie also smiled, and the image of that person appeared in his mind. He was wearing a white coat and a mask. No one has seen his true face. I don't know what his name is either. But in the organization, people call him Dr. O. His hands are called the hands of God. Not only that, Project Apocalypse has been launched for several months, and under the organization's operation, wars have broken out in various countries one after another. Enough to curb his development. As for us, we can't take action against our brother until he succeeds. But since our Gao family is a member of the organization, we can naturally act in accordance with this big plan. Let this country also be in chaos. In this way, it will not only speed up the arrival of the day of apocalypse, but it will also be enough to make Song Bing very anxious. Gao Ling's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Commanderin," Gao Xingjie almost blurted out. At the same time, a man in a lab coat came to report, "Miss, Master, the guests have arrived." The eyes of Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie flashed at the same time. The two of them took one last look at the roar coming from the iron cage on the seabed below, and then turned and left. Gao family, in a secret reception hall. A middle-aged man, well-dressed and wearing a mask, was sitting on the sofa, but his hands and feet were shaking constantly, making him appear a little uneasy. "Minister Antai, I'm glad you can come." Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie arrived at this time and smiled when they saw the man on the sofa. "Where's Gao Tianqi?" Looking at the two of them, Antai took off his mask and frowned slightly. "Sorry, our grandpa is not in good health. It is up to us to talk to you about this matter." Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie sat opposite each other. In that case, there's nothing more to talk about. Let's take our leave." Antai looked displeased and stood up and left directly after speaking. "Minister Antai, my grandfather talking to you about this matter is the same as us talking to you. Presumably you don't want your son to continue to be detained in a mental hospital and tortured, let alone be suppressed and ignored all the time." Gao Xingjie picked up the tea on the table and blew it. As soon as these words came out, Antai's steps stopped abruptly. His fists were slightly clenched, and his face turned gloomy towards the two people. It doesn't matter if the traitor is tortured, even if he dies. Once and for all. By then he will most likely have another one. No, give birth to 3. The hateful thing is that he can't die, and he was implicated, causing him to be punished by Marshall and, seeing this, Gao Ling raised the corner of his mouth slightly and continued. A potential national treasure like Minister in Tai is implicated because of his son's fault. We really feel sorry for you. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush. And Tai turned around displeased. Then let's get it straight. I wonder if Minister Antai is interested in the position of the leader of Anghua. Gao Ling asked directly. Hearing this, Antai's pupils shrank slightly. Isn't this too direct? Immediately he was frightened and shouted. How dare you? Is this something that your Gao family can discuss? Believe it or not, I will destroy your Gao family. Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie still kept smiling and said directly. Minister Antai is afraid of Marshall N, right? Antai's face changed drastically, as if his heart was broken, and he lost control of his emotions and said, That's a bunch of nonsense. Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie looked at each other and continued to praise each other. To be honest, with your abilities, you can definitely become the leader of Anghua. As long as you are willing, my Gao family will definitely support you. As for Marshallin, he is very old and has been busy with state affairs. He may pass away soon, but I don't know for sure. You dare to curse my father? And Tai calmed down instead and said with an unhappy expression, That's it. If Minister Antai wants to spread his ambitions and show his attitude, my Gao family will definitely support him. If you are really willing to be ignored like this and your son is locked up in a mental hospital and tortured for the rest of his life, then just pretend that we didn't say anything. Gao Ling stopped talking nonsense and smiled. It's ridiculous. With Divine Dr. Song here, how could my father just say it? Just pretend I've never been here and say goodbye. And Tai put on the mask again and left decisively. But he also showed his attitude. Looking at Antai's leaving figure, Gao Ling and Gao Xingjie smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, we found the wrong person. The reason why Song Bing was able to gain a foothold in Anghua so quickly is inseparable from the great help of that old Guyander. Therefore, starting with him is indeed the best choice. Gao Xingjie smiled gloomily and clenched his fists. Once Ender dies, Antai will become a monster. Anghua will definitely be in chaos by then. What will happen to Song Bing then? Gao Ling smiled slightly. All this can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Isn't he good at healing? He can even cure the corruption in Anghua. So let's see if he can cure the world. Gao Xingjie also sneered. Shingda City, a seaside city in Pakistan. Several days. Song Bing took a private plane all the way and traveled to many countries and cities for free clinics to earn merit. Finally arrived at this holy city. The king of Bawang royal family heard about Song Bing's arrival. Immediately ordered to treat him with national courtesy. Know Song Bing's age and the fact that he is unmarried. He even carefully selected the most beautiful one among his many princess daughters to entertain Song Bing. He is eager to recruit Song Bing as the prince consort of Ba Kingdom. After all, which country wouldn't want to own Song Bing's reputation and worth now? Especially small and medium-sized countries like Pakistan. The rise of Song Bing and the construction of the Great Love Hospital in their country, cutting off the monopoly of those developed countries, is simply a welfare. They had sent people to recruit Song Bing before, but there were too many people and the chance was slim. Now that Song Bing has come to their country, how could they miss this golden opportunity? Respecting Mr. Song Shini, I'm sorry. My father and ministers are dealing with urgent state affairs, and I can't come to entertain you in person. Don't be surprised. The princess of Pakistan wore a special dress inlaid with gems. The gold and silver jewelry on her body sparkled, coupled with those green eyes and those high-level, three-dimensional facial features. Noble and beautiful. At first glance, they look like royalty. Song Bing explained helplessly. Divine Dr. Song really has great love. He actually came all the way for a blue whale. Lino admires him. Princess Ba smiled and praised, looking at Song Bing with affection. That look can enchant the soul. Song Bing looked away and once again rejected the kindness of a princess. You're welcome. Blue Star is lucky to have such a kind doctor like you. Let me accompany you there. I just want to fulfill my duty as a landlord. Princess Ba looked at Song Bing, who had handsome features and was kind-hearted and powerful. It was love at first sight without any royal arrangements. Then I'll trouble Princess Lena. Seeing this, Song Bing had long been accustomed to it and knew that he couldn't refuse, so he simply stopped wasting time by refusing. On his way here, He has visited many free clinics in various countries to collect merit. I originally planned to come quietly and leave quietly every time. Don't take away a single cloud. But the news always leaks out. Every time it comes to a country, it attracts the attention and sensation of the country's top royal family. Then the royal families of these countries will all send the youngest and most beautiful princesses to entertain Songbing, to seduce Songbing. The key is that it's so beautiful. This made Songbing very helpless. The reason why he flies around the world to provide free medical clinics in various countries is to treat those large animals that cannot be transferred and never miss a single strengthening merit. The result was a modern version of Tang monks pursuing Buddhist scriptures. And every time we pass by, it's the country of daughters. Every time he was tested on the youngest and most beautiful princess. Such an ordeal. I wonder if Tang's son can survive it. I guess several kindergartens need to be opened, right? Well, fortunately Songbing is very calm. Now I have overcome 25 difficulties. In this way, Songbing, AI Xiaoshou, and several research staff in Qingda City, led by Princess Lina, headed towards the aquarium they discovered by the sea. Soon, we arrived at the bottom of the aquarium. Under the isolation of transparent glass, there are countless marine creatures above your head. There are dolphins, various colorful fish, sharks, and mermaids, people pretending to be them. Colorful and so beautiful. Of course, these are not the goals of the rescue. Under the leadership of the owner of the aquarium, everyone went all the way to the deepest point, a corridor that is closed to traffic. At the end of the corridor, separated by the upper glass, is the real ocean. And now, in this ocean, a huge blue whale was floating quietly above everyone's heads. Its body is more than 20 meters long, and its weight is probably 100 tons, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. In comparison, Songbing and others were as small as tiny birds, just different from other blue whales. This blue whale is actually all white, and his vital signs were already very weak. It has been here for almost 10 days. It just doesn't want to leave and won't eat anything. It only ventilates occasionally. Every night late at night, there is a long and painful cry. We invited many veterinarians to venture into the water and try to check, but they could not find the cause. Many people suspect that it may have albinism, which cannot be cured. Dr. Song, if you can cure it, it will be a miracle. The owner of the aquarium looked at Songbing and said excitedly, "It seems that no one in the world has ever seen an albino blue whale. Where do you go into the sea?" Songbing's eyes flashed with heat. Along the way to the free clinic, he was diagnosed with many rare diseases, but they were all first level. The albino blue whale in front of him gave him a very unusual feeling. Maybe there is another surprise. Get down from there. The owner pointed to a ladder passage not far away. "Dr. Song, don't you get ready? Why don't we send some more experienced lifeguards to join you?" Princess Lina said worriedly. "No, I'll go check it out earlier." As Songbing said this, he symbolically changed into his diving suit and dived from the mouth of the sea. Everyone was watching carefully in the museum. Songbing entered the sea and dived all the way down to the head of the albino blue whale. At close range, Songbing was even smaller. At the same time, it also blocks everyone's view. At this moment, the blue whale's breath of life was already very weak. Songbing took off the waterproof clothing on his hands, exposed one arm, and gently placed it on the blue whale's head. A cold, strange feeling came over me. A few minutes passed. The system beeps. Ding, advanced virus detected. Sick body, blue whale. Virus, system name, Binka advanced virus. Level, system assessment, level 3. Status, infected. At the same time, under Songbing's sight, the blue whale's body became transparent, and many tiny and ferocious virus images emerged. Songbing's heart trembled slightly. Level 3. Level 3 again. It is also caused by viral infection. This surprised Songbing and made his heart tremble at the same time. Surprisingly, another level 3 disease. Merit plus 1000. What makes my heart tremble is that this is a level 3 virus. Blue Star actually has such an advanced virus? And where did the blue whale in front of me get infected? Woo! When Songbing's heart was trembling, the dying albino blue whale suddenly let out a cry. The virus reaction in his body became more intense. Songbing frowned slightly. Immediately hold the palm of your hand and start sucking directly. No matter what advanced and scary viruses. Being in his presence is merit. It's been so long. Is there anything going on? Owner, please send some lifeguards to check it out. In the aquarium, Princess Lina said worriedly. Okay. The owner of the museum is cautious and naturally does not dare to disobey. However, he was about to give the order. Then in the ocean below, the dying blue whale suddenly began to swing and scream. Immediately afterwards, I saw it suddenly jumping out of the water, spraying out water jets to take a breath. After falling into the water again, he dived towards the deep sea. Its white skin gradually recedes as it moves further and further away. Everyone was stunned, with their mouths wide open, looking at the big blue whale disappearing at the end of their sight. It was as if something flashed past my eyes. What the hell? Why is it fine? By the way, Divine Dr. Song won't be eaten, right? Everyone suddenly thought of something and quickly lowered their heads to look for traces of Song Bing. Only then did he realize that Song Bing had come up without knowing when. He also took off his diving suit and was putting on his clothes. Everyone was stunned again. The smart guy couldn't react for a while. Divine Dr. Song, what's going on with the blue whale? How come it just swooshes? The owner of the museum quickly asked out of curiosity. It's okay, there's just a fish bone stuck in my throat. I'll just dive in and pull it out. Song Bing explained with a smile. It's stuck in the fish bones, isn't it? Then why is its skin all white? The owner quickly realized the problem. If your throat is stuck and you can't breathe, you'll turn pale. Just like people, if you hold your breath for a long time, your face will turn pale. Song Bing explained seriously. The owner heard this. Makes sense. So he quickly praised. Oh, that's it. Thank you, Dr. Song, for saving such a miracle. You're welcome. It's also due to your protection. Song Bing said modestly and left with Lina and others. Only the owner of the museum was left thinking. Soon, he seemed to realize something was wrong again. He quickly shouted, no, that's not right. Dr. Song, this whale is so big. How could the fish bones be stuck? How can there be such big fish bones? And if such a big fish bone got stuck, how did you pick it out by yourself? Unfortunately, Song Bing and others had already left and did not answer his questions. This is destined to be an unsolved mystery. As soon as Song Bing and others left the aquarium, a Pakistani army hurried over. He said in a panic, Princess Lina, what's wrong? The Nile Kingdom has raided Shingda City, and a large number of armed men have already entered the city. What? As soon as these words came out, Princess Lina's pretty face changed slightly as she was still racking her brains on how to trick Song Bing into sleeping with her. Beep woo woo woo. Everyone's expressions changed. Everyone knows what this sound means. Song Bing frowned slightly and looked up into the distant sky. Rumble. The next second, countless missiles were seen coming through the air, bombarding the city indiscriminately. In an instant, the ground roared, sound waves vibrated, and countless high-rise buildings were razed to the ground. The destructive power is astonishing. This city, which was originally full of history and bustling, was instantly turned into a purgatory on Earth. Boom. Be careful, princess. A missile just landed a few hundred meters away from Song Bing and others. The terrifying shock wave set off countless fragments and shook them. When the Pakistani soldiers who came to protect the retreat saw this, they quickly protected Lina and others and returned to the aquarium. Song Bing also reacted quickly and protected AI Xiaoshu beside him. The terrifying shock wave carried countless fragments and swept in like a hurricane. Everything he passed was easily blown away. The entire aquarium's glass also cracked. Fortunately, it was far away and was not affected deeply. When the dust settled, there was the sound of the surviving people fleeing in despair. Countless civilians have even been annihilated by the bombings of these missiles. After confirming that the bombing was over, Song Bing and others also walked out of the dilapidated aquarium. Looking at the dilapidated and smoke-filled Shingda city, everything seemed like a dream. Is this the horrific, destructive power of modern warfare? Song Bing's eyes moved slightly, witnessing the horror of modern war immersed for the first time. Human lives, prosperous buildings, are as fragile as tissue paper in the face of these destructive weapons. This was just a few missile strikes. It's just a war between two small countries. What if it were replaced by a large missile? What if it were replaced by a nuclear bomb? What if World War III breaks out instead? I'm afraid the entire blue star will be razed to the ground, right? In fact, During Song Bing's journey through free clinics, conflicts and wars broke out in many countries he passed. Only this time, I happened to meet him. And for some reason, the international situation has suddenly become more severe in recent years. Conflicts and wars always break out inexplicably between countries. For example, the war between the Bear Country and the Black Country, Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the war between the Vatican Kingdom and the Sri Lankan Kingdom, the Iran-Iraq War. War breaks out in more and more countries. It seems as if World War III may break out at any time. At this time, two screams came from the ruins. It was the two Pakistani soldiers who were the last to close the door and were injured. The flying glass pierced his chest and face. Lifeguard. Specialized lifeguards from the soldier team immediately came forward to remove the fragments and bandage them. But there was no anesthesia, and the two injured soldiers screamed repeatedly. "Let me do it." Song Bing looked down and stepped forward. After all, it was these two soldiers who stood in front of them just now. The lifeguard was slightly stunned and did not recognize Song Bing. "This is divine, Dr. Song. Get out of here quickly." It was Lena who quickly spoke happily. Song Bing then squatted down, took out the silver needle, and inserted it twice symbolically, and then began to absorb it. Soon, the two soldiers felt the pain disappear, and then it seemed as if the injured flesh was healing. In fact, their flesh and blood was actually healing under the gauze. After just a moment, Song Bing withdrew the needle and stood up, saying, "Stand up and try." The two soldiers who were on the verge of death a second ago were stunned. I stood up tentatively and endured the pain, only to realize that it didn't seem to hurt anymore. The soldiers who had originally planned to step forward to help him were also stunned. "Just two pricks and it'll be fine? What kind of medical skill is this? So magical?" Lena looked at Song Bing in shock. This was the first time she witnessed Song Bing performing medical skills with her own eyes. It is said that Dr. Song has superb medical skills and can revive any disease with his hands. At first she thought it was a bit exaggerated. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, she felt that the praise was still too small. Buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was marveling, several fighter jets and helicopters buzzed in from the distant horizon. Apparently the bombing was over and the enemy was about to invade. "No, Princess, Shungda City has fallen and the enemy has begun to invade. We must now send you to Shungda International Airport, which is not within the bombing range," the Pakistani soldier captain said with a solemn expression. "Okay." Lena's pretty face turned pale and she nodded. At the same time, she did not forget to look at Song Bing and said, "Divine Dr. Song, please evacuate with us." "Princess, the mission we received is just to protect you from leaving. There are too many people and the target is big. You may be discovered." However, before Song Bing could say anything, the captain of the Ba Kingdom came to Lena and whispered in Lena's ear. Lena looked displeased and looked at the other person as well and said, "This is not an ordinary person. He is a distinguished guest from our country of Pakistan, and he saved our people just now. How can we give up on others now that we are in trouble?" The Ba captain hesitated for a moment, but nodded, not forgetting to take a deep look at Song Bing. "Dr. Song, let's go quickly. Don't worry. You are our distinguished guest from Pakistan, and we will do our best to escort you to a safe evacuation." Lena continued to express her kindness to Song Bing. "That would be troublesome." Song Bing nodded. Although the two of them had a clear view of what they were saying, he still did not refuse, mainly because their planes are also parked at Shungda International Airport. As a result, a group of people, escorted by more than 20 Pakistani soldiers, took a shortcut and headed east to Shungda International Airport. Along the way, there were dilapidated buildings and injured people fleeing everywhere. Over the city, enemy planes flew over from time to time, occasionally dropping a few bombs with harsh explosions. In the air, bullets penetrated from time to time, randomly hitting the head and claiming the life of an ordinary person. It's like walking through a hail of bullets. The sight was shocking. The entire Pakistani squadron escorted Song Bing and others eastward while being cautiously wary of fighter planes flying overhead. Once discovered, such a large target will definitely attract the enemy's full pursuit. Song Bing frowned, and under the taboo pupils, these passing bullets were clearly visible. It is also easy to avoid. It poses no threat to him at all. But it's just him. Looking around, Song Bing reached out and took AI Xiaoxiao into his arms. The sudden embrace made AI Xiaoshu stunned, and his delicate body trembled. Looking up at Song Bing, who was protecting her, she was stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly, and then enjoyed the protection of this chest with peace of mind. Princess, we must speed up. A large number of enemy troops have entered the city and are massacring the city. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a reconnaissance soldier from the rear hurried over to report, with a solemn look on his face. Massacre the city? How could they attack the people? Hearing this, Lena turned pale. Although she is a princess of a country, she is nothing in the face of war. Oh no, a group of armed men has discovered our traces and is chasing us. At this time, another scout came hurriedly from behind. Everyone's expressions changed. Everyone has it. Throw away all the unnecessary things. Travel lightly and speed up the progress. The soldier captain made a quick decision. The team immediately started escape mode. However, the sound of pursuit from behind was getting closer and closer. At the same time, the team fled to a massacred ruins. At first glance, it was bloody red and corpses were everywhere. There were Pakistani soldiers and civilians. The death was tragic. Shocking. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Hey, Lena was the first to vomit. The soldiers quickly blocked her view. At the same time, be wary of looking around at the dead silence around you. Beware of ambush. Song Bing raised his head and looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with strange color, and the next second, his face became slightly condensed. Hurry and take cover. Buzz buzz 2222. Almost at the same time, 3 fighter jets swooped towards them with precision, as if they had been planning for a long time. One of them even dropped a bomb. Everything happened unexpectedly. He turned back suddenly, his eyes cold, staring at the rapidly falling bomb. He immediately kicked up a stone the size of a football. Also at an inhuman speed, he kicked the bomb accurately. Bang! In an instant, the bomb exploded at high altitude. At the same time, 2 other fighter planes had swooped in. 2222. Oh! Bullets poured down like raindrops, and the soldiers who had no time to dodge were immediately beaten into sieves. Lena, who was sheltered by the soldiers, was also frightened. The blood of the soldiers was sprinkled on her fair skin, with the diamond-encrusted skirt. Just as the hot bullet was about to hit her, a big hand grabbed her and pulled her back from the death scythe. After a round of strafing, 3 fighter jets took off and flew away. Oh! Most of the soldiers at the scene were already dead or injured, leaving only a few survivors. Everything was caught off guard so quickly. No one responded at all. If there was no reminder from Song Bing, it is estimated that no one will survive. Rumble. However, something even more disturbing happened again. The armed men from behind also came after them at this time. There were hundreds of them, and they instantly surrounded the area. A tank even opened the way. Ouch. 2222. This is a group of armed men with different tattoos and clothes, not a regular army. With the guidance of the fighter jets in the sky, they suddenly fired at the ruins where Song Bing and others were hiding. His face was full of bloodthirsty banter. It seems that he enjoys the pleasure of killing. The powerful fire suppression left the surviving Pakistani soldiers no chance to fire, let alone surrender. Everyone hiding under the ruins was desperate, especially Lena. Her beauty has long faded. Still haven't recovered from the plane attack just now. If it hadn't been for a strong hand grabbing her and pushing her here, she would have died. Princess Lena, if you don't come out, we're going to kill you. As for Xiaopao, just climb out on your own, huh? The sound of strafing stopped, and the surrounding militants laughed jokingly. Lena, who was under the ruins, heard the sound and her delicate body trembled. Obviously, she didn't expect that these murderous terrorists would actually come for her. Several militants walked towards the ruins with a weak smile on their faces. For a moment, Lena was desperate. He closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. She knew what would happen if she fell into the hands of this group of people. Outside the ruins, several armed men came forward with guns, joking and shooting threats. But the next second, their expressions suddenly changed. On top of the ruins piled with corpses and stained with blood, a figure suddenly appeared. He stood there calmly, wearing a white coat, like a doctor, standing out among the blood-stained ruins. Wow! In an instant, hundreds of armed men looked horrified, and hundreds of guns and even tanks were all aimed at that figure. They all clearly remembered that there was no one on the ruins. Why did such a figure appear all of a sudden? Lina and others under the ruins saw Song Bing on the ruins, and their expressions changed. Lina suddenly remembered that the big hand that had just saved her was Song Bing. 2222. However, without giving them a chance to think, several brutal militants directly pulled the trigger on Song Bing. No matter the reason at all. Hundreds of bullets were fired at rapid speed like raindrops. In their eyes, human life is like a piece of grass. Lina and others under the ruins looked horrified and couldn't bear to look at this scene. However, these bullets seemed to be slowing down in Song Bing's eyes. Looking at these armed men, Song Bing's eyes were cold and murderous. The next second, he kicked a mud wall away, blocked it in front of him, and then shot out. In an instant, they first came to the militants at the front. The pupils of those who were still smiling suddenly shrank, as if they had seen a ghost and could no longer laugh. Song Bing smiled. Bang bang. The next second, several people crashed into the ruins, their bones shattered. Fire. All the armed men in the distance looked horrified and immediately increased their firing in panic. They even started bombarding them with tanks. However, Song Bing's figure disappeared like a ghost. While they were searching frantically, Song Bing has arrived in front of the tank. Bang! With one kick, the tank's gun barrel bent upward on the spot. The leader on the tank widened his eyes and didn't wait for him to pick up his gun and shoot. Song Bing had already reached him first, clasped his neck with one hand, and easily lifted him into the air. Everything happens in the blink of an eye. The scene fell silent for a moment. There was dead silence. All the originally ferocious and bloodthirsty militants were frightened by this scene. The body is shaking. Because the scene in front of me was so shocking. Dodge bullets? Kick away the tank barrel? Is this something a human can do? Under the ruins, Lina and others, who originally couldn't bear to look directly, heard the sound. When they opened their eyes anxiously, they looked at the scene in front of them. His eyes widened instantly. A look of disbelief. What happened? They seriously suspected it was an hallucination and quickly blinked. But the result remains the same. Song Bing, in front of countless armed men. He held the leader of the militants captive with one hand. How is this done? You dare to kill even me. You are so brave. Holding the leader with one hand, Song Bing spoke calmly. Give a positive evaluation. The leader's face turned red, and he looked directly at Song Bing. He only felt fear, and then asked in panic. It's too late to ask. Go to the underworld and ask the king of hell. After Song Bing finished speaking, under the fearful eyes of the leader begging for mercy, he easily broke his neck. You bastard, go to hell. The leader was killed, and the remaining militants looked ferocious again. They drew their knives and rushed toward Song Bing. The attack was ruthless, going straight to the vital point. All of them are murderous masters. You are already terminally ill. Go to the underworld to rebuild your body. Veterinary Song's eyes were cold, and he judged. This is where a dimensionality reduction strike unfolds. On top of the blood-stained battlefield ruins, armed men rushing toward Song Bing flew out as soon as they approached, like a fairy scattering flowers. Oh, run! This is a devil. In an instant, the surviving militants were overwhelmed by Song Bing's terrifying force. I wanted to run, but it was too late. One after another, they were sent to the paradise of Elysium by Veterinary Song to be reborn. Support, request fighter support. The last man to escape took out his walkie-talkie and called in panic. The next second, a hand came out from his mouth and just grabbed the walkie-talkie. Got it. A reply came from the other end of the intercom. Song Bing frowned slightly and raised his eyes to the sky. There, the sound of fighter jets flying low sounded again. They may be embedded in the ruins, or penetrate the steel bars, or kneeling on the ground, as if repenting. Above the ruins, Song Bing stood alone, his white coat fluttering in the wind and already stained with blood. It even splashed onto his handsome face, adding a bit of evil charm. It was as if a major surgery had just been performed. Under the ruins, Lina and others were stunned. Everyone opened their mouths wide and sucked in cold air. Even felt fear. Song Bing was like a god descending to earth. No, it is more appropriate for the god of death to descend to earth. So ruthlessly and easily dispatched these heinous demons. Sent to where they should go. They witnessed this incredible battle. They witnessed a doctor killing people. But slowly coming back to their senses, they suddenly realized. Are they saved? Buzz, buzz. And just as they were thinking about it, the familiar and oppressive buzzing sound came from the sky again. In an instant, their hearts that had been reborn fell into the ice cave again. His face was ashen. They had just personally experienced the terror of fighter jets, and they could no longer take any chances. Is it possible that Song Bing can still defeat Fiji with a mortal body? Or a fighter among planes? No kidding. Click. Crushing the pager in his hand, Song Bing slowly raised his eyes and looked over the city filled with smoke. His eyes completely turned into strange pupils, strange and calm. Isn't it just a fight in Fiji? Why not? Buzz, buzz. At the same time, 3 fighter jets were flying low in the sky. A harsh buzzing sound, full of oppression. What? Inside the fighter jet, the 3 pilots discovered the situation on the ground. They saw the militants who had fallen to the ground. There was also the red figure standing on top of the pile of corpses of the militants. That red-white coat is so eye-catching. At this time, on top of the pile of corpses, the red figure slowly turned around and looked up. Those strange eyes seemed to be looking at them across the void and even the fighter plane. The 3 pilots couldn't help but tremble and felt chills on their backs from this look. Kill him. In response, they became angry and decisively reached an agreement. 2-2-2-2. In an instant, 3 fighter jets swooped in and shot at Song Bing decisively. The terrifying firepower of fighter planes is enough to sweep people into sieves. Song Bing also moved, but he climbed over the ruins of the high-rise building at high speed and ran towards the distance. The body is as flexible as a monkey in the forest. Wanna run? Seeing that Song Bing wanted to escape, the 3 pilots looked joking and were not going to let him go. He immediately chased them with a fighter jet, playfully sweeping them all the way. Many crumbling buildings collapsed. The ruins soon became quiet. Under the ruins, hidden in the ruins, Lina and others watched 3 fighter jets chasing Song Bing. Everything is like a dream. He's drawing fire for us, sacrificing himself, and saving us. Lina quickly thought of this, because at present it seems that this is the only possibility. At this time, the few surviving soldiers crawled out of the rubble and then fled in panic. He no longer cares whether Lina is alive or not. In the face of disaster and death, especially after a near-death escape, they just want to survive, no matter what. Let's go? Let's go to Shungda International Airport first. AI Xiaoshou and several researchers who crawled out said. Several shocked researchers trembled. He'll be here later. Looking down at the authorities sent by Song Bing, AI Xiaoshou also said a little uneasily. Is Song Bing really going to fight in Fiji? Several researchers were stunned, and then nodded quickly, naturally not refuting. There's enough movement here. If we stay any longer, another enemy may come. Moreover, it is very close to Shungda International Airport. Hey, do you want to come along? Before leaving, AI Xiaoshou looked at another ruins very accurately and asked. The embarrassed Lina quickly climbed out and nodded timidly. Just like this, the group of people took advantage of Song Bing to draw fire and headed towards Shungda International Airport. Meanwhile, several hours and kilometers away, a fighter jet chase continues. Song Bing was extremely fast, and he was able to turn around and jump between the ruined buildings at extremely high speeds. The 3 fighter jets took turns bombing and strafing, but they always missed Song Bing. What the hell? Is this guy a monkey? The originally joking faces of the 3 pilots turned into horror, filled with disbelief. How could anyone hide from a plane like this? This made them all wonder if the plane they were flying was fake. Made, labor, and management don't believe it. If you are faster, my fighter is still faster. A pilot became angry and immediately lowered the flight altitude again with his superb skills. He didn't believe that Song Bing couldn't be killed like this. 2-2-2-2. Bullets poured down, heading towards Song Bing. At this moment, Song Bing ran directly towards a leaning and collapsed tall building. The distance between the two is extremely close. Haha, go to hell. Inside the fighter jet, the pilot's mouth curled into a faint smile. On the sloping tall building, the corners of Song Bing's mouth were slightly raised while he was running. It's just right here. At a certain moment, his knees bent and the soles of his feet suddenly exerted force. Bang! The high-rise building suddenly collapsed, and a cement wall rose into the sky, blocking countless bullets. Song Bing's figure also shot out at a terrifying speed at this moment. Hiding under the concrete wall, he flew toward the swooping fighter jets. 2222. The concrete walls collapsed under the powerful firepower and completely collapsed before they hit the fighter jets. However, when the cement wall spread out, Song Bing was also revealed. Wardfa. Inside the fighter jet, the pilot's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at Song Bing soaring from the sky in disbelief. His cerebellum shrank. After reacting, he hurriedly tried to take off. But how could Song Bing give him this opportunity? He punched out and hit the nose of the plane. Boom. The top of the fighter's head instantly dented, lost power, and crashed into the ground. With an explosion, the machine was destroyed and everyone died on the spot. Fake, what the hell? The other two fighter jets, who were originally watching the show, suddenly lost their composure. Fighting fighter with bare hands. Is this a human being? Do you think this is a movie? Whoosh. However, without giving them a chance to react, two football-sized rocks exploded from the ruins below. Bang. One accurately hit the nearest one, shot into its fatal spot on the spot, and instantly exploded at high altitude. The last one reacted quickly, turned sideways to the limit, and seized the fatal spot, but still did not produce sparks, swayed unsteadily, and almost crashed the machine and killed everyone. Devil, devil, devil. Now, the last pilot was no longer calm. After escaping from the edge of death to the extreme, if you dare to chase again, turn your body around and take off to escape. How to fight this? I want to escape, but it's too late. Seeing this, Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly. How could he let it go? Immediately turned into an afterimage, jumping between tall buildings, chasing after him. Just a few seconds. The offensive and defensive momentum changes instantly. I guess no one in the world would even think of it. One day, one man will be able to chase 3 fighter jets, or a fighter among planes. The swaying fuselage gradually lifted into the air. Just when the pilot thought he was about to escape from purgatory, Song Bing below had already jumped to the tallest building and jumped. Caught again with an exaggerated jump. Bang. The fighter suddenly shook violently and stopped taking off, as if it was caught by a big hand. The pilot's expression changed. The scene of the first pilot's tragic death has come to mind. It's so outrageous. In despair, he smiled miserably. With this last smile, he and his fighter were thrown to the ground by Song Bing. With a roar, he completely left this world. Bang! Song Bing fell back to the ground, with several holes in his white coat. It all happened so naturally and smoothly. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, there are hundreds of millions of things that are not in the river. But in fact, these really do not pose a threat to Song Bing today. The power of a stone thrown by Song Bing may not be worse than the destructive power of a bullet. After dusting himself off and making sure that the threat was resolved, Song Bing headed towards the war-free Xingda International Airport. To him, this was just an incident. He didn't want to get involved. After all, this was a war between the two countries. It's just that these people want to force him. Then there is no other way. Shortly after Song Bing left, a large number of regular Neil troops heard the news and rushed here. Several fighter jets also appeared in the sky. Colonel Neil, who was leading the army this time, walked over wearing a military uniform. He didn't feel sorry for the deaths of those militants. But looking at the carnage of the 3 fighter jets, his face didn't look good. Why is this happening? How come the Pakistani Air Force provides support so quickly? Colonel Neil asked darkly. 3 fighter jets imported from Liberia, plus 3 pilots. Such a loss is too expensive. Colonel, after investigation, the 3 fighter jets showed no signs of being hit by bullets. One of them seemed to have been hit by concrete with reinforced concrete and exploded. The other 2 seemed to have lost their balance and crashed. Several surveyors came forward to report, as if it was their first time seeing such a situation, and they were hesitant to speak. Do you know what you are talking about? Colonel Neil frowned slightly and looked at these people displeased. Cement hit? Who lost the cement? Specialized cement pouring machine? Still losing balance? These 3 were top pilots with skilled driving skills. How could they easily make a mistake and crash? Still 1 and 2? Such rhetoric is too ridiculous. I know. Don't kill me. I know how these 3 planes crashed. At this time, several Neil soldiers came escorting several Pakistani soldiers. These Pakistani soldiers were caught among the ruins nearby. In order to survive, several Pakistani soldiers also hurriedly stepped forward and wanted to take the initiative to explain. Is it some secret weapon that your country of Pakistan bought from other countries? To be honest, it can save your life. Colonel Neil looked at the prisoners and said directly, Okay. When several people heard this, they were instantly overjoyed and rushed to say, Actually, it's not a secret weapon, it's a person, and it was he who shot down these 3 fighter jets. Yes, he is like a Superman. With a brush, he flies into the sky and knocks down a fighter jet with one punch. Then he kicked a piece of cement away like a football and smashed another one. Finally, like a monkey, I climbed up the building, jumped, and pulled down the last fighter jet. He shot down these 3 planes by himself. The scene fell silent. Several Pakistani soldiers who were unaware were still describing vividly what they had seen with their own eyes. I still remember it vividly. They were all stunned under the ruins. I even seriously doubt that I was dazzled. Pull it down and kill it. Before they could finish speaking, Colonel Neil waved his hands expressionlessly. Yes. Several Neil soldiers pulled several people down on the spot. Huh? No, what we said is true. It was really one person who shot down these 3 fighter jets. He is Asian, with black hair and yellow skin, and he is wearing blood-stained clothes. He went to Sungdiak International Airport. Bang, bang, bang. Several Pakistani soldiers tried their best to explain, but were still shot. Give me the order to step up the attack. The displeased Colonel Neil immediately gave the order coldly. However, at this moment, an officer hurriedly came to report. Colonel, the king has sent an order. We have just learned that Divine Dr. Song from Manhua is in Shingda City. In order to avoid accidentally injuring Divine Dr. Song, we are required to stop all offensive methods until it is confirmed that Divine Dr. Song has evacuated. As soon as he heard the words Divine Dr. Song, Colonel Neil's majestic expression changed slightly. As a general of a country, he naturally knew about the existence of Song Bing. Even the country of Neil has benefited from the medical benefits of Dai Group. But now that the sneak attack was finally successful, it was a good time to attack and occupy. Once the fire ceased and Pakistani reinforcements arrived, it would be extremely detrimental to them. Colonel Neil was troubled. After a moment of silence, he continued, Cease fire for the time being and spread the news and the portrait of Divine Dr. Song. Anyone who meets us must be treated with courtesy and escorted away. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished according to military orders. Now he just prayed that Song Bing had not been affected by the bombing just now. Night falls at Shingda International Airport. It is one of the few safe places in the entire Shingda city. Neither Neil's soldiers nor militants dare to break into this place to kill. At this moment, the entire airport was already crowded with people fleeing. People from Pakistan came here to take refuge. People from other countries also came here to evacuate. AI Xiaoxiao and others also arrived safely just before dark. As soon as she arrived, Lina was recognized by the Pakistani personnel guarding her. A green channel was immediately opened and entered the airport. Princess, Shingda City has fallen now, and the enemy will come soon. Let's evacuate quickly. Several Pakistani personnel looked at Lina and said, Today Shingda City is no longer safe. Neil's soldiers killed Pakistanis on sight. You guys come with me. I will take you away safely. Lina looked at AI Xiaoxiao and others and said kindly, not forgetting the kindness of these people. I still have to wait for my master here, so you can go first. And we also have our own plane. AI Xiaoxiao smiled and thought that this grateful princess was quite good. Otherwise, she would not have brought the other person with her at that time. Even Song Bing wouldn't give him a hand. But Divine Dr. Song. When Song Bing was mentioned, Lina's beautiful eyes dimmed instantly, unable to hide her sadness. She understood that her survival was almost entirely due to Song's illness. But in her opinion, Song Bing might have died under the indiscriminate bombardment of those 3 fighter jets. I'm sorry, it's our country of Pakistan that failed to protect Dr. Song. Don't worry, we will definitely announce this matter to the world, crusade against the crimes of the NI country, and seek justice for Dr. Song. At this time, the Pakistani personnel on the side spoke righteously. But at the same time, he also wants to use such public opinion to help himself. Just imagine, the world-recognized #1 miracle doctor is the Chinese medicine doctor of Anghua. Died suddenly under the bombing of Neil country. Can the small NI country withstand Anghua's wrath? Little beast. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. Everyone looked for fame, and their expressions changed drastically. Lina and several researchers from the Dai branch were no longer calm. I even suspected that I was dazzled. They all clearly remembered that Song Bing was chased by 3 fighter jets. His body was covered in blood. Such a situation is definitely a narrow escape for anyone. Now, Song Bing has appeared intact. He even seemed to have changed into new clothes. There are no scars on your body or face. How is this possible? As Song Bing approached, Lina and several researchers subconsciously retreated with trembling hearts. Song Bing was on the ruins at that time, and the cruel scene of massacre of those militants emerged before his eyes. It seems that he is not the same person as the harmless person in front of him. Master, you are finally here. Only AI Xiaoshou smiled, ran towards Song Bing happily, and held Song Bing's wrist like a child. Are you okay? Song Bing looked down at the girl and asked with concern. AI Xiaoshou smiled and shook his head. After listening to the conversation between the two, everyone was convinced that Song Bing was not a ghost. Lina plucked up the courage to step forward and ask. Facing Song Bing again, she was already a little more frightened. I was lucky. Those 3 fighter jets just ran out of fuel, and then they suddenly crashed. Song Bing explained with a smile. Be concise and to the point. This reason is too outrageous, right? God bless you. I'm so glad you're okay. After reacting, Lina still clasped her hands together and expressed gratitude. Don't think too much about it. No matter what, just be fine. Princess, now that Divine Dr. Song is fine, let's board the plane as soon as possible. If those crazy Neil people know that you are here, they will probably come in at any cost. A Pakistani personnel returned to the topic and said, General, good news. Neil's army suddenly stopped all fire attacks. Just as Lina was about to say something, a Pakistani soldier in disguise came excitedly to report. What? Hearing this, several Pakistani officials in plain clothes looked shocked. Apparently, he didn't expect the sudden truce in the Neil Congress. You know, under such a raid, the Pakistani defense line collapsed and Shungda city fell. It's a good time to capture. Otherwise, once Pakistan reacts, it will be a fierce battle. How could Neil country be willing to give up such a great opportunity? Could it be that he was intimidated by some powerful country? Or, several Pakistani personnel all looked at Song Bing. Another possibility comes to mind. Song Bing was equally surprised by the truce in Neil. But it seems that this country is not very stupid. At that time, he was a little unhappy when he was caught in the flames of war. He even wanted to rush to the country of Neil to find out the blind king and make him sick. But thinking about the fact that he had just hit 3 planes, the other party now had the wisdom to cease fire because of him and retreat. Let's do this for now. Let's go? Let's go to the next stop. After speaking to several researchers, Song Bing took AI Xiaoshou away. Now that things are over here, it's naturally time to go to the next stop, the free clinic. To him, this sudden war between the 2 countries was really just an episode. For Song Bing now, there is nothing more attractive than seeking illness and earning merit. However, not long after Song Bing and others walked out, Lina's voice came from behind. Song Bing stopped and turned his head in confusion. Lina bit her cherry lips lightly, but still mustered up the courage to trot forward. He took off the necklace made of red, yellow, blue, and green gemstones around his neck and handed it to Song Bing. He said sincerely, Dr. Song, thank you for your life-saving grace. I didn't expect this princess to be so grateful. At first glance, this necklace is worth a lot of money, at least several hundred million. Moreover, it is priceless and unique. But Song Bing still smiled and shook his head and said, Princess Lina, I accept your love, so I don't need the necklace. It suits you better. Seeing that Song Bing was still as kind as before, Lina regained her heartbeat again. She smiled sweetly, plucked up her courage again, and suddenly stepped forward with open arms. He gave Song Bing a hug and a kiss. By the way, he hung the valuable necklace on Song Bing's hand. Feeling the sudden hug and kiss, Song Bing was caught off guard. But knowing that this was just a basic farewell etiquette, he did not refuse. Lina then clasped her hands together and worshipped Song Bing very devoutly. Mr. Song, thank you again. You are such a good person. I pray to God that there will be no war in the world and that you will always be happy. After everything was done, she left in relief and boarded the plane with the Pakistani personnel. Song Bing was slightly stunned. He had no faith in this aspect. Don't believe in gods, Buddhas and God, just believe in yourself. But Lena's piety and gratitude moved him. This is a rare kind person. It can be considered that there is no rescue. After looking at the expensive necklace in his hand, Song Bing shook his head and smiled, then secretly put it into the kidney ruins. Then he also took AI Xiaoxiao and others onto his plane. The plane took off and gradually flew towards the high-altitude clouds, gradually fly into the distance. The dilapidated scene of Shengda City below gradually enlarged, baptized by the fire of war. Every scene is shocking. Outside the Shengda City airport, there are still countless refugees arriving, but they can't go anywhere. A boy less than 3 years old, wearing a diaper and covered in mud, stood blankly on the collapsed ruins. He just woke up from his sleep, didn't understand what happened, and was looking for his parents. However, what he didn't know was that his parents were right at his feet, in the ruins at his feet. On the roadside, a girl less than 2 years old was sitting next to a woman, crying. It's a pity that the woman's body was already cold, so she could only use her last strength to hide her blown face. I can't give her a hug anymore. Among the countless ruins destroyed by war, there are scenes of this human tragedy, suffocating and hopeless. Fortunately, the news of the truce in Neil country quickly spread throughout the airport and the entire Shengda City. It became the only light in this desperate city. Thousands of people seized this opportunity to survive and fled the city. So survived. At the top of the clouds, the plane was completely far away from the territories of Pakistan and Neil. In the luxurious and exquisite airplane, Song Bing took a hot shower and came out. Wash away the smell of blood. It was rare to lie on the sofa leisurely and look at the beautiful and peaceful sky outside the window. It is in sharp contrast to the dilapidation of Shengda City. After a while, AI Xiaoxiao also came out after taking a bath. He put on a pair of light white denim shorts and a loose white sweatshirt. On his feet are a pair of white Air Force shoes. Master, what are you looking at? AI Xiaoxiao came over curiously. Also imitating Song Bing's posture, he lay down gracefully on the sofa, stretched out his straight white comic legs from under his loose sweater, and rested them on the coffee table. Then he took out a chicken from somewhere and started to eat it. The lower body and the upper body are not on the same channel. How could there be a beautiful girl holding a big braised chicken and chewing it? You are so beautiful. Can you be more reserved? Honestly, how many chickens have you brought on a plane? He counted carefully and found that this was the 108th chicken this girl had eaten along the way. The last one. AI Xiaoxiao's mouth was full of oil after eating, and he asked vaguely, "By the way, Master, where should we go next?" Song Bing stretched out his hand towards AI Xiaoxiao and calmly pulled off a chicken leg under his pitiful eyes. He also started to nibble and said calmly, "It will benefit the country. This time I went to Ligua, except for the diseases discovered by the research. There were still many things for him to deal with. One thing in particular is important. Because my parents had an accident and I left in a hurry, I didn't explain anything. Now, it's time to go back and take good care of yourself." Ligua. As soon as AI Xiaoxiao heard about Ligua, his beautiful eyes instantly lit up. The turkeys there are quite big and fat, right? Don't worry, I'll take care of it when the time comes. How could Song Bing not see AI Xiaoxiao's little thoughts? This time he wanted to see how many turkeys this girl could eat. Can't one of them satisfy you? Hey, thank you, Master. I'll give this one to you too. AI Xiaoxiao immediately became generous and broke off the other chicken leg that he had already taken a bite of hastily and handed it to Song Bing. Eat it yourself. Song Bing stuffed it back into AI Xiaoxiao's mouth. Immediately, I saw the latter trembling, sucking up all the meat in one go and swallowing it directly. Then the little mouth spat out, and the bone that had been sucked clean and dry was spit out and fell accurately into the trash can. "Xiaoqiao, who taught you to eat like this?" Song Bing's eyes widened, and he asked a little uncertainly, "Just swallow it. No chewing at all. So fierce. Learn from Zhu Beiji and eat raw fruit, right? You're self-taught. What's so hard about it? The little beast will give you another amazing performance." Seeing Song Bing's interest, AI Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed with cunning, and he immediately took out 2 chicken feet and stuffed them into his mouth together. Then he squirmed flexibly. Could it be? Is this going to make boneless chicken feet? Sure enough. The next second, AI Xiaoxiao pulled out the chicken feet from his mouth, and in an instant, Only the smooth, white bones were left. There wasn't any meat left. Achieve perfect bone removal. All the meat was perfectly peeled off by AI Xiaoxiao with his small cherry mouth. It's simply not too much. Even less calm. Suck the chicken leg meat directly, he can understand. Sucking the skin of chicken feet is outrageous. I smoked two at once. How much skill does it take to do this? Under Song Bing's surprised gaze, AI Xiaoxiao chewed the boneless chicken feet in his mouth with great enjoyment. After swallowing, he raised the bones in his hand to show off and said with a cute smile, "Hey, how are you? Master, am I good?" At this moment, AI Xiaoxiao was like a child who was eager to be praised. Song Bing fell silent. Today I had a knife in my butt, and it opened my eyes. It's really 360 lines, and he will be the #1 scholar in every line. This girl really knows how to eat chicken. Under AI Xiaoxiao's eager eyes, Song Bing managed to force out a smile and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Hee. After receiving the praise, AI Xiaoxiao smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly he thought of something again, and his beautiful eyes glowed. By the way, Master, I have thought of something even more amazing. I will perform it for you again, and it will definitely surprise you. With that said, AI Xiaoxiao opened her incredible little mouth again. The corner of Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly stretched out his hand to pinch the oily little mouth accurately. He said silently, "Stop, you've already surprised me, stop showing off." With Song Bing pinching his mouth, AI Xiaoxiao blinked his big black eyes and nodded. Oh, only then did Song Bing let go of the girl. The atmosphere at the scene became inexplicably quiet, with a bit of embarrassment. AI Xiaoxiao looked Song Bing up and down, and seemed to have thought of a way to ease the embarrassment. He had an idea and said, "Master, do you want to learn how to eat chicken? I'll teach you." "Don't learn." Song Bing stood up with his hands behind his back, left these two words, and left this place of right and wrong. AI Xiaoxiao blinked his big eyes in confusion, then fell on the remaining braised chicken in his hand. The corners of her mouth were raised slightly, revealing a wicked smile. He immediately picked up the braised chicken and opened his mouth. Continued to perform another chicken-eating trick. If Song Bing were still here, he would definitely be shocked. The northernmost part of the country is Chongqing. It is the third most prosperous city in the country after N City and S City. One of the top 10 super-developed cities in the world. Because it is covered with snow all year round, it is also known as the Snow City. Song Bing, AI Xiaoxiao, and others got off the plane and went directly to the Dai Group branch in Chongqing. The senior management of the group branch here knew that Song Bing was coming, and they hurriedly gathered in Chongqing to wash away the dust. Song Bing naturally did not forget to ask someone to prepare a few more chickens. "Dean, in compliance with your order, among the intractable diseases we found in the country this time, there are only 2 polar bears. There is also a sick Indian tribe." At the banquet, several researchers from Jinli country said, "Indian tribe?" Song Bing was slightly stunned. He naturally understood this Indian. The land of the original Li country was originally owned by the Indians. It was only later that white colonists discovered this continent and occupied the magpie's nest, and drove the indigenous Indians to the extremely cold places in the north. Later, the country of Li introduced slaves from the Philippines. Then there is the current black and white hybrid country. Yes, this Indian tribe lives north of Chongqing, in the mountains thousands of miles away. They live their primitive, civilized lives, but occasionally they would take some animal skins and go outside to exchange for medicines and utensils of modern civilization. As luck would have it, we just happened to find the 2 polar bears back at that time. Several Indians came to seek medical treatment. They said that as long as they cured their chief's daughter, they were willing to give out a gold mine as reward. We sent some of the best doctors to go with them. But the little girl's illness was really strange. She sometimes felt hot and sometimes had chills. We diagnosed her for a long time, but we couldn't find the cause. We promised to cure her and wait for you to come. Several researchers were a little surprised. That's a gold mine. Sometimes you feel hot, and sometimes you feel cold. Song Bing's attention fell on the disease. As for the so-called gold mine, it is dispensable. Then let's set off now. Let's go see the 2 polar bears first, and then go find the Indian tribe. Song Bing said decisively. Wait a minute, Dean Song. There is another important thing that I need to report to you. Feng Tang, The current president of the Ligua Dai Group branch stood up with a solemn expression. As soon as these words came out, the senior executives of other branches at the wine table also looked solemn. Only AI Xiaoshuo was still showing off his chicken as if no one else was watching. From time to time, I secretly perform a boneless chicken feat. What's the matter? Tell me, Song Bing said calmly. President, since the construction and development of my Dai Group branch in Ligua, I have been secretly suppressed by Ligua. Either they increase taxes, or members of the Ligua Medical Association always go to various Dai branch hospitals to investigate for no reason, deliberately looking for excuses to punish or even force them. Especially not long ago, a man who claimed to be doctor suddenly appeared in the country, elected president of the Ligua Medical Association. It even opened a special medical clinic. Just like you in the past, you treated the diseases of powerful people in the country. Since then, there have been rumors that this person's medical skills are superb and not weaker than yours. Even better than you. There is even a popular saying in the country of Li. The miracle Dr. Song from another country left, and a Dr. Ao from our own country came out. That's right. Anyway, since Dr. Ao appeared, the Ligua Medical Association's attitude towards us has become worse and worse. Now, several of our hospitals in Ligua have been forcibly closed. Several senior executives of the Ligua branch group spoke angrily. Song Bing had a strange look on his face. Dr. Ao? He thought of an old friend. As one of the world-famous squares. In the past, it was even more popular because of the emergence of sick medical clinic. Countless celebrities, dignitaries, and rich people from all over the world come here to visit. It also attracted the opening of many medical clinics and pharmacies. Times Square was once proudly known as the Street of Life by the people of Liberia. It's a pity that after Song Bing left, he was sent to the hospital and lost his soul. Other medical clinics and pharmacies have also lost their halo. Times Square lost that title as a result. However, not long ago, countless medical clinics and pharmacies closed down. On another street in Times Square, another new medical center was built. The name of the medical center is Dr. Ao's Western Medical Center. The medical clinic is opened by a mysterious man wearing a white coat and a tight mask. No one could see his face clearly. No one knows who he is either. I only know his name is Dr. Ao. At first, many people sneered at this weirdo. You want to imitate Dr. Song, but don't look at how much you weigh. But as more and more terminally ill patients were cured by him, Dr. Ao's Western Medical Clinic became an instant hit. Celebrities and dignitaries from the past flocked here. In just a few days, Dr. Ao's Western Medical Clinic has become as famous as the medical clinic. The country of Li was once again boiling. Let Times Square be restored to its former glory when Song Bing was there. Even with the promotion of the Ligua Medical Association, it will become even more popular. Times Square in the evening is bustling and lively. On a street to the west, a pointed medical center that resembles an ancient castle stands here. It's Dr. Ao's Western Medical Clinic. After treating the prescribed number of patients for the day, Dr. Ao's Western Medical Clinic closed on time. Many people in line were reluctant to leave. At this moment, in the attic on the top floor of the medical building, there is a dimly lit operating room. A blonde woman whose clothes had been stripped was tied to the operating table with her limbs tied and her mouth sealed. Click. The door was suddenly opened at this moment, and then Dr. Ao, wearing a white coat and a mask, walked in. But at this moment, he seemed to have been busy all day. His breathing was a little short, his forehead was pale, and he was covered in sweat. The pace is a little frivolous. It wasn't until he saw the woman on the operating table that his painful eyes got some relief. Instead, there is hunger, thirst, and greed. He walked towards the woman step by step. While looking at Dr. Ao walking towards him, the woman whimpered in fear and helplessness. But no matter what, his limbs were tightly bound, and he couldn't move at all. You can only let it be at your mercy. Dr. Ao came between the woman's legs, lowered his head, and admired the snow-white body. He stretched out his hand and crossed it gently while showing a sick smile. It is your greatest honor to devote yourself to me. You should not feel afraid, but should feel honored. Don't worry, I will let you die happily. As he spoke, he slowly took off the mask on his face. Under dim light, his true face was revealed. However, when the woman saw the true face of Dr. Ao under the mask, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked horrified. The struggle became more intense. It was as if he had seen something terrible. Dr. Ao's smile became more and more sickly. Under the woman's frightened struggle, he forcibly opened the operating table and stepped forward. Woo! The woman's eyes widened and her body trembled violently. Immediately, in her messy mood, she saw Dr. Ao leaning down. He opened his mouth, exposed two fangs, bit into the woman's heart, and sucked greedily. At the same time, the second half of my life is in constant motion. The woman whimpered. Her face turned pale to the naked eye, and her eyes gradually became distracted. In the end, I really died in happiness. After about a few minutes, Dr. Ao raised his head after sucking up the blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A look of enjoyment and satisfaction. Not bad. After looking at the dead woman, he pulled out his gun, put on his mask again, and gave her a favorable comment. At this time, a deep voice came from outside the door. Dr. Ao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned his head instantly, with a cold green light in his eyes, and asked, "Where is he?" "Shang. According to the surveillance, he should be going to treat the two polar bears." The voice outside the door said, "Very good. I originally wanted to go to Anghua to find you, but since you came to our door yourself, it's time to settle our previous scores. This time, you are not the only one with such medical skills. Dear Mr. Songbing, I hope you are not too surprised," Ali said with a residual smile and raised his hand. As he twisted his palm, green blood veins protruded. The palm of his hand even split open, turning into a ferocious mouth. Click. Dr. O opened the door. A young white man stood respectfully outside the door. "We will be closed tomorrow and head to Shangqing. In addition, prepare a few more women for me and take them with me." After calmly leaving a word, Dr. Ao left with his hands behind his back. "Yes, Dr. O." The young white man respectfully accepted the order and only entered the operating room to clean up the mess after Dr. Ao left. But when he looked at the dead woman on the operating table, he had long been accustomed to it. Even after seeing the woman's beautiful face this time, perversion gradually appeared in his timid eyes. After swallowing, he ate the leftovers. Dr. Ao? Interesting. After listening to everyone's retelling, Songbing had basically determined who this so-called Dr. Ao was. What surprised him was that the other party suddenly became angry. It was forcibly promoted by the Ligua Medical Association in order to resist his development. Or has this guy really improved his medical skills? Songbing couldn't be sure and didn't bother to confirm. Because he doesn't care at all. Not to mention that Dr. Ao's medical skills have greatly improved. So what if he has integrated all ancient and modern Chinese and Western medicine? Comparing medical skills with him, isn't this pure cerebral palsy? I have a system. Lao Tzu is the source of disease and the nemesis of all diseases. In addition to collecting illnesses, I can also send them away. What are you playing with? Are you risking your life to play with me? As for Li's suppression, I will talk to the king of Li at some time. I believe he will agree soon. The top priority is the illness of the two polar bears and the Indian tribe. Make preparations and set off tomorrow. Looking at the solemn crowd, Songbing said calmly. After saying that, he stood up and left. Yes, Dean. Naturally, no one dared to disobey Songbing's words, and all stood up to see him off. AI Xiaoshou took the opportunity to pack up all the chicken ingredients on the table. Only then did Pipian Pidian catch up with Songbing. Save it for a late-night snack. Early the next morning, Songbing set out all the way north, led by several researchers. Far away from the high-rise buildings in big cities, we came to a wild zoo 100 miles away from Shangqing. Looking around, it is covered in silver. "Hello, where are you? The owner of the museum? We agreed before, and now we are here to treat the two polar bears." A researcher came forward and asked a staff member with a smile, "Is that you? Come with me." After looking at Songbing and others in surprise, the blonde girl at work led the way. Soon, we came to the place where two polar bears were imprisoned. Two sick polar bears are lying quietly on a pile of ice. Only the skin and bones are left. Songbing immediately opened his taboo eyes and looked at him. Soon, the existence of level 1 disease was seen in two polar bears. Still haven't absorbed it. Nice. No matter how small a sesame seed is, it is still meat. Open the door. We can treat you right now. After signaling to Songbing, the researcher smiled at the blonde girl. Please wait a moment. However, the latter just smiled slightly and left without opening the door. Hey, what are you doing? The researcher was confused, but Song Bing continued to raise his eyes and looked at the wall behind the two polar bears. Soon, several people walked out from behind the wall. Song Bing immediately met many old acquaintances from the Leguam Medical Association. Even the former president who wanted to beg him to join the Leguam Medical Association, Chris. But at this moment, these people are all following the same person, faintly headed by it. This person was wearing a white coat similar to Song Bing's and a thick mask on his face. Only those gutter-like eyes were exposed. He stared hard at Song Bing, looking at this yellow man who had humiliated him several times in the past and pulled him down from the altar of Western medicine genius. His heart was filled with anger. Song Bing also looked at the other party, but his brows furrowed slightly. AI Xiaoshuo beside Song Bing also moved his beautiful eyes slightly after seeing Dr. Ao. But it was quickly covered up. Song Bing, long time no see, do you still remember me? Dr. Ao spoke, suppressing his hatred, and his tone was slightly teasing. I don't remember, who are you? Song Bing shook his head. Divine Dr. Song. We would like to solemnly introduce to you that this is the miracle doctor who has emerged in our country in recent years. Dr. Ao. He is also the current president of our Leguam Medical Association. Former President Chris introduced it calmly and proudly. The other association members also looked proud. Facing Song Bing, he no longer had the respect he had in the past. Instead, he gave it all to Dr. Ao. It was as if they were really sure that Dr. Ao's medical skills were far superior to Song Bing's. Haha, Divine Dr. Song has superb medical skills. It's natural not to remember a little person like me. But it doesn't matter, you will remember it soon, and it will definitely remain fresh in your memory. Faced with Song Bing's deliberate teasing, Ollie was not angry, but smiled confidently. Then we came to the two skinny polar bears. He squatted down and stroked the two dying polar bears. Then he raised his head again, looked at Song Bing through the iron gate, and said with a smile, I heard that you came all the way here just to treat these two polar bears. You want to cure these two polar bears in front of me and surprise me, right? Song Bing smiled. I feel that the other party's method is a bit childish. You guessed it right, but not entirely right. Dr. Ao's voice was low. Today, not only do I have to treat these two polar bears in front of you, but I also want to cure them the same way you cured the twins in the past. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Ao's eyes suddenly condensed, and two green lights flashed rapidly in the depths of his eyes. Song Bing caught it and frowned. Continued to detect the other party attentively. Dr. Ao grabbed the two polar bears with both hands at the same time and lifted them up. Then the 5 fingers exerted force and clasped towards the polar bear's heart. Ouch! The two weak polar bears let out a low cry. Song Bing's eyes suddenly condensed, invisible to outsiders. But under the forbidden eyes, Ollie grabbed the palms of the two polar bears, and suddenly a green, squirming thing stretched out and bit the chests of the two bears, like two little snakes hiding in the palm of his hand. Then green blood flowed into the bodies of the two polar bears along these two things. And under the nourishment of this strange green blood, the diseased cells in the two polar bears recovered visibly to the naked eye. And the recovery speed is extremely fast, almost as good as Song Bing's respiratory illness. To an outsider, this scene looks like Dr. Ao catching two polar bears. But in Song Bing's eyes, it was a different story. Soon, after enough blood was injected, the two peristaltic blood vessels retracted into the palm and healed. Dr. Ao also let go of his hand at this time. Then, he took out the same silver needle as Song Bing used to do and stabbed the two bears randomly. Moreover, the speed is extremely fast. The bow is opened left and right, and afterimages are produced, which is extremely exquisite. It's even more exaggerated than Song Bing in the past. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Not surprisingly, under Ollie's random needle pricks, the bodies of the two polar bears started to move miraculously. Amazing, Dr. Ao's medical skills have reached the pinnacle. Not only can he treat two of them at the same time, he doesn't even look at them. When I apply acupuncture with my eyes closed, I am already in a state of perfection. Who in the world today can match this kind of acupuncture technique? Chris and others were shocked again by this scene. Don't hesitate to praise. There is even an insinuation that Song Bing is not as good as Dr. Ao. The expressions of several researchers who followed Song Bing changed when they saw this scene. Can't hide the shock. Obviously, he didn't expect how powerful the legendary Dr. Ao really was. Does he really have the same terrifying medical skills as divine Dr. Song? Everyone at the scene was shocked. It has become Dr. Ao's personal show. Dr. Ao's eyes were always looking at Song Bing with a hint of teasing. The look in his eyes seemed to ask Song Bing again. Was this the way he treated people in the first place? Fooled him this way too. Soon, Dr. Ao finished all the needles and stopped there. And the two polar bears miraculously stood up little by little. The staff saw this and hurriedly brought the fish and meat. The two polar bears actually started gobbling up the food. It's obviously better. Oh my God, it's amazing, Dr. Ao. You have another medical miracle. I declare that you will become the most deserving miracle doctor in the world today. Chris and others were amazed and praised. At the same time, they were completely relieved. Video of Song Bing giving the twins acupuncture to save their lives. It has already become a textbook in today's medical field, and even a medical miracle. It is still being painstakingly studied and analyzed by countless top medical scientists. Serve as a work of God. Among them, they are the ones researched most diligently by the National Medical Association. Tens of billions of manpower and material resources have been invested, but there was no breakthrough at all. Now, this is a myth created by Dr. Ao. It will definitely surpass Song Bing's video. The most important thing is that this all belongs to the benefit of the country. Faced with everyone's praise, Ollie's eyes still fell on Song Bing. He wanted to see fear and panic on Song Bing's face. However, what disappointed him was that Song Bing remained calm. But in fact, Song Bing was not in a calm mood at the moment. He could see that the two polar bears had indeed been cured. The key factor is the green blood injected. And judging from how the other party deliberately imitated him, the other party seemed to already know his secret of treating diseases and saving lives. Therefore, in this short period of 1 year, this Dr. Ao, no, perhaps it is more appropriate to call him Ollie. What on earth did he go through to actually have such a heaven-defying means now? Haha, how are you? Song Bing, are you satisfied with my medical skills? Seeing that Song Bing was still silent, Ollie took the initiative to ask. Song Bing's taboo pupil was always open. At a certain moment, it fell on his heart, and his eyes suddenly moved. Finally saw through that clue. Song Bing smiled and replied sincerely. Satisfied, quite satisfied. Because Song Bing found out that this Ollie was sick. Today, he lost the sesame seeds and picked up the watermelon. Still a big watermelon. That's right, after Song Bing used the taboo pupil to spy repeatedly. It was finally confirmed that Ollie was indeed sick. The source of the disease is his strange green blood. In other words, his blood can save people, and this is a disease. Just like the maid Joer who was constantly getting stronger in the past. And the level of this disease is not low. A conservative estimate is that they are all level 3. As for what kind of disease it is, why is there such a disease? And more detailed information. It is still impossible to tell at a glance with the current taboo eyes. Need to touch each other. This really gave Song Bing a big surprise. The look in Ollie's eyes was a little more fiery and greedy. It's like a cat seeing a mouse. He has already made up his mind that this guy's illness will be cured. Even if Jesus comes, he cannot save them. Song Bing said. Steal 2 of his merits in front of him? Then pay for it with illness. Fair and impartial. So at this moment, Song Bing couldn't hide his excitement. The corner of the mouth is harder to press than the AK. However, in the eyes of everyone, this became another kind of emotional excitement. Seeing Song Bing staring at him with fluctuating emotions, his eyes seemed to want to eat him up. Ollie understood this as Song Bing was trying his best to suppress his fear and shock. So he smiled and walked towards Song Bing step by step with a victor's attitude. When he came to the iron gate, he sneered in a low voice. Suddenly I discovered that a second person with the same abilities as you appeared in this world, and I am no longer the only savior of this world. Isn't it incredible? Are you very angry and want to attack me and kill me? Don't worry, this is just an appetizer. The fun is yet to come. Soon, I will let the world know that you are no longer the only one. The two of them were just like this, both wearing white coats, looking at each other from close range, with only an iron door separating them. Ollie's eyes were full of sarcasm. However, Song Bing's eyes were full of love. The other party was absolutely right. He really wanted to take action. My hands are itching thinking about it. But Song Bing still suppressed the urge to itch his hands. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The other party's illness is obviously not simple. It cannot be absorbed by just touching it. Moreover, the other party could lift 2 huge polar bears with his bare hands, so he was probably no longer an ordinary person. So this is definitely not possible. We have to take a long-term approach, and we can't just scare the snake away. Once he takes action, he will be killed with one blow. We must not give this girl a chance to breathe. You can't let such a lot of merit go away. Seeing Song Bing's mood swings, Chris and others behind him also laughed. This was also interpreted as Song Bing's shock and fear. Chris even clapped his hands at this moment. Soon, in the corner, a person who was filming secretly came out. Did you take pictures of all the medical miracles created by Dr. Ao just now? Chris asked with a smile. Yes, it's all recorded completely. The other party handed the video to Chris. It contains a complete record of the miraculous scene of Dr. Ao rescuing 2 polar bears. There were even Song Bing and others who were isolated outside the Iron Gate and watched. Loved the shocked expressions of several researchers, as well as Chris and others who are members of the medical association and serve as witnesses. Every angle is perfectly recorded, satisfies authenticity and effectiveness, coupled with Song Bing's foil. It is conceivable that once this video is released to the medical community, what a stir it would cause. Compare it with the video of twins treated for Song disease. It is definitely enough to easily push Song Bing off the altar. Chris immediately and decisively published it on the official website of Ligua Medical. At the same time, he excitedly stepped forward and said to Ollie, Dr. Ao, with this video, we can now announce that you are the #1 miracle doctor in the world today. As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at Song Bing proudly. In the past, in order to retain Song Bing, he even lost the dignity of the proud white man. In the end, Song Bing rejected him. Now, Ligua has Dr. Ao who can crush Song Bing, so he is naturally happy. Ollie didn't speak, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Song Bing, and said deliberately, I'm sorry, Dr. Song, I didn't expect them to secretly film it. Your position as the #1 miracle doctor may be in jeopardy. Oh, by the way, I will continue to establish a pharmaceutical group in my own name later, just like you. Replace your big love group, step by step. Eating you away step by step, just like you stepped on me to get the upper hand. Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. Why does it feel like this guy has a lot of resentment towards him? Are you just thinking about getting revenge on him? It seems like he has slept with this guy's wife. Probably not. Didn't I slap this guy twice before? Moreover, it was the other party who took the initiative to put his face in for him to hit. None of his business? Okay. You deliberately deceived us and wanted to take advantage of our dean's reputation to rise to the top. Several researchers from the AI branch immediately woke up and looked at a middle-aged white man next to Chris and others with gloomy expressions. He said angrily, Mr. Burt, you are the director of this zoo, and you took the initiative to come to our door before and begged us to come. Now, not only did you give up the opportunity for treatment to others, but you also deliberately brought us here to make a fool of ourselves. Do you think this is appropriate? When Bert was pointed out, instead of showing any shame, he stepped forward with a smile. Yi Zheng said, the people and animals of our country of Li will naturally be given priority treatment by the doctors of our country of Li. And facts have proven that Dr. Ao's medical skills are even higher than that of divine Dr. Song. So, I'm sorry to make you run away in vain, so I won't see you off. After Bert finished speaking, he raised his hand to see the guest off. Chris and others also looked at each other coldly, with sneers on their lips. This was the purpose of deceiving Song Bing and others to come all the way. Several researchers had ugly expressions on their faces, obviously not expecting the other party to be so shameless. Since they don't need us anymore, let's leave. Song Bing, who didn't want to alert the snake, complied with Ollie's wishes and deliberately showed weakness, and then the adults ignored the villain's fault and gave Chris and others a cure. Then he turned and left. Oh, by the way, Song Bing, if I guess correctly, you should go into the mountains next to save the daughter of the Indian tribe chief. I heard that if you are cured, you will be rewarded with a gold mine. Then you have to hurry up, because we have also been invited to go, so don't let me get here first again. However, as soon as Song Bing walked away, Ollie's teasing voice continued to come from behind. This time, Song Bing stopped and turned to look at this guy. He doesn't care if a cup is served in front of him, but destroying him again and again earns merit. This is something he absolutely cannot do. The 2 points of merit he had just received already made his body ache. Now he actually wants to continue to plan for his next meritorious deeds. Is that okay? Looking at these people calmly, the most direct and effective way flashed through Songbing's mind. That is whether we can kill all these people on the spot, then forcefully control Ali and absorb his illness on the spot, then throw the bodies of these people into the kidney-ruined space. God is unaware of it. In this way, all problems are easily solved. This is obviously a rough and simple method. Let's not talk about the complicated identities of Chris and others. Coupled with Ali's current reputation in the country, if everyone suddenly disappeared in this zoo, the impact would be huge. The Liwang royal family will definitely find them as soon as possible, because they were invited too. And Chris just released that video. Who doesn't doubt them? Of course, Songbing was not afraid of the Liwang royal family's investigation, but the impact caused by this is too great. Not good for subsequent development. Moreover, he has not yet fully explored Ali's abilities. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Songbing put away his murderous intention. For this kind of thing, you have to be the 6th person to maximize your profits. Songbing has thought of a better way. Then come on. Smiling at Ali and others, Songbing hurried away, still a little anxious. It's like rushing to give someone a reincarnation. Seeing Songbing leading everyone away in a hurry, he looked impatient. Chris and the others were stunned for a moment, then laughed. He's scared. He is afraid of Dr. O. Haha, the miracle Dr. Ong was Song? Nothing more than that. Facing Songbing's repeated concessions, they looked at Songbing with increasing contempt, even ridicule. There is no such awe as before. Of course, what they didn't know was that they had just had a close brush with death. Get ready, let's go quickly. Ali also smiled contemptuously. Seeing Songbing fleeing in fear, the contempt in his heart became even heavier. Songbing is nothing more than that. Dr. Ao, don't worry, we have already sent people to take care of it. It will be useless if he leaves early, Chris said respectfully. He didn't know that the doctor who in front of him was Ali, who had fallen and disappeared after being crushed by Songbing. That's good. Let them go first. Hearing this, Ali smiled jokingly. Dr. Ao, it's amazing that you cured these 2 dying polar bears. I wonder if it is an honor to invite you to visit my wild zoo so that I can have the opportunity to entertain you. Director Bert took the opportunity to flatter him. Then let's go take a walk. Olaton, who was in a good mood, readily agreed. Everyone followed with smiles, and the scene was peaceful. Outside the zoo, Dean, I'm sorry Several researchers lowered their heads and wanted to apologize to Songbing in shame. However, Songbing raised his hand to stop him and said, "It has nothing to do with you. You go to the Indian tribe first. I will come later." Dean, I wonder if the Indian tribe has also been bribed by Dr. Ao and the others. When we rush over, it may happen again like this time. One researcher speculated worriedly. In fact, his guess was accurate. It's okay, you go first. Maybe with luck, those guys won't be able to come. Songbing smiled mysteriously, fooled a few people away, then hurriedly turned back and headed towards the zoo. The figure quickly disappeared into the heavy snow. Through the car window, Ai Xiaoshuo looked at Songbing's impatient pace and sighed quietly. He whispered in a low voice, "Hey, someone is going to suffer again." As he spoke, he took out a wrapped roast chicken leg from under his loose sweater and started to devour it. Oh my God, so delicious. On the other side, Songbing has arrived outside the zoo, in a surveillance blind spot. He jumped up and rolled in easily. Coincidentally, as soon as Songbing landed, he was in front of a white man wearing work clothes sweeping snow. The two looked at each other. The scene is inexplicably quiet. "Fake squid, who are you?" The man reacted and became furious. "I'm your father." Songbing smiled slightly, swung out his pocket, and used physical means to put the man to sleep. Songbing then took off the other party's work clothes and put on his hat, and put on the medical mask that he brought with him. Grab a broom and become a worker. Go straight to Ollie and the others. Meanwhile, the zoo, the open-air wilderness. Inside a sightseeing car, Bert was diligently introducing all kinds of novel animals in the zoo to Ollie and others, such as snow wolf, silver fox, snow leopard. They are all rare animals unique to extremely cold places. Dr. AO, I wonder if I can take the liberty to ask, how do you think your medical skills compare to that song Bing? Haha, there's no need to compare. Did you already see the outcome just now? Ha! Yes. Watching that guy escape with his tail between his legs really made me laugh to death. Everyone followed him all the way, and gradually and inexplicably made Song Bing worthless. You will know soon. Ollie smiled confidently. Although he knew that this was all about pursuit, he felt inexplicably comfortable when it came to Song Bing. He became what he is now because of Song Bing. In my opinion, that Song Bing was just a waste of his reputation. He became famous by curing General Mike, but it didn't take long for General Mike to become paralyzed again. Fortunately, Dr. AO took action and General Mike stood up again. One of the association members sneered, a reference to Ollie's famous surgery. Yes, that's why Ollie became the president of the League One Medical Association and became popular so quickly. Just like Song's disease in the past, General Mike was cured of paralysis again. Haha, if you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. From this point of view, that guy really has a false reputation. It's not even an exaggeration to describe him as a liar. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Just when everyone was chatting happily, Bert, who was driving the sightseeing car in front, suddenly let out a scream. Suddenly, he started to convulse with vomiting and white foam at the mouth. Immediately afterwards, the entire sightseeing car lost control and crashed into a large tree on the side. Chris and the others, who were still laughing happily, changed their expressions drastically. They had no time to react and simply followed the car into the snowdrift. Everyone who fell overturned. Only Ollie reacted quickly and jumped out of the car first. Escaped this rollover. At the same time, not far from the car accident, a staff member was carefully sweeping away the snow with a broom. Under the peaked cap, a strange color flashed across a pair of eyes. Under the mask, the corners of Song Bing's mouth were slightly raised. The show is about to begin. In the snow, fortunately the speed is not very fast. Not too destructive. So Chris and others quickly climbed out of the snowdrift. They were not seriously injured, but they were all a little embarrassed. What's the matter? Chris said displeased, almost dodging his old waist. Where's Mr. Bert? Only then did everyone remember Mr. Bert who was driving the car, and hurriedly searched for him. Soon I saw a pile of snow that was shaking. Then he quickly stepped forward and took a look, and it was Bert who was still twitching and spitting out white foam. Have you suffered from epilepsy? Chris and others frowned and hurried to professional rescue. However, after saving for a long time, it still had no effect. Everyone's eyes fell on Ollie. Ollie frowned slightly, but stepped forward, squatted down, stretched out his hand, and slapped it away. During the skin-to-skin contact, the weird thing in his palms stretched out again, quickly bit the skin and injected green blood. Under the healing of the green blood, Bert's convulsions quickly stopped, and he gradually recovered. This is not epilepsy, this is rabies. Ollie then stood up and said calmly at the same time. Rabies? Chris and others were stunned. No one doubted Dr. AO. Just weird. How could Bert have rabies? At this time, Bert, who woke up, stood up in confusion. I don't remember what I posted at all. Mr. Bert, why didn't you tell us earlier that you had rabies? You almost killed us. Do you understand? Rabies? I don't have it. Confused Bert was a little confused. What rabies? How come he has rabies? Don't talk nonsense, okay? You still say it's not true? Dr. AO diagnosed it himself. Could it be that it's still false? That's right. If you are sick, you are sick. There is nothing to hide. Dr. AO is here, and I will definitely cure you. Everyone was unhappy with the accusation. He originally wanted to retort a few words. But when he heard that it was Dr. AO who diagnosed him just now, he saved himself. His face suddenly turned pale. Is Dr. AO's diagnosis still false? Then he must have rabies. As a result, Bert's brain was running rapidly, thinking about whether he had been bitten by some cat or dog during this period. These animals are most likely to carry rabies virus. However, after thinking about it for a long time, I still have no memory of being bitten by a cat or dog. If he had, he would have been vaccinated against rabies long ago. Suddenly, at a certain moment, his body trembled. Reminds me of something that happened 2.5 years ago. So he quickly said excitedly, "Oh my God. I remembered that just 2.5 years ago, he was pecked by a big black chicken. He was bleeding, and it was very serious. But thinking it was just a chicken, I didn't take it to heart and simply bandaged it. Could it be an infection from the chicken's peck? As soon as these words came out, Chris and others fell silent. As professional Western medicine doctors, they naturally know that rabies viruses generally only appear in mammals. How can you get rabies from being scratched by a chicken? Isn't this nonsense? But no one spoke, but looked to Ollie for confirmation. It's possible. Faced with Chris and others' inquiries, Ollie nodded calmly. I don't care about medicine at all. As long as you are strong enough, farts will taste good. And the more magical something is, the more amazing it is, and the more it attracts people to pursue it, right? As expected, seeing Ollie nod, Chris and the others' hearts trembled. The knowledge was instantly refreshed. It turns out that chickens can also be infected with rabies. There is no doubt at all. Are you doubting the miracle doctor? Or the miracle doctor who cured rabies on the spot? Oh, Dr. A.O., it turns out that I really have rabies. Please save me. Bert knelt down with a pale face and prayed humbly. Rabies has a very high fatality rate, and he didn't want to die. Well, let me give you a radical cure. Upon seeing this, Ollie pretended to squat down and gave the opponent a few injections, even though the blood he had just given had cured him. Then he took out a Western medicine and fed it to the other party. Then he stood up and said, Okay, now your rabies has been completely cured, and you will never have another attack in the future. Thank you, Dr. A.O. I feel refreshed now and am really well. Your medical skills are so superb. Thank you for your life-saving grace. There is no way to repay a great kindness. Bert burst into tears of gratitude and bowed deeply. Chris and others next to him also echoed and praised. Ouch! However, just when Bert was about to get up happily, his pupils suddenly shrank and his nerves trembled. He twitched and fell to the ground again. The sudden scene changed the expressions of everyone present. What's the big deal? Isn't it cured? Why did it happen again? Ollie's face also changed. He immediately continued to squat down and put his hand on the other person's chest. The blood vessels in his palm squirmed out, injecting green blood into Bert again. Bert, who was convulsing and vomiting, finally recovered. Bert opened his eyes vaguely, a little confused. Why am I lying on the snow again? This time, Chris and others were also silent. They didn't dare to say anything more, but all looked at Ollie. Bashu 69 knew. Ollie's face looked a little ugly, because he had just checked that the other party had rabies again. But wasn't this disease cured by him just now? Could it be that the blood just injected was not enough? It's okay. That was a normal reaction. It was caused by the drug taking effect and clearing the rabies virus. Now that I am completely healed, get up. Although he was confused, he couldn't lose his image as a miracle doctor, so Ollie responded with a smile. Oh, that's it. From the perspective of professional Western medicine, the reaction between the drug effect and the virus in the body will indeed cause a short-term illness. I was scared to death. I thought Dr. A was going to miss something. How is that possible? After everyone heard the words, they chose to believe it unconditionally, and the warm and flattering atmosphere immediately returned to the scene. But under the big tree not far away, Song Bing, who was sweeping the snow, had a bright smile. This is his old behavior. Isn't this curable? Then he will get sick. If one person is cured, he will give 2 as a gift. If 2 are cured, he will give 4 as a gift. He treats, he delivers, he cannot fly without wings. Anyway, his merits are inexhaustible. He wanted to see if this guy's blood would be exhausted. Do you still want to steal merit from him again? Then drain your blood here now. Of course, playing around is one thing. The main thing is to secretly explore the reality of this Ollie. It's so convenient to start with later. Looking at Bert, who was back to normal in the distance. The corners of Song Bing's mouth raised slightly. He showed a touch of old-fashioned smile. I'm sorry. Song Bing looked into Bert's eyes for the 3rd time, with a strange color in his eyes. Ding successfully sent out rabies, merit -1. Ding successfully cured epilepsy, merit -1. Come on. Congratulations, Mr. Bert. You are now completely free from this terminal illness. Get up and take a few steps to see. Chris smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand. Ha. Thank you. Bert also smiled happily and reached out to hold Chris' hand. Chris smiled, like an old friend, and was about to pull Bert up, but he was only halfway done. The smile on Bert's face twitched, his eyes suddenly widened, and he yelled. Immediately afterwards, His whole body felt as if he was electrocuted. He rolled his eyes again, twitched, and vomited white foam. But this time, his hand was still holding Chris tightly. Another sudden scene made everyone's hearts tremble. The smile on his face also froze. Fake squid. Chris was so frightened that he revealed the essence of Chinese culture on the spot, and once wondered whether Bert had been electrocuted. With a quick kick, Bert was knocked to the ground. Seeing Bert slapping even more fiercely, everyone looked at Dr. Ao in horror again. This time, what should I say? Another normal reaction? Ollie's face darkened. He hurriedly knelt down again and stretched out his hand to stick to it. However, it doesn't matter if it doesn't stick, it will shock you if it sticks. Damn, why is there another epilepsy? The more you treat the disease, the better? At this moment, he even had doubts about the blood he was proud of. In shock, Ollie hurriedly released the blood again and injected it into Bert's body. And this time to avoid accidents. He also increased the dose. At the same time, they continued to keep their hands close to each other, monitoring the other person's condition in real time. Because with the close contact of his palms, he could clearly feel the flow of blood and the condition of the other person's body. Sure enough, with the injection of more green blood, the green blood was like some kind of magical super serum, flowing rapidly to the site of Bert's disease. Immediately, it seemed to turn into some kind of magical medicine, swallowing up and clearing Bert's disease. Just a few minutes later, Bert, who had been ill for the third time, regained consciousness. What's wrong? Is this a normal reaction? However, this time, Chris and others stopped talking and just looked at Ollie silently. Your disease is very complicated. I misjudged it just now. This is not an ordinary rabies. I am afraid it is the first new terminal disease in the world. It requires more in-depth and long-term treatment on my part. Otherwise, you may die at any time. Although it was determined that Bert was not sick, in order to avoid accidents and to lie, he still spoke cautiously and solemnly. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes suddenly flickered. So it is. No wonder. It turned out to be a serious condition. Everyone instantly had a way to give Ollie a chance. Serious diseases are difficult to cure. That's all too normal. However, everyone has steps. Bert panicked. What the hell? He admitted that he had rabies for no apparent reason. Just think of it as being pecked by a chicken. Now it is the first case in the world, and he may die at any time? Could it be rabid chicken disease? Dr. Ao, what kind of disease do I have? Please, I must cure it. No matter how much money you have, it will do. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Bert collapsed instantly and quickly knelt down to pray. I had known I wouldn't raise chickens. He just raised a chicken. What was wrong with him? Don't worry. I have temporarily controlled your condition now, and you won't get sick again in a short time. You can come to me later, and I will continue to clean it up for you in depth. Ollie said deceitfully. Really? Thank you, Dr. O. Thank you, Dr. O. Bert was so grateful that he felt like he had been given a new lease of life. After thanking him, he finally got up again. The scene quickly became quiet. Chris and the others watched with bated breath. No one dared to step forward to help. He even took a few steps back silently. Based on his previous 3 experiences, Bert seemed to twitch every time he had to stand up. Bert himself was very cautious. I am deeply afraid of falling down again as soon as I stand up. So under everyone's breathless gaze, Bert stood up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. It's okay? It's okay. Everyone's eyes lit up. The worries in my heart dissipated. Ha ha, I feel good really. Bert laughed too, and even jumped up twice to show it. Oh, it's great that everything is okay. I said Dr. Ao was definitely right. Yes, fortunately Dr. Ao is here, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Mr. Bert, you really need to thank Dr. Ao. If Dr. Ao hadn't diagnosed your disease today, you would have gone to see God by now. Confirming that Bert was really back to normal, Chris and others joked again to lighten the mood. Oh, of course, Dr. O. I really don't know how to thank you. Bert also opened his arms gratefully and wanted to give Ollie a hug. At this time, if nothing unexpected happens, the accident happened again. Ollie's eyes flashed with disgust, and he stretched out his hand to block it, and was about to refuse at the same time. Ouch, goose, goose, goose. However, the next second, his hand just touched Bert's chest. Before he could refuse, Bert's mouth curled up as he hugged her. Then it was like hitting porcelain. They fell back again with a clanking sound. This time, The pumping was even more intense. The scene fell silent again. Can't stay calm anymore. Is this a porcelain? Immediately, he squatted down in disbelief and touched and explored again. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, because Bert's rabies and epilepsy recurred again. And this time except these two. Also has cerebral palsy. Dr. AO, this disease is so terrible. How about we call the rescue hotline and go to the hospital for systematic treatment? Chris took the initiative to find a way for Ollie. Yes, this may be the most terrifying disease in the world. I guess Song Bing can't do anything about it. Others quickly nodded in agreement. I really don't want the miracle doctor I just created to be defeated by a disease like this. However, it was better that they did not mention Song Bing. The mere mention touched Ollie's sensitive nerve. He suddenly turned around and said with cold eyes, "Are you questioning me?" Yes, this disease is probably related to the environment. Chris and others were frightened by Ollie's eyes and said quickly, "Then just go straight away." Ollie immediately injected Bert with blood again. This time, 200 cubic centimeters was injected directly. How could it happen again after seeing this? Sure enough, soon, Bert, who had fallen to the ground, woke up again. His eyes dimmed and he asked, "Am I hopeless?" He fell to the ground continuously and was already a little confused. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you won't die. Let's go indoors for treatment," Ollie said coldly. "It is necessary to cure the other party today. I feel more comfortable crawling," Bert said with a shadow. He was afraid that he would fall down again if he got up again. "Don't worry. This time I will help you and control your nerves so that you won't get sick again." Ollie stepped forward directly to help him. He just supported the other person like this. He wanted to see how the other person's disease relapsed. It relapsed so quickly. Bert's eyes lit up, and he dared to stand up with Ollie's help. Everyone was cautious, fearing that Bert would fall to the ground again. Bert himself moved like an old man. Even though he was supported by Ollie, he still moved forward in small steps. Every step was taken carefully. "Hurry up. Stop being so annoying. It'll be okay if I say it's okay." Faced with everyone's distrust, Ollie spoke unhappily. Immediately, Bert, who was pushing the old man to move, accelerated his pace. "Oh my God. Slow down. I feel like I'm going to have another seizure." Bert suddenly screamed out in fright, like a frightened bird. But after taking a few steps, I found that everything was fine. Then he smiled awkwardly. Chris and others had dark faces. There was a suspicion in his eyes that this old man was cheating. The group of people couldn't help but headed indoors. This time, under Ollie's close supervision, Bert did not fall ill again. But the next second, walk. Former president, Chris fell to the ground. "Oh my God, Vice President, what's wrong with you?" The people around him were startled and did not react at all. Everything happened so unexpectedly. "Song Bing, are you surprised or surprised?" Ollie turned around and looked at Chris, who fell to the ground, and his heart sank. "Dr. AO, come and take a look. Mr. Chris seems to have rabies too." The shout brought Ollie back to his senses, and he quickly stepped forward and squatted down. One check. It turned out to be rabies. He could understand a person suffering from rabies. But then another one also got rabies. What a coincidence, right? An anguished Chris grabbed Ollie, interrupted the latter's thoughts, and begged hard. Seeing that the elderly Chris might burp at any time, Ollie rushed to give him a blood transfusion to save him. After a while, the painful Chris slowly recovered. However, just as everyone took a breath, Bert, not far away, screamed again and fell to the ground convulsing. Ollie's expression changed, and he rushed over to check. Sure enough, it relapsed again. And there is another epilepsy. As a result, before Ollie could receive treatment, Chris on the other side suddenly screamed and began to have convulsions again. Both of them got sick at the same time. Both of them looked in pain and asked Ollie for help. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What a fat thing. Without giving them a chance to react, another person clutched his chest and fell to the ground in pain. It's over. Isn't this strange disease likely to be infected? Chris seemed to have given Bert a hand just now, and now he's having an attack. Faced with Chris's sudden fall to the ground, everyone became uneasy and began to speculate. Immediately, no one dared to approach the two people who fell to the ground and became ill. Like the plague. I just feel terribly evil. I'm dying. Chris and Bert, who were sick, desperately asked Ollie for help, seeing that the two of them were dying. If you don't take action, you will really die? Ollie's face darkened slightly, and he looked around, but found nothing. Still had to take action first. If someone died in front of him, his reputation would be ruined. He immediately reached out to Bert's chest and injected blood. Green blood flowed into the body, and Bert's pain was quickly relieved, and even accompanied by unprecedented relief. It's like a severe drug addict who has taken drugs. However, before he could experience it for long, the warm hand on his chest was taken away by Ollie. Bert came out of his enjoyment. It was as if something important had been lost from him. Although he is no longer sick, he is still obsessed with it, and even wants Ollie to keep touching him like this. He suddenly realized that every time he got sick, as long as Ollie touched his chest with his hand, he would get better quickly. Is this a unique form of suppression? Just as he suddenly realized, Ollie has arrived beside Chris. Just when Chris was about to die, he followed the same example and reached out to touch his chest. Extreme injection of blood. Chris, who rolled his eyes and tensed up, suddenly resumed twitching. Ollie was suddenly pulled back from the gate of hell. After waking up in a daze, Chris felt the warm hands on his chest, bringing with him an unprecedented sense of comfort. Thinking of Ollie touching him like this when he saved Bert just now. He also had the same idea as Bert. Subconsciously, he held the life-saving hand. Press him closer to your chest. I am deeply afraid that I will die if I leave. Not only the two of them, but also other people watching gradually realized this. You're okay. Ollie frowned slightly and took out his hand in displeasure. Chris flashed through his embarrassment and felt relieved that everything was okay. However, the next second, the familiar urging voice sounded again, and Bert, not far away, began to have another seizure. His expression changed drastically. Fortunately, he was smart and didn't stand up again this time, so he didn't have to fall. But feeling the spasm and pain all over his body, he instantly looked at Ollie's hand again. Bert crawled on the ground, begging and reaching out, trying to crawl toward Ollie, like a drug addict who sees drugs. Everyone looked miserable. Start it again? It's not over. This. Play with me? However, before Ollie could go to save Bert, Chris, who had just recovered from his feet, started to twitch again without falling behind. Bert was in pain, and all he could see was Ollie's hand. The two began to fight again. It seemed like I was trapped in an endless loop again. The snow stopped and the wind calmed down. Everyone was numb. Oops. Oh my God. Destroy it. Hurry. Feeling the rapid passage of their lives, Ollie could only save them first, no matter how many ideas he had. He immediately gritted his teeth and touched Chris's chest with one hand. The other hand went to Bert's chest. A two-pronged approach was used to treat the disease by giving blood transfusions to two people at the same time. Chris and Bert, who were halfway through the gate of hell, were forcefully pulled back by Ollie again. This time, the two hurriedly held Ollie's hand and refused to let go. It's no use even if Jesus comes. Then, a strange scene happened. Under the ice and snow, three men. A man stretched out his hands and touched the two men. The two men covered it with their hands, looking like they were enjoying it, and wouldn't let go. There were a group of men watching quietly around. The picture is a bit too harsh on the eyes. However, Bert and Chris, who had been through hell and back, didn't care at all about this immoral behavior. Still holding that hand tightly. It doesn't matter who it is. There was no use for Ollie to break away from this. He wanted to see how the two of them relapsed. Just as I was thinking about it, a familiar cry suddenly sounded. Everyone's spirits trembled, and they were all startled. They immediately looked at Chris and Bert. Ollie also looked quickly, but it was discovered that it was not two people who got sick at all. The screams were not made by either of them. Chris and Bert were also frightened, and they quickly covered Ollie's hand tightly. It's him. Someone yelled in fear, and everyone realized that the shout was from a third person in the crowd. He screamed, covering his chest and kneeling in the snow in pain. Ollie's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he rushed over immediately, touched his heart, and injected blood for treatment. Only then did he discover that what the other party had was not rabies, but sudden cardiac distension. However, while Ollie was stunned, Chris and Bert smoked again. Their faces were pale and they couldn't breathe, so they hurriedly called for help. Fuck! Ollie was furious, rushed over quickly, and put his hands on their chests to transfuse blood. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the patient with heart distension who had just been cured. Sure enough, under Ollie's fixed gaze, the heart-bloating patient who could not be cured for 3 seconds was infected again. However, this is not over yet. The seventh one, my penis hurts so much. The eighth. Ninth. Everyone at the scene fell to the ground one after another, either covering their crotches or buttocks. One by one, they fell ill one after another as if they were possessed by evil spirits. It all happened unexpectedly. Not only did Ollie not expect that, even the victims didn't expect it. The sudden pain was inexplicable. Especially Lao Lu and Lao Chi are the most aggrieved. Others covered their heads and chests and fell to the ground. They fell to the ground holding their fronts and backs respectively. The excruciating pain was like having hemorrhoids or being kicked. It was so painful. So, under the ice and snow, a magical scene took place. Everyone fell on the snow, covering various painful parts, wailing and rolling. They were all caught off guard by the pain and couldn't help themselves. In despair, everyone looked at Ollie in unison. No, his hands to be exact. Those magical hands that can relieve pain with just a touch. This also made the two people who were the first to get sick no longer have the disease now. This moment made everyone who was suffering from illness shine brightly. It was even more certain that Ollie's hands would be able to help them with relief. As a result, greed flashed in everyone's eyes, and the desire to survive defeated their reason, and they all crawled towards Ollie. Oh, my vagina hurts so much. Dr. A.O., please treat it first. Come on, my hand seems to be broken. Dr. A.O., please treat it. No, I'm almost dead. Heal me first. Why should you treat it first, and I treat it first? The people who suddenly fell ill were like crazed zombies, holding up their sick parts and coming towards Ollie. Seeking touch, he covered his head. Some are stubborn and determined. Some had guns. Even for the convenience of treatment. They also took the initiative to open their clothes. The kind that can be cured with just a hand. No, don't be chaotic. Everyone must trust Dr. A.O., line up, and come one by one. Chris and Bert, who had both left and right hands, saw this scene and hurriedly spoke to try to appease the soldiers. At the same time, their survival instinct made them hold on to Ori's hand tightly, holding it close to their chests, refusing to let go. Fake, you have been treated, and you are not sick, to say the least. If your back doesn't hurt when you stand and talk, just take a pill from me. Eat a pound of me. The desire to survive defeated reason. Faced with Chris and Bert's good words, everyone couldn't listen at all. He rushed up, kicked the two of them away easily with a big butt and a big kick. At the same time, they scrambled towards Ori's hand. Dr. A.O., hurry, hurry, cure me, cure me. Looking at a clean white shadow, he moved it towards his hand. Ollie's face darkened, and he kicked out the guy who wanted to touch his big ass. He kicked him away unceremoniously. However, one of them didn't notice, and the other hand suddenly held a hand. Looking back, he saw the man holding the hand smiling at him. Fake squid. Ollie suddenly had goosebumps all over his body, and with another kick, the old man flew 4 or 5 meters away. As for other people who came to be touched in pain, it was detected that their lives were really in danger. Ollie gritted his teeth and gave them blood transfusions. At the same time, he quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Ouch! Oh my God! I'm coming again. At the same time, Chris and Bert, who had been squeezed out, turned around again and hurriedly transformed into seekers and crawled toward Ollie. At this moment, Ori's hand became a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. One by one, they were scrambling just to be touched. Faced with everyone who was about to die, Ollie had to receive blood transfusion for treatment. Once he stops treating them, it means these people are about to die. However, as soon as one is cured, another one appears. Turning around again, the cured one came again. Still have to treat. It cannot be cured completely. It cannot be cured at all. Gradually, Chris and others seemed to turn into a group of little milk puppies waiting to be fed. People flocked to Ollie just to get treatment. Ollie's face gradually turned pale. It is obviously a sign of excessive blood transfusion. Even a cow could not endure such continuous blood transfusions. But he can't stop. As soon as he stops, these people will die. This seems to be trapped in an infinite loop. Over and over again. Endless. And the driving force for these comes from the shade of trees in the distance. Ding successfully sent out rabies, merit -1. Ding successfully rescued a sudden heart attack, merit -1. Ding successfully cured severe hemorrhoids, merit -1. Host, please exercise restraint. You are sick too quickly, and your eyes are a bit dry. Under the peaked cap, Song Bing's eyes were still glowing with strange colors. There is no doubt that they are continuing to treat those people crazily. My eyes are a little dry. As soon as Ollie is cured by blood transfusion, he will give it to him. As soon as it was cured, he would send it away. Go directly to Ollie. The main focus is the old 6 behavior. He now has tens of thousands of merits just by repeating them, all collected in his spare time, and he can collect even more if he wants to. He wanted to see who could outspend him. He wanted to see how much blood this girl still had. As a result, a funny and weird scene appeared in this piece of snow-covered land. Ollie wandered among the people, frantically giving blood transfusions to people who were dying to stay alive, tired and sweating profusely. But there was a 6th man under the shade of the tree, staring, frantically treating everyone who had just been cured. Ollie heals one to his feet. Song Bing glared at him and sent him down. The two clashed directly. The faster the treatment, the faster the delivery. He treats, he delivers, he cannot fly without wings. The disease was played in new ways. But it was Chris and others who were injured. They acted as Fong Tang Jing at the gate of the Palace of Hell over and over again, constantly provoking the incompetence of the Lord of Hell. It's like experiencing a different kind of roller coaster thrill. And as time goes by, Ollie, who was above him, finally began to feel dizzy and weak. The speed also slowed down. Maid, you have so much blood. I thought your blood was free. Under the shadow of the tree, Song Bing couldn't help but complain when he saw Ollie, who was starting to pant and weak. Only then did he take a break and rub his somewhat dry eyes. At the same time, he came to the conclusion that this girl's blood can indeed cure diseases. But blood is not an unlimited supply. That's easy to do. By the way, since your blood can heal others, I want to see if you can heal yourself. Song Bing had an idea and immediately looked into Ollie's eyes. I plan to give it a try. Ding successfully cured hemorrhoids, merit -1. To be on the safe side, Song Bing gave him a first-level non-fatal one. Now Ollie is his big treasure, so he can't play to death. Ouch! In the snow, Ollie, who was getting dizzy, shook his head, and his eyes suddenly widened. I just felt a sudden pain in my butt. It's like someone came from behind and killed him for 1,000 years. Although not very harmful, it is extremely insulting. He quickly turned around to see which blind thing dared to launch a sneak attack. The result turned around. He happened to see the man from before who held a gun for him, but he kicked him several meters away. At this moment, the latter appeared behind him holding his hand again. Dr. A.O., please, my hands are really swollen and I can't stand it anymore. Please help me reduce the swelling. You have treated them so many times, just treat me once. Doctors cannot refuse treatment because of these. The man, who didn't know why, begged. Ollie's face darkened. He kicked the unfortunate guy away again. Dr. A.O., don't stop. Treat me quickly. It's my turn. I can't stand it anymore. The painful Chris and others urged. He even took the initiative to take Ori's hand and put it against him. Fake, touch your mother, get out. After reacting, Ollie was completely furious and threw him away. Only now did he feel the sparse blood in his body. This was the most blood loss he had ever had since he was born. If he loses again, he will probably be left in the cold. So, feeling dizzy, he stopped caring about Chris and the others. Staggeringly, I was about to leave this place of right and wrong. Dr. A.O., don't leave. What will we do if you leave? Oh my God, I'm here again. Dr. A.O., cure me quickly. For the last time, please treat us. When everyone saw that Ollie was actually abandoning them, they suddenly became frightened and begged. But Ollie doesn't care about the voices of these people. If he keeps doing this, he will be drained dry. Now he is in urgent need of fresh female blood. Under the shade of the tree, Song Bing's eyes flashed with surprise. It doesn't even respond to hemorrhoids? It seems like this is really not easy. If you can't test out the first-level disease, let's try the second-level disease. Seeing that Ollie didn't react much and wanted to leave, how could Song Bing let him go? He immediately concentrated his attention and sent out a second-level disease again. See if you can surrender. Ding successfully treated second-level kidney deficiency, merit -100. Blood is what he relies on. Losing too much blood now is what he fears most. However, not long after Ollie walked out, an extremely cold feeling suddenly came from his waist. It was like someone was holding 2 8-meter-long steel needles and thrusting them into his waist. Hard penetration. All the strength in his body was instantly taken away. This is so sour and refreshing, absolutely authentic. Hiss. Ollie's pupils widened. He stumbled and fell forward. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Everyone was sick, and this time it came to him. Plop. Ollie fell directly into the snow, but his face became ferocious. The raised green veins on the face and hands. At this moment, if you look inside his body, you will find that his body is suddenly extremely active. Whether it's cells or blood, they are rushing towards his rapidly declining kidneys, constantly repairing them. In just a moment, Ollie stood up with a little strength. Secondary kidney deficiency is also recovering. Seeing this scene under the shade of the tree, Song Bing's eyes trembled. Somewhat uneasy. You know, normal people, even if they have many kidneys and are invincible, will only end up with death from kidney deficiency when faced with secondary kidney deficiency. That Wang Dapeng was the best test subject back then. A patient with secondary kidney deficiency was drained on the spot and fell to the ground without any ability to move. The final outcome was a violent death. It's simply not too miserable. But Ollie in front of him was able to stand up in such a short period of time. Even self-healing. Definitely a werewolf. Seeing that Ollie had gotten up, he was about to stagger away. Song Bing's eyes moved slightly. Naturally, he would not miss this great opportunity. Immediately look at the other sick people and perform the final act. The next second, Chris and the others, who were still wailing and begging to be touched, all shuddered in unison. Immediately afterwards, the pain in the body was inexplicably relieved. Instead, his breathing began to quicken, his eyes gradually turned scarlet, and his nerves began to become excited and confused. They looked at Ollie in confusion. Their bodies shook violently, and their eyes changed when they looked at Ollie. At this moment, Ollie was limping away, extremely embarrassed. He is going to find a girl to suck blood. However, in the eyes of everyone, Ollie became a young girl dancing in the snow. He looked so beautiful in the snow, wearing a bikini. Snow-white skin, sexy figure, and long slender legs, twisting enchantingly in the snow. Unleash that damn charm. It is so sexy and sultry, making people want to stop in an instant. Fallen in one glance. Feeling the wailing behind him stop inexplicably, Ollie looked back in confusion. However, looking back this time, it was a different scene in everyone's eyes. Come on, ravage me to your heart's content. Come on, play with me as much as you like. The charming Ollie looked back and smiled, lightly pursed her sexy big red lips, and gently ran one hand across her long, snow-white legs. The slender fingers of the other hand were stained with saliva on the tip of his tongue, and he winked and teased the people who were burning in the flames. Ho! Fake! Baby, I'm here. Where's my broadsword? I can't take it anymore. I'll go first. In an instant, everyone who was confused and in heat was completely aroused by Ollie's sexy and enchanting teasing. A dozen big men jumped up and rushed towards Ollie with golden guns raised. He must capture the stunning beauty in front of him. What are you going to do? Confused Ollie was a little confused. Before he could react, Chris had already pounced on him, instantly knocking down the weak Ollie. Then he reached out and took off his pants. Ollie's body trembled, and he finally understood the reason why these people came to him. Fuck! Seeing other people rushing over, Ollie's face turned cold. He immediately suppressed his weakness and easily kicked Chris away. Then he rolled quickly and avoided everyone's flying attacks. What are you going to do? Please wake up. Ollie yelled with a grim look on his face. Kiki, come on. Come on. Come and bully me. However, in the eyes of everyone, she became a shy girl, dodging shyly and seducing her at the same time. Hey, hey, hey. Seduction. Naked seduction. Here I come. In an instant, everyone's desire to fight was once again aroused. Hey, kick me, I like it. Chris, who was kicked away, got up with a look of confusion on his face. In his eyes, Ollie's actions when he kicked him just now were all flirting. This made him even more excited, inspired some attribute in him. Everyone once again pounced on Ollie with lustful expressions on their faces. When the peony flower dies, it is also romantic to be a ghost. Seeing this scene, Ollie's face became increasingly gloomy. He could tell that these people were in heat. Although I don't understand, why is it in heat? But now it is clear that this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that these people are coming for him. Once knocked down, a dozen big men, You don't have to doubt your fighting ability. As for blood transfusion treatment, that is even more impossible. Now he has lost too much blood and cannot save himself. Even if we continue to overdraw the limit and give these people blood transfusions to wake them up, what if it relapses the next second? Then didn't he become a lamb to be slaughtered? Therefore, to be on the safe side, he had no choice but to take action and vent his anger on these people. Thinking of this, Ollie's eyes changed, became sharp and cold. Hey, 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 baby, I'm coming. At this time, Bert, who was beaming with joy, was the first to run over excitedly. Get out. Ollie punched out directly, with terrifying power, and actually sent Bert flying to the wall more than 10 meters away. However, in the eyes of everyone, this scene it's annoying. They hit you in the chest with their little fists. Ollie said shyly, holding his little pink fist, and gave Bert a gentle blow. The latter's legs became weak in excitement, and he retreated continuously. Hey, feel comfortable. Bert flew out and vomited blood, but instead of feeling any pain, he looked happy. Really? I want to try it too. Seeing this, other people also came running. But in order to protect himself, he still took action without hesitation in the face of the crowd coming towards him from happiness. Come and fight one by one. However, in the eyes of everyone in heat, it was Ollie who was still flirting with them with his pink fists and feet, constantly dodging and teasing them. The picture is inexplicably weird. Under the shadow of the tree, Song Bing's expression froze slightly when he saw Ollie, whose combat prowess was at its peak. This is despite the opponent losing too much blood. It was obvious that Ollie was no longer a normal person. So what exactly did he go through? Has it become what it is now? Song Bing paid more attention to it. He immediately bent down and picked up a brick and secretly touched it towards Ollie, who was fighting with everyone. What do you want to ask him for? Naturally, they wanted to take advantage of his illness and kill him. He didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. Beauty, just obey us. We'll be gentle. I will be responsible for you. In the ice and snow, Ollie, who suffered severe blood loss, retreated while fighting. He was gradually forced into the woods. He originally wanted to knock these people out physically. The result was that the more I played, the more excited I became. I have no choice but to waste my time and wait. He couldn't kill these people, although he could do it. Damn it, why don't those idiots come? Glancing at his phone, Ollie's heart became increasingly gloomy. But at a certain moment, the familiar feeling of kidney deficiency struck again. Caught off guard, Ollie's pupils widened, and he fell to the ground on the spot. The scene that fell in everyone's eyes was that Ollie lay down on his own initiative and spread his thighs. Ollie was happily lying in the snow, playing with his big white legs, and waving to everyone to seduce him. Ho! The crowd couldn't bear the temptation and rushed towards him on the spot. He must get first blood. Ollie's face was pale as he fell to the ground in pain. As soon as he reacted, Chris and others rushed towards him like wolves and tigers. He ruthlessly tore off his clothes and gnawed at his body. Don't miss any part. No. Ollie was heartbroken in an instant, but he lost too much blood and suffered from secondary kidney deficiency, so he was still recovering with difficulty. He lost his combat effectiveness for a while. At the same time, Lao Lu Song Bing, who was lurking quietly, curled his lips slightly and said, "This is the time." He immediately held the brick in his hand and quickly approached. Whoops! However, just when Song Bing was less than 20 meters away from Ollie, a slight sound broke through the air from the left side of his head. The sound is small and fast. Song Bing's heart trembled slightly, sensing the threat as if on a conditioned reflex. His eyes suddenly condensed. He decisively leaned back and patted the brick to the left. Bang! There was a loud noise, and a bullet easily penetrated the bricks and passed between Song Bing's fingers. The power was so powerful that it actually scratched Song Bing's skin. Song Bing's eyes suddenly turned cold, his taboo pupils opened, and he looked into the distance along the trajectory of the bullet. However, at the end of the perspective 100 meters away, there was still no figure shooting. Beep, 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 beep. At the same time, a number of police cars arrived from the other direction. Whoops, whoops. 2 powerful bullets were fired at Song Bing again, and this time, they came from 2 other directions. Song Bing's expression froze slightly, and he immediately dodged as much as possible. After experiencing the terrifying power of this kind of bullet, I dare not reach out to pick it up again. After looking at the police who kept coming and the people who took action secretly, Songbing knew that he couldn't take action today. To avoid being exposed, it is better to duck down and retreat decisively, as if it had never happened before. I don't know who hurt Ollie's sensitive nerves, and he immediately went berserk. The violent shock knocked several people away on the spot. Then, something green and snake-like emerged from Ollie's palm. It instantly entangled several people and threw them away. At the same time, shortly after Songbing left, a young man rushed over. Seeing this scene, the young man's expression changed drastically. He rushed forward and pulled away all the remaining people who were pressing on Ollie like a chicken. In the end, only Ollie was left, lying in the snow, ragged and messy, as if he had been insulted. Seeing this scene, the young man's face changed drastically. He hurriedly stepped forward to help him, and at the same time asked with concern, "Dr. A.O., are you okay? Asshole, why are you here?" Ollie's eyes widened, and his face turned pale. That look seemed to be asking, "What do you think? Do you think there's anything wrong with my appearance?" "I'm sorry, Dr. A.O., He didn't want to hear anything now. He just wanted to replenish his blood. Otherwise, he might actually die. "Okay, I have already prepared it for you. I will take you there now." The young man nodded quickly and helped the weak Ollie up. At this time, Chris and others stood up again after being lifted away. When they saw that their beautiful woman was about to be snatched away by a strange man, they immediately gave up. "Go away, this beauty belongs to us." "That's right, go to the back and line up," Chris and others threatened. The young man looked slightly cold, looked at the police officers who were coming and said, "Lock them up first." After explaining, he hurried away with Ollie. He left this place of right and wrong and quickly entered a black car. The vehicle is an extended version, resembling an RV. There was a lot of space in the car. The young man put down the weak Ollie, closed the doors and windows, and then pressed a certain button. Then the bed at the back of the car began to flip over, revealing a naked and tied woman. The moment he saw the woman, the weak Ollie suddenly became hopeful, and he quickly stood up and left. Manhua was too weak and fell to the ground before taking 2 steps. It was with the help of the young man that he came to the bedside. Wah! Looking at the sloppy Ollie, the woman was so scared that she shed tears. But Ollie didn't care. He eagerly pulled off his mask on the spot and threw himself at the woman's neck. Then he drank greedily. He no longer cares about the purpose he has always pursued. Under the nourishment of blood, Ollie's complexion and dry body were restored visibly to the naked eye. Like a vampire. Extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving the zoo, Songbing rushed all the way to join AI Xiaoxiao and others. Although this trial failed to kill Ollie easily, but it gave him a lot of useful information. First of all, this Ollie is indeed not simple, not only in terms of blood transfusion and treatment, but also in terms of strength. Secondly, Songbing also found the opponent's weakness, which was blood. Without blood, the opponent seems to be unable to get hard. This is enough. Finally, there is someone secretly protecting Ollie. And it is very possible that this person in the dark is not an ordinary person. This may help him solve many mysteries. Dean, the supplies for entering the mountain range are all packed. Let's set off quickly. Otherwise, we might let those people get there first. At the edge of the town, several researchers said anxiously when they saw Songbing arriving. They have been waiting here for a long time. But Songbing still looked relaxed. Don't be anxious. Start slowly. Safety first. They probably can't come. After thinking about Ollie's tragic situation before leaving, Songbing smiled slightly. Dee. While they were talking, on the only mountain road leading to the mountains, several well-equipped off-road vehicles were seen driving from the mountains, honking their horns all the time. There were 8 vehicles in total, traveling in a row, traveling very fast, and the splashing mud caused people on both sides of the road to move away quickly. But it was still ruthlessly affected. The off-road vehicle headed by him passed Songbing. Sitting in the passenger seat was a young white man wearing polar clothing. A majestic look on his face. This is a familiar face. Songbing's eyes moved slightly, and he subconsciously opened the forbidden pupils to look. His face changed slightly. The first time was at Xiqiao International University, when Songbing had just become the most honorary professor and gave his first class. Candy turned into a student and came to study with him. The second time was at the castle, where Candy cosplayed. At the same time, This Jack has another identity, that is, one of the heirs of the Campbell family, and one of Candy's 8 cousins. In these off-road vehicles, there are several well-equipped men sitting in polar suits. From their equipment, body shape, eyes, it is easy to see that these people are definitely well-trained. Maybe even special forces. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that in the 5th off-road vehicle, there is a little girl of 7 or 8 years old curled up quietly. Different from ordinary little girls who are watery and cute, this is a clear and wild little girl. Her clothes were all made of animal skins, and she wore a wolf fang pendant around her neck. Scars can be seen on the little hands and body, full of characteristics of growing in the wild. But at this moment, the little girl had fallen into a coma, and her vital signs were extremely weak. At the same time, several soldiers guarding the little girl wore protective shields similar to gas masks. His eyes were even more fearful of the little girl. It was as if the little girl had an infectious disease and would be infected. Looking at the cross-country team that quickly disappeared from sight, Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he didn't examine it carefully, he was sure of it with just one glance. This little girl has the disease he longs for. Moreover, the level is not low. The army of the country of Prophet, the daughter of the tribe leader. Provocative Ollie, Song Bing murmured in a low voice, and in an instant, the 3 of them were connected. At the same time, there was speculation. The little girl taken away by Jack was probably the little girl from the Indian tribe they were going to treat. As for why the Liberian army went to war, Major General Jack personally came to arrest this little Indian girl. Most likely it was all arranged by Ollie in advance. After all, Ollie's status in the eyes of the Liwang royal family is the same as his status in the eyes of Marshallin. This is the trump card that Li Gui uses against him. Therefore, the Liberian military will still comply with O'Riddy's request. And Ollie's purpose in doing this may be to continue to make their trip in vain, or even make a fool of themselves, just like those 2 polar bears. This also explains Ollie's last provocative words. You can even take a leisurely stroll around the zoo afterwards. Because he was not worried about Song Bing arriving first. Because of the man, the military of Li Country arrested him. It's a pity that Ollie now probably won't be able to get out of bed for less than 10 days and a half. Not to mention healing. Moreover, with that guy's nature, there is no doubt that he will definitely not cure the little girl at once, but continue to show off in front of him, even the whole world. This is easy to handle. When the time comes, we all get together to treat it. Just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it should be duoed. Master, get in the car quickly, I'm going to drive. Seeing Song Bing still in a daze outside the car, AI Xiaoxiu shouted. Okay. Looking away, Song Bing got into the car driven by AI Xiaoxiu. Although it has been determined that the little girl was taken away, but he still felt that it was necessary to go to the Indian tribe again. From the cautious attitude of Jack and others towards the little girl, and their intuition at first sight, they were all telling him that there might be unexpected surprises in that tribe. For example, the cause of the little girl's illness. Are there other people in that Indian tribe who are also sick? It is estimated that the diseases suffered by humans who retain primitive civilization and live like this are different from those of modern people. Hey, master, sit still, I'm going to drive. Seeing Song Bing finally get into the passenger seat, AI Xiaoxiu in the driver's seat looked excited and immediately turned the key and started the snowmobile. Seeing that this girl was a bit interested in racing, Song Bing spoke quickly. Oh, master, don't worry. My old driver is stable. Just lie down. Just leave this troublesome little thing to me. AI Xiaoxiu had a smirk on his face, and without giving Song Bing a chance to refuse, he stepped on the accelerator and started the car directly. She just loves excitement. The snowmobile buzzed and rushed toward the mountains. That damn pushing feeling came in an instant. Looking at Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu, who suddenly jumped 100 meters away, the researchers behind them looked confused. Didn't you say there's no rush? Why are you so anxious all of a sudden? It was shot directly. How can you keep up with such a fast car? Several people reacted from their confusion, immediately drove their vehicles and followed. Among the vast mountains, there are large trees and a blanket of silver. A black snowmobile is running freely among them, which is particularly conspicuous. Wow! AI Xiaoxiu's pretty face turned red as he drove, but he really enjoyed the speed and passion. Little beast, hurry up and be careful to spit out all the chicken you eat. Song Bing, who was forced to get on the express train, was speechless. Master, don't you think this is exciting? It turns out that driving is so fun, Master. I will drive for you every day from now on. However, AI Xiaoxiao, who enjoyed the natural unrestrainedness, could not stop at all and instead continued to increase the accelerator. I like this pleasure more and more. It's like I've found some kind of hobby again. But I have to admit that this girl is very talented in driving. If he couldn't persuade him, Song Bing wouldn't persuade him at all. Just lie down and let the other person do whatever they want. Anyway, it's okay even if you get hit. And I have to say, this kind of speed and passion is really good. However, the two enjoyed themselves, but they suffered a lot from the researchers behind them who were struggling to catch up. Where are the people? Where are the cars? Why are they driving so fast? In the ice and snow, there are no traces of the vehicle ahead. Several researchers looked miserable and could only speed up to keep up. After driving for an unknown amount of time, Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiao finally reached a jungle. My eyes suddenly opened up. It is a wide snowfield, and in the snow, there were many tents made of wood and fabric. At the same time, Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiao seemed to be intruding between the tents. Several figures came on horseback holding swords and guns. Master, they seem to be coming for us. AI Xiaoxiao saw this and quickly stopped the car. It doesn't seem like it, it just is. Song Bing corrected. Is this the Indian tribe? Why do you feel like they are so unfriendly? Looking at the several Indians rushing towards them with swords and guns, AI Xiaoxiao asked with some uncertainty. You should ask Zhang Fei and the others about this. But they seem to have been thrown away by you and haven't come yet. Song Bing looked back and found that the cars of several researchers hadn't arrived yet, so he spread his hands. What should I do? AI Xiaoxiao panicked instantly. What do you think? Who told you to drive so hard? Song Bing gave AI Xiaoxiao a look and let him understand. AI Xiaoxiao immediately lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. It's not too exciting. I couldn't hold it back for a while. Of course, her main purpose was to try Song Bing. Get out of the car first. At the same time, he put on his white coat and spread his hands to show that he had no ill intentions. Ouch! 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 At the same time, more than a dozen Indians were already surrounding them on horseback, armed with spears. They were all wearing various Indian costumes and kept shouting from their mouths, like driving away. And the guns in their hands are also modern weapons. No doubt, they should all be exchanged with modern people. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean any harm. I'm a doctor, and I'm here to treat the people of your tribe as promised. Song Bing tried his best to be friendly, speaking polite words and pointing at the clothes on his body. Now, he just prayed that these people could understand the language. After hearing Song Bing's words, the muscular man riding a black horse looked Song Bing up and down. Then he asked, "Where are you a doctor?" Thank God. Seeing that the other party was indeed eloquent, Song Bing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Dai Hospital, our people have been here once before, but failed to cure you. This time it's me." When he heard about the AI hospital, the muscular man's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked at the other compatriots who were pointing guns at Song Bing and said, "Gulu, Gulu, Jilagwala, can't write Smekta." The rest of the compatriots immediately put away their guns. The strong man also jumped off his horse and came to Song Bing. He respectfully performed the Indian etiquette and then said, "Dear doctor, thank you Dai Hospital for keeping your promise and coming here despite the hardships. But our family's disease has become more serious, highly contagious. Now it has spread to the entire clan and has become a plague. This is not an ordinary disease, but a punishment from the sun god and a punishment to our family. So, for your safety, please come back. This is your reward for running around." The muscular man politely refused, but continued to take out a large golden lump from his crotch. Fist size. At first glance, it is the best gold nugget. The value is at least $1 million. Moreover, this kind of natural nugget gold has a price, but no market. Song Bing couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this too generous? But the purpose of his trip was not for some gold mine, but for merit. And after hearing what the other party said, he was even less likely to leave. Plague equals merit. I am the most professional and powerful doctor in DAI. I have cured countless plagues and terminal diseases, and I have already found solutions to your family's diseases. If you believe me, you can take me to see it, and I will definitely be able to save your race." Song Bing boasted on the spot. He didn't reach out to pick up the valuable nugget of gold. "Obviously, I can no longer be modest at this time. No matter how humble you are, who will let you see it?" Sure enough, after hearing Song Bing's words, the muscular man's eyes moved slightly. Obviously, his heart was moved. Now his tribe is in dire straits. How not to be moved? However, after only being moved for a moment, the strong man said, "To be honest, before you came, the Li Guang royal family learned about what happened to our clan. A professional team has been dispatched to take samples and promised that I will soon be able to develop an antidote and save our clan. And they have warned us not to let any doctors treat us again before this happens." This was the reason why he really rejected Song Bing. Sure enough, hearing this, Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of Jack and the others he had just met. The suspicion in my mind was further confirmed. "Okay, I respect your choice. But in fact, you regard them as hope. Why can't you also regard me as another hope? If I could really cure this disease, wouldn't it mean that your tribe would be exempted from the punishment of the sun god now?" After Song Bing said regretfully, he turned around and got into the car, preparing to leave. But the words he left behind deeply penetrated into the heart of the precise man. "Dear doctor, wait a minute, I can let you try." Seeing Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu driving away, the muscular man hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although he had given up hope, he still couldn't help but want to try again after hearing Song Bing's words. Moreover, Song Bing gave him an indescribable strange feeling. "But I must remind you again. This disease is a disaster sent by the sun god and cannot be cured by ordinary doctors. At present, many top medical teams have come to try it for the gold mine. But they all failed, and many even became infected and completely stayed on this land. You see those graves? That's where they were buried. So, are you sure you really dare?" The muscular man asked solemnly at the end, while pointing to the hillside in the distance. "There are many more little bulges there. They are all graves where top doctors are buried. It is my duty to save lives and heal the wounded, so why should I be afraid of it?" After looking at those graves, Song Bing smiled slightly and said generously, "But in fact, he is not false at all. On the contrary, I hope that this disease will be as scary as possible." In this way, Song Bing successfully persuaded the other party and entered the territory of the Indian tribe with AI Xiaoxiu. As soon as they got close to the tribe, they immediately heard wailing sounds coming from each tent. "I am the leader of our tribe, and my name is Wolf of the Snowfield." After the muscular man introduced himself, he brought Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu to a bonfire. Then he ordered, "You just wait here and take protective measures. I will first bring a sick member of the tribe to you for treatment. If you are at your wit's end, leave to reduce the risk of disaster." After saying that, he hurriedly walked towards a tent. Several Indian men are here to guard Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu. After a while, the Wolf of the Snowfield came back, followed by 2 Indian men, carrying a simple wooden bed frame. Lying on the bed frame was an Indian man coughing violently. At first glance, the man was as skinny as a stick, with coughed-up blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. "This is a member of our tribe who is less infected. If you can cure him, you can treat more people. If not, please come back." The Wolf of the Snowfield said directly, because he didn't have much hope in his heart, since he sent out the news of a gold mine asking for medical treatment. The entire country has already been boiling. Countless medical teams come here because of its reputation, or they were invited by rich people, or they were invited by gold miners. Even top doctors from other countries come here. They are all eager to cure their diseases and obtain that valuable gold mine. But there is no doubt that they all failed. Even many greedy doctors stayed here forever. It became a small mound on the hillside in the distance, and he gradually lost confidence amid repeated disappointments. He didn't know why he brought Song Bing here. Faced with the lack of hope from the Wolf of the Snowfield and others, Song Bing didn't care. Instead, he came to the sick man. He squatted down, stretched out his hand, and placed it on his forehead. "No, it's contagious." However, this ordinary scene made the Snow Wolf's face change drastically. The other Indians also stared. Unexpectedly, Song Bing was so courageous that he dared to touch it with his bare hands. "Isn't this seeking death? Why, another small mound." They sighed and bent down to pick up the shovels. "We are already preparing to dig a hole for Song Bing." Faced with the reactions of the Indian men, Song Bing's expression remained unchanged, and he still put his hand on the man's forehead to check his condition. At the first contact, there was a frighteningly hot feeling coming from the man's forehead. Song Bing was shocked. This was no ordinary burning, but rather like roasting a man on a fire rack with poisonous gas. The internal organs in the body actually showed signs of corrosion and burns. Ding, a genotype of infectious disease has been detected. Diseased body, human. Disease, systematic nomenclature, early genotype infectious, fever, disease. Symptoms, the immune system is destroyed, the genetic sequence is damaged, and the body dissipates heat. Level 1. At the same time, Song Bing's mind was filled with the situation inside the man's body. This sight made Song Bing silent for a long time before he took out the silver needle and spread it out. The man was treated immediately. When he saw Song Bing, he not only contacted him rashly, but also took out a row of needles and pricked the clan members randomly. Gulu Gulu. The Indians, who had never seen this kind of treatment before, immediately became unhappy, thinking that Song Bing was being abused, and immediately stepped forward to stop him. "My master is treating you. Please don't disturb me." Ai Xiaoshuo stood up and spread his hands to block these people. The leader of the tribe, Snow Wolf, frowned slightly, but still spoke to stop the tribe's recklessness. He studied and lived in real society for a period of time. Know that there are many novel medical methods in modern society. For example, amputation, laparotomy, or even craniotomy. Compared to these, what did Song Bing use those small needles to prick him with? Just taking these little needles and pricking them randomly. Can it really cure the disaster caused by the sun god? Is this too ridiculous? Therefore, before Song Bing was treated, the Snow Wolf's heart had already hit rock bottom. The last little expectation was gone. Okay. However, just as he was disappointed, Song Bing also finished the injection and stood up. No, to be precise, he stood up after recovering from his illness. If not for the cover-up, these injections are completely unnecessary. How about playing? The Snow Wolf reacted and asked uncertainly, "Isn't this too perfunctory?" Because the whole process takes less than a minute, of which touching takes 57.5 seconds. Even if you can't cure it, you can still cover it up. Other doctors came with large and small bags of equipment and medicine. A test can take several hours or even days. You're fine. You touch it twice, prick a few needles at random, and then say it's no longer possible? This is a bit disrespectful. That's right, it's over. Song Bing smiled and nodded, not seeing what the other party was thinking. Okay, since you don't have the ability to heal, please leave my clan's territory as soon as possible. Otherwise, your life will be wasted. Seeing that Song Bing was so perfunctory, the Snow Wolf's tone became cold, and he directly ordered the guests to be sent off. He felt cheated. This time it was Song Bing's turn to be stunned. I finally understood what the other party meant. Just as Song Bing was about to explain, the Indian man on the ground who had just been sucked away by Song Bing finally woke up from his weakness, and his first reaction was to eat. The Snow Wolf and others, who had looked displeased just a second ago, screamed in shock when they saw the man on the ground suddenly woke up and started talking about wanting to eat. "Bring some food quickly." The Snow Wolf reacted quickly and gave the order. At the same time, he stepped forward to help the man into his arms and personally fed him water and food. The moment the man, who had been hungry for many days, saw water and food, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly started to eat. I almost choked to death several times, but fortunately I had the help of the Snow Wolf. Soon, the man drank 3 large bowls of water and a large piece of beef. This scene made the wolf of the snowfield and all the Indian men widen their eyes in shock, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Because they all know that if you are infected with this disease, you will not be able to eat. Even if they are force-fed, they will be vomited. Many tribesmen starved to death. Therefore, when I saw a scrawny man who was originally hungry, he could suddenly eat so much on his own initiative. How could they not be surprised? How not to be shocked? To them, this is simply a miracle. It was the appearance of the sun god. Soon, the man who had eaten and drunk slowly stood up with the support of the Snow Wolf. It was as if the trouble in his body was gone all of a sudden. The Snow Wolf was so shocked that he reacted and looked at Song Bing sharply. The other Indians also looked at Song Bing. At this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. The Indians' eyes changed when they looked at Song Bing. The look in his eyes seemed to regard Song Bing as a god sent by the sun god to save them. La Braca, Barater Laka, Terla Barska, Jambaris. The snow wolf's eyes suddenly became pious. He looked at Song Bing, spread his hands, and kept chanting a lot of languages that belonged to their tribe. A group of Indian men also immediately surrounded Song Bing, holding torches and chanting along. Master, what are they going to do? AI Xiaoshu was so frightened that he quickly shrank behind Song Bing. I don't understand either. Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly, and he was also overwhelmed by this weird scene. Why did he start singing all of a sudden? No, if you have something to say, please talk to me. Don't scare me. La Braca. La Braca. Under the confusion of AI Xiaoshu and Song Bing, they didn't know how long Snow Wolf had been reciting, but they could only understand the last high-pitched part. All the Indians knelt down devoutly around Song Bing. It was as if Song Bing was regarded as a god. At this time, the wolf of the snowfield also stepped forward and saluted with great respect. He apologized in sharp language. Dear miraculous doctor, please forgive us for our ignorance just now. You have just saved one of our tribesmen. You must be a god sent by the sun god. On behalf of our tribe, I now ask you to save us. After saying that, the snow wolf also knelt down. Please get up quickly. There is no need to pay such a big courtesy. Since I am here, I will naturally cure you all. Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly helped him to deal with it. At the same time, I felt relieved. After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be a thank you. But this thank you ceremony is quite unique. At least, it's much better than those villains who repay kindness with hatred. Thank you for your generosity. I will gather all the patients from my clan together. The wolf of the snowfield said, and quickly knelt down and bowed again. Then he led a dozen uninfected men to gather patients in various tents. Jilagwala. They kept shouting. The general meaning is, the savior has come. That's right. At this moment, they already regarded Song Bing as their savior. The two remaining Indian men immediately found seats and covered them with natural animal skins for Song Bing and AI Xiaoshu. A smile and respect on his face. The attitude has completely changed 180 degrees. Song Bing and AI Xiaoshu are both gone. But at this moment, Song Bing was extremely excited. He was looking forward to the symptoms of other patients. He knew this time, he's going to make a fortune. Soon, the snow wolf and others carried out all the sick members of the tribe, placed neatly in an open space. There were 107 people, including men, women, old and young. There were huge bonfires all around. It looks like some kind of large-scale outdoor worship event. Sacred and solemn. Song Bing glanced away, his eyes brightened slightly, and his heart moved slightly. Dear miraculous doctor, all the patients in our tribe are here. Thank you for your help. The wolf of Snowfield stepped forward piously. Okay, but I have a request for the next treatment. Song Bing pretended to be mysterious. Please tell me, no matter what you ask for, even if it means sacrificing my head to the sun god, I am willing. The wolf of Snowfield said respectfully. Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly. The look in the other person's eyes didn't seem to be a polite word. Song Bing was sure if he nodded, the other party would really sacrifice on the spot without hesitation. It's not that serious. I just ask that during the next process of my healing, you all turn your back to me and pray for me. Song Bing said. Naturally, this is done to make it easier to touch. With so many people, we can't just prick everyone twice. Oh, of course there's no problem. Hearing this, the snow wolf nodded without hesitation. Immediately give orders to others. Suddenly, more than a dozen Indians gathered around, led by the wolf of the snowfield. They all walked out of the bonfire, knelt down together, looked up at the sky, closed their eyes, chanted silently, and began to pray. The sky also started to snow in response to the situation. Little beast, this disease is very contagious. You should also withdraw. Song Bing looked at AI Xiaoshu and said, Oh. AI Xiaoshu nodded obediently and ran out quickly. Soon, in a large circle surrounded by countless bonfires, only Song Bing and a group of infected people were lying uniformly on the ground. Song Bing looked at these people, unable to conceal the shock and solemnity in his eyes. These infected Indians include men, women, and children. Some are struggling in pain. Some are already in coma and are dying. Conditions vary. At the same time, their symptoms and reactions are also different. Some huddled up and hid under several animal skins, seemingly extremely cold. Some of them were only wearing thin fabrics. Their faces were red, and they were still tearing their clothes apart. It seems to be extremely hot again. Song Bing stepped forward and touched these Indians with different symptoms one by one. Sure enough, some were extremely cold like the infected man just now. Some foreheads are extremely hot. Some hair fell out. Some were covered with chickenpox. Some even have upper body heat and lower body coldness. They showed various symptoms, as if they were infected with different diseases. Song Bing's heart moved slightly, and he continued to test, and finally identified 31 of these severely infected people who were in critical condition and had reached the level of secondary disease. Such a number is horrifying. Even though Song Bing was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Confirming his suspicion, Song Bing immediately treated these people one by one. Ding successfully absorbed mild genotype infectious heat disease merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed mild genotype infectious cold disease merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed mild genotype infectious blister disease merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed the second-level severe genotype infectious heat disease merit +100. Song's disease was cured very quickly, just like curing the gathered patients and animals with intractable diseases. One touch at the first level, multiple touches at the second level. Like a god descending to earth, greed absorbs the diseases of these people. In the end, as expected, these 107 were all infected with genetic infectious diseases. But it seems that because of the different symptoms, they have been divided into different types by the system. So much so that after Song's disease was absorbed, only the heat disease and cold disease that manifested the most were duplicated in the end. The rest turned out to be just right, or not even repetitive. Therefore, after absorbing all of them, the original 107 people actually allowed Song Bing to directly gain 2,301 enhanced merit points. If they were all the same disease, Song Bing would probably only be able to gain at most 300 merit points now. In other words, what these people were infected with was not the same infectious disease at all. To be more precise, the virus they were infected with was not the same kind at all, but a large category. Song's disease has almost wiped out all the diseases that have ever occurred in humans and even animals. There are many infectious diseases among them, such as AIDS. Therefore, who knows the diseases and viruses in Blue Star best? Song Bing dares to say that he is second, but absolutely no one dares to say that he is first. However, Song Bing was the first to absorb this type of virus that specifically destroys genes. It even reached severe levels and was directly promoted to level 2. This is scarier than AIDS and cancer. At least AIDS cancer cannot reach level 2 even in its advanced stages. So, the first glimpse of this virus came from the first Indian man. Song Bing felt as if he had seen an alien. This is why he was shocked at the time. See it from his perspective. This virus should not be on this planet at all. To be more precise, it should not appear in this era. This is an environment suitable for today's human and most animal and plant life. Yet it appeared, and there's more than one. It also successfully infected these people. So, now, Song Bing is more confused. Where did this tribe get this virus? Song Bing stood up solemnly, already sweating profusely because of the presence of 31 secondary diseases. The 107 Indians who were absorbed and cured also woke up one after another with their vitality restored. Many people with mild infections have even recovered. Okay, you can come in. Seeing this, Song Bing had no choice but to look outside and shout. I planned to find time to ask the wolf of the snowfield. Outside the bonfire, Snow Wolf and others who were praying devoutly heard Song Bing's cry. Only then did he look back in confusion. When they saw the tribesmen gradually recovering in the bonfire, their eyes widened. Instead, they screamed excitedly, and then one by one they ran in excitedly and hugged their relatives. Hug each other and cry, "Dear miraculous doctor, are you really sent by the sun god to save our people?" The wolf of the snowfield was even more like a sliding shovel, kneeling in front of Song Bing. The admiration for Song Bing has long been like the overflowing of the Yellow River, out of control. How long has it been? In less than half an hour, Song Bing cured all their clan members. What is this if not a god? How could an ordinary doctor have such great medical skills? Get up. It doesn't have to be like this. It's my responsibility to save lives and heal the wounded. Seeing the other person kneeling again, Song Bing helped the other person up helplessly. No, you saved our tribe and will be our tribe's great benefactor from now on. The wolf of the snowfield said excitedly and knelt down again. Seeing this, the other Indians also knelt down to Song Bing. Jilagwala, Gully is dead, Zombies is dead. Then they all raised their hands and spoke their own language. Once again staged a performance of Thanksgiving with national characteristics. Brain pain. On the northern horizon, the bright aurora can be faintly seen. Just like heaven. On the empty tribal grounds, a bonfire slowly rose. There were pieces of tender and plump barbecue on top. The Indians who were cured of song disease all regained their vitality. At this moment, both men, women, and children are happily gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing to celebrate the end of the disaster. They are so unhappy. As the savior of the Indian tribe, Song Bing was naturally surrounded and treated as a distinguished guest. One by one, the Indians lined up in front of Song Bing to show their respect, singing, dancing, and kneeling. Song Bing is almost autistic. As for AI Xiaoxiao, he was munching on the roasted pheasant. His mouth was full of oil. He was so happy. This kind of pheasant tastes much better than domestic chicken. Seeing that AI Xiaoxiao loved chicken so much, the snow wolf generously roasted all the pheasants that the entire Indian tribe had hunted for AI Xiaoxiao. AI Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when he saw it, and he ate even harder. He looked like he would not give up until he ate all the pheasants of the Indian tribe. Dear miraculous doctor, thank you. Thank you so much. You saved our tribe. You are our great benefactor. I really don't know how to thank you. The wolf of the snowfield knelt down in front of Song Bing again. Get up, don't thank me anymore. You have already thanked me enough. I have seen your sincerity. Song Bing helped the wolf of the snowfield and spoke as he had a headache. He was numb. Dear miraculous doctor, I will take you to see the gold mine. That gold mine is expected to mine more than 3,000 tons of gold, and it will belong to you from now on. I can ask the strong men of our tribe to mine and transport it for you for free. The wolf of the snowfield continued, not forgetting the promise he had made. When Song Bing heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although his trip was not for any gold mine, he was still shocked by the number. More than 3,000 tons of gold. What is this concept? If converted into money, it would be tens of billions. No wonder so many medical teams flocked to it as soon as the news came out. No matter life or death, there will be so many small mounds of dirt on the hillside in the distance. This explains it all. Who wouldn't be tempted by a gold mine worth tens of billions? Although he was shocked, Song Bing still said, there is no rush about the gold mine. I will send someone to deal with it later. I have something more important to ask you now. I hope you can answer me seriously. Okay, dear miraculous doctor, please tell me. I will definitely not hide it. After hearing this, the wolf of the snowfield also sat down and promised. Do you know where this disease got from in your tribe? Song Bing asked immediately. Of course, this is the punishment that we have violated the sun god's taboo. But you have appeared, great miracle doctor. You must have been sent by the sun god to save us. The sun god must have forgiven us. The wolf of the snowfield instantly became pious and answered seriously. Maybe he was wrong to ask from the beginning. No, I mean, when you first came to our hospital for medical treatment, you just wanted us to treat your daughter. But now it turns out that everyone in your tribe is infected. What about your daughter? Song Bing changed the question. Sure enough, when he heard the word daughter, the eyes of the originally cheerful and pious snow wolf suddenly dimmed, unable to hide his sadness. But after just a moment of silence, he still suppressed the pain, nodded to Song Bing, and said, Yes, respected miraculous doctor, you are right. The source of this disease was indeed my daughter in the first place. At first, I thought it was just a common illness. Until other tribesmen also became infected one after another. I just realized this was a terrible plague. So, your daughter is the source of transmission? Song Bing's eyes brightened slightly. Got what I wanted. Yes. She was chosen by the sun god. The snow wolf nodded, feeling a little ashamed and remorseful. What about your daughter? Song Bing asked. Sorry, dear miraculous doctor. Unfortunately, my daughter died yesterday. If you could have arrived earlier, maybe she wouldn't have to die. The wolf of the snowfield's eyes dimmed, as if he had aged dozens of years instantly. The grief can no longer be concealed. As the leader of the clan, he has always been at the forefront in the face of this disaster. They even took advantage of the lure of the gold mine to seek help from the outside world. Eventually, Song Bing was induced. Save the tribe from danger. However, who knew that this strong and intelligent patriarch had just experienced the pain of losing his daughter yesterday? What about her body? Song Bing continued to ask. The wolf of the snowfield was stunned, obviously not expecting Song Bing to ask this question, but still said, after she died, we planned to sacrifice her body to the sun god to pray for the sun god's forgiveness. But the Li country army that wanted to help us took away her body in the name of research. He said that he would take it for anatomy research and develop an antidote for our tribe. Hearing this, Song Bing fell silent, because only he knows that the girl is not actually dead. What's her name? Song Bing asked the last question without telling the other party the truth. If the other party knows the truth, his life may be ruined, and even the fate of the entire Indian tribe. Arctic Fox, my daughter. The wolf of Snowfield said sadly. Maybe she was just taken to the sky by the sun god. Song Bing simply used the other party's faith to comfort him. Oh, yes, that must be the case. Every time I look up, I can see her smiling at me. Thank you, dear miraculous doctor. Sure enough, with such comfort, the snow wolf immediately felt better. You're welcome. Song Bing smiled slightly. After getting what he wanted, Song Bing integrated into the Indian tribe. Let's gather around the campfire, eat, drink, sing, and dance. This trip to Indian became Song Bing's most fruitful trip. Don't be too surprised with more than 2,000 enhanced merits. Until late at night, everyone was full and full. AI Xiaoxiu also ate up all the pheasants of the Indian tribe and finally separated them. Unprecedented satisfaction. The wolf of the snowfield arranged a warm tent for Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu respectively. Song Bing planned to go to sleep so that he could set out in the morning. There are still many things he needs to do to benefit the country next. There are still many people who need him to treat. As a result, as soon as Song Bing lay down, the wolf in the snowfield left and returned. The only difference is that behind the snow wolf, there are two Indian girls who look to be only 14 or 15 years old. The two girls lowered their heads shyly and hid behind the wolf of the snowfield. Although they all wear animal skins and their skin is not that white, they have a purely natural and healthy complexion, coupled with that wild and natural look. Absolutely easy to give birth to. Chief, what are you doing? Song Bing sat up in confusion. His first thought was whether the two girls were sick again. Come to him for treatment. But if you open the taboo pupil and take a look, you won't be sick at all. Still very healthy. Purely natural, pollution-free, no additives. They are simply healthier than men in modern society. The two girls understood, lowered their heads shyly, and walked towards Song Bing. He also took off his animal skins while walking. Now he knew. This is not to come to him for treatment. This is to make him commit crimes. Song Bing quickly spoke to stop him. As soon as you get there, you have to take off your clothes and get on his bed. Still underage. Get one, get two for free. Who wouldn't be startled when meeting this person? Dear miraculous doctor, you saved our tribe, and more than a gold mine can repay you. So we decided to give you two more women from our tribe. These are Thunderheart and Snowflower. They will be your women from now on. I will accompany you to live in modern society and take care of our tribe to thank you for your kindness. Only then did the wolf of the snowfield reveal his intention. Giving women from this tribe to others is the highest recognition and love of their tribe for that person. This is also their custom. Generally, the women of the tribe are used to trade with other tribes. Song Bing was shocked when he understood. I never thought that if I came to earn merit, I would also earn a gold mine worth tens of billions, plus two women. This diagnosis is really a bit polite. But Song Bing still hurriedly refused. I appreciate your kindness, but women don't need it. Do you think they are ugly? This was the snow wolf's first thought, and he immediately explained seriously. In fact, the women of our Indian tribe are more popular as they get fatter. Of course, if you like thin ones, I will immediately gather all the unmarried women in our tribe, up to the age of 16 or 12, a total of 36 for you to choose from. If that doesn't work, we can go to other tribes to buy it for you. When the two girls saw that Song Bing disliked them, Their shy eyes flashed with disappointment. Due to their body shape, they are the most popular among the tribe. For a moment, he was so shocked that he was speechless by the snow wolf's gratitude. This is too passionate. But for such enthusiasm, Song Bing naturally chose to refuse and found an excuse in the river. Just kidding. It doesn't matter if you are fat or not. The key is that these two girls look like they are underage. Although for Indians, this age is already suitable for marriage and entering the bridal chamber. But as a modern Song Bing, he couldn't accept this. Or enter the bridal chamber even if they don't agree with each other. This concept is too different. And it's really going to happen. Being brought into modern society is like bringing two primitive people with you. Everything must be taught slowly, regardless of language or living habits. For Song Bing, this was nothing short of a trouble. It doesn't matter, just like I have 18 women alone. And the women in our tribe are very well behaved, and they will follow you unconditionally. Unexpectedly, the wolf of the snowfield didn't care at all. For Indian tribes, polygamy was too normal. The more women a capable man marries, the better. And having more women also symbolizes that the man is strong and excellent. Men who are incompetent are basically polyandrous. Song Bing stopped again and looked at the wolf of the snowfield in surprise. What the hell? 1018? Can your kidneys handle it? Reacting from the shock, Song Bing said, I already have a lot of women, and the one who came with me just now is actually my woman. In order to avoid the other party's entanglement, Song Bing simply used AI Xiaoxiu as a shield. Even thought of, the wolves of the snowfield have come to give themselves women. Will you give AI Xiaoxiu a man? Get one for free and get 3 for free. What if this is another family's unique custom? That would be fun. She is your woman? Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Dear miraculous doctor, I didn't know she was your woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so stupid as to separate you. I will arrange a big tent for you right away so you can sleep together. After hearing Song Bing's words, the snow wolf's face changed drastically, as if he had done something big wrong, and he quickly apologized. Because in their tribe, a man and his woman cannot sleep separately. Sleeping separately means that the man dislikes the woman. This is taboo. Song Bing was stunned again, and quickly stood up and said, No, I'll go to her tent and just squeeze in. After saying that, Song Bing picked up his clothes and slipped directly to AI Xiaoxiu's tent next door. Making a mistake decisively ended everything. I want to continue to pull it off, change to a bigger tent, and create a weird custom. For example, you must make a hole in the room before going to bed to increase the heat. That would really not end well. In the tent, AI Xiaoxiu, who had eaten and drank enough, was humming a tune. He happily took off his coat and huddled under the warm animal skin. Only a small head is exposed. As a result, just when Mimi was about to go to sleep, Song Bing burst in with clothes in his arms. What father? AI Xiaoxiu's big black eyes widened instantly, with a look of curiosity and confusion on his face. Why did Song Bing come to her tent in the middle of the night? Is it to teach her useful knowledge? Just when AI Xiaoxiu was confused and looking forward to it, he saw Song Bing throwing away his clothes and walking straight towards him. Then, her beautiful eyes gradually widened and shrank into the warm animal skin. Only one head is exposed. Sleep. Song Bing turned his back on AI Xiaoxiu and said 2 words lightly. However, AI Xiaoxiu's world exploded. Her beautiful eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Song Bing's back so close. A look of disbelief. Her master actually wanted to sleep with her? Thinking of this possibility, AI Xiaoxiu's little face instantly turned red, like a red apple. The little heart also jumped wildly. Countless embarrassing images flashed through my mind. Isn't this too direct? She wasn't even ready yet. Master, we are master and apprentice, isn't this bad? After struggling countless times in his heart, AI Xiaoxiu finally returned to his senses, stretched out his little hand, and poked Song Bing's back, and asked shyly in a low voice. The wolf of the snowfield just came to give me women, and he gave me 2 at once. He said, wait a minute, he will give you men, 3 of them. He said this was their custom, the way to entertain distinguished guests. Song Bing said calmly. AI Xiaoxiu's little hand poking Song Bing's back stopped instantly, and his shy little face froze. All the illusions just now were shattered. What the hell? Want to send her 3 men? What kind of hospitality is this? AI Xiaoxiu instantly knew why Song Bing couldn't wait to sleep with her. This is not to sleep with her. This is clearly her good master sacrificing himself and coming to protect her personally. Father shit, I'm afraid. AI Xiaoxiu was no longer shy in an instant, and was so frightened that he quickly buried his little head on Song Bing's back, trembling with fear. She hated this kind of reception. Song Bing, who had his back turned to AI Xiaoxiu, saw that he had successfully deflected the conflict and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. After glancing at the snow wolf who had no choice but to leave with two underage girls outside the tent, he fell asleep peacefully. Of course, this is bound to be a sleepless night. Dr. Li Guiyao cured 2 polar bears with strange diseases alone. The miracle doctor of Ongwa Song dynasty felt ashamed and fled. This shocking news spread quickly after being taken out of context and vigorously publicized by the official media of Liberia. As we all know, Li country is the largest country in Blue Star. The spread and influence can be imagined. Therefore, the video was specially edited and posted with this outrageous title. It instantly detonated the whole world. Especially after professional editing and shooting, the video shows the perfect contrast between Li's superb medical skills, Song Bing's wait-and-see attitude, and his leaving back. Already, Ali was filmed as a genius doctor who was born out of nowhere, and Song Bing was shocked and became famous. Then, shortly after this video broke, videos of Ali's cases of curing countless terminal illnesses have been released one after another. For a time, Dr. Ao's name quickly resounded around the world. He became a genius doctor who appeared out of nowhere and crushed Dr. Song. Dr. Ao's Western Medical Clinic also became famous all over the world. The Ligua Medical Association took the opportunity to evaluate and naturally awarded Dr. Ao the title of the world's #1 miracle doctor. Since then, as soon as Dr. Ao became famous, he followed the name of Song Dynasty Miracle Doctor and climbed to the throne of the world's #1 miracle doctor. He became famous so quickly that it caught people off guard. Dr. Song and Dr. Ao, 2 great doctors, compete for ranking. Who has better medical skills? Who deserves to be the #1 miracle doctor? It instantly became a hotly debated topic across the internet. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and Dr. Ao deserves to be the world's #1 miracle doctor. It is not difficult to see from that video that he is superior to the video of Song's disease curing twins in all aspects. That's right, and Song Bing was also present at the time. His demeanor seemed calm, but in fact, he was probably already panicking inside. Haha, that figure running away made me laugh to death. Hey, after all, it's normal to be panicked and scared when you see a miracle doctor who is more outstanding than yourself and know that you are about to end your life. Haha, are you kidding? Dr. Song has been famous for so long. How many types of terminally ill patients have he cured? How many rumors and slanders have he withstood? The Dai medical group that I now lead has spread all over the world, building hospitals and veterinary hospitals in countless backward countries and regions. The countless drugs that have been created to cure and relieve terminal diseases are not only humanely priced, but also easy to use. They have also broken the monopoly of developed countries and capital. How can Dr. Shabiao compare these achievements? To compare with curing 2 polar bears. But the fact is that Dr. Ao was selected as the #1 miracle doctor by the World Medical Association. And now Divine Dr. Song has not appeared again since he escaped in that video. Isn't this because he is afraid of escaping? If he is really capable and thinks he is better than Dr. Ao, he should stand up and compete with Dr. Ao instead of hiding like a lost dog. Haha, the #1 miracle doctor. Are those people from the Medical Association qualified to judge Divine Dr. Song? Divine Dr. Song is from Ongwa, and Dr. Ao is from Ligua. They all understand. Yes, it's just that when Ligua saw the development of Dr. Song in Ongwa, he was afraid that his position as the #1 doctor would be robbed, so he created Dr. Ao like this. Ongwa has the miracle Dr. Song, and Ligua has a Dr. Ao. The fight between the 2 countries is now interesting. Regarding the topic of who has better medical skills, Dr. Song or Dr. Ao, netizens from almost all over the world have participated in the discussion. Some supported Ali, some supported Song Bing, and some remained neutral, hoping that the 2 would compete and see who was better. And those who support Song dynasty are almost those underdeveloped countries and regions. They enjoyed the benefits brought by the good medicine developed by Dai Hospital and Songbing. There is no need to buy sky-high price medicines and be subject to the monopoly of developed countries and capital. So naturally, they all support the belief in Songbing. On the other hand, those who support Ali are almost all Lebanese and people from developed countries, because they saw the hope of defeating Songbing from Ali. As a result, the two major factions started to argue passionately. The popularity is unprecedented. Almost all major websites around the world are going crazy. It's like having a sense of déjà vu with the real and fake Monkey King. At the same time, the birth of Ali also gave hope to those capital groups that had been oppressed because of the development of the Dai group. For example, those pharmaceutical group bosses who once wanted to suppress Songbing were controlled by Songbing by feeding them drugs to unconditionally help the development of Dai group. It can be said that the reason why Dai group has been able to develop so rapidly and spread all over the world is inseparable from their selfless contribution. For example, the Dai group wants to build a Dai hospital in a certain country and requires it to be completed within 1 day. What to do? Just because a certain pharmaceutical group under control happened to have hospitals in a country, it unconditionally donated all its hospitals to Dai group. Then change it to the name of Dai group. It was finished in exactly 1 day. For another example, the medicinal materials needed by Dai group must be collected within 24 hours. Those pharmaceutical groups that were controlled had to make up for it quickly, euphemistically called win-win cooperation. In this way, Dai group expanded naturally and became the world's #1 pharmaceutical group. But Zhao Yinqing, Evelyn, and others who were controlled to give unconditionally were miserable. In order to get the antidote every month, they must actively support it, and their group's wealth was gradually emptied by the Dai group. So, now faced with the birth of Dr. Ao, how could they not be moved? If Ali could cure the poison Songbing gave them, then they would no longer have to be controlled by Songbing. Therefore, as soon as the news came out, some people started to find out the truth of the matter. Of course, all this was done in secret, and the way Songbing tortured them had already left an indelible shadow in their hearts. That terrible psychotic king, treating Matsumoto like a dog, Sakura country suffered heavy losses and became an international laughingstock. It even turned them into a real lunatic and was recognized by their own country. In the end, they could only prove that they were cured by proving that Song was cured. Every scene is so terrible. Therefore, they dare not speak out until everything is confirmed and before they are truly cured, especially not letting Songbing know. If he is discovered and sent to a mental hospital, he will probably never come out in this life. Anghua Andu. Inside an official office, Marshallin was looking at the computer with his brows furrowed. The information on the computer was clearly the battle between Songbing and Dr. Ao for the title of #1 miracle doctor. At this time, Yi Tian, who was wearing military uniform, walked in and brought a more detailed information. Commander, these are all the information about Dr. Ao that has been investigated. Marshallin quickly took it and looked it up, but the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became, because he found that Dr. Ao's medical skills were really terrifying. The cured terminally ill patients are all real, and many of the treatments are similar to Song's disease. Before that, only Song disease could cure these terminal diseases. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis, not only for Songbing, but also for Anghua. In just 1 year, under the leadership of Songbing, Dai Group goes global. Anghua also benefited greatly from this. The medical level has surpassed Li's country in all aspects and has become the best in the world today. The gold content in this can be imagined. It can be said that Songbing relied on his own efforts to promote Anghua's traditional Chinese medicine and improve Anghua's medical level for 100 years. It is directly showing the trend of crushing, far ahead of other countries. Because now this is not just a dispute between Songbing and Dr. Ao. It also includes the dispute between Ligua and Anghua in the medical field.